America, success in both fame and fortune. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 526. Time is on my side. In the afternoon, Bruce received word that Porsche had delivered a Panamera, complete with paperwork, to his home. Martin simply went home early and signed a check directly to the account manager who had accompanied the car. The account manager took the check and handed over his business card. Mr. Davis, if you need any vehicle, just call me. I'm always available. Martin took it. Sure. Bruce opened the trunk of a nearby car, pulled out 2 boxes of gun oil, and carried them to the villa. Time to service the guns. Bruce always maintained the family's guns himself. Martin arrived at the villa, dragged 2 discarded boxes from the basement, picked up the trash that old Boo had collected, and went out the side door to throw away the trash. The trash cans were placed in the alleyway between his house and Charlize Theron's next door. Martin threw out the trash and noticed his own trash can was slightly deformed, as if kicked. He couldn't help but wonder, who's so bored as to kick a trash can for fun? The servants are all women, they wouldn't normally have that much strength. He only glanced at it for a moment and was about to leave when the side door next door opened. Stuart Townsend came out carrying 2 trash bags. He was startled when he saw Martin. Martin greeted him. Hello, Stu. It's been a while since I've seen you and Sally. Hearing Charlize's name come out of Martin's mouth made Stuart irritated, and memories of the Cannes Film Festival flooded back to him. He said bluntly, Sally's not in Los Angeles. She's been away filming for a while. Martin patted his head. Yeah, I think I heard her say that in Cannes. My memory is terrible. Sorry. Stuart's eyes fell on the 2 trash bags in his hands, and he wanted to throw them at Martin's head. But he couldn't bring himself to do anything more than think. He'd seen videos of Burbank High School in the Santa Monica Pier, and knew the guy across the street was a brutal, violent jerk who'd kill at the drop of a hat. Stuart suspected that if he threw the garbage bag over, giving Martin Davis a claim of self-defense, he might pull out a gun. A neighbor like that was a man's ultimate nightmare. Handsome, famous, rich, and a damn good fighter. Unable to afford the excuse of self-defense, Stuart hurried forward, passing Martin. Finally, he couldn't help but say, stay away from Sally from now on. She's my girlfriend. Martin looked at Stuart in mild surprise. Was he insane? Stuart snapped, if you dare bother Sally again, I'll. The first half of his words was full of momentum, but the second half faded automatically. I'll go to the press and ruin your reputation. You misunderstood. Sally and I are just friends. Martin, who had never done anything to Charlize Theron, spoke with dignity and confidence. Stuart looked at Martin coldly. Stop quibbling. You dare not take responsibility for what you did. Martin, blaming himself for the other, suspected he was trying to sell news or fabricate smears, but he still said, it's nothing. You can ask Sally to come over and we can confront each other. Unconvinced, Stuart swung the trash bag and threw it into the bin. Perhaps because he used too much force, the bag opened, revealing a used condom. Martin looked from the bin to Stuart, frowning and asking, you just said Sally was away filming for a long time. Stuart panicked. Charlize Theron was cheating, and he had to endure to maintain his current luxurious lifestyle. But wouldn't his infidelity give Charlize Theron legitimate grounds for a breakup? Absolutely not. Stuart, also an actor, was panicking, yet he appeared composed. He exclaimed, I was masturbating alone to a San Francisco movie. It was the San Francisco version of Limitless. As he spoke, he turned and, as usual, kicked Martin's trash can. A dull thud echoed through the air. The trash can dented slightly. Martin finally understood why his own trash can had warped. It was Stuart's doing. After the kick, Stuart caught Martin's cold gaze and, without another word, hurried toward the side door. Once inside, he dared to say, if you come any closer to Sally, I'll tell TMZ about you. Martin turned and looked at him. Do you know the consequences of accusing me? He suddenly smiled. I'll make your accusations come true. Stuart pointed at Martin. You? Martin ignored him, opened the door, and went home. Of course, it was just a joke to scare Stuart, but if Stuart really wanted to frame him, Martin wouldn't mind making it real. Living next door to a man whose girlfriend was a beautiful woman was just too difficult. Martin thought he was a very respectful neighbor and had never done anything inappropriate to Charlize Theron, but now he was being framed. It was so frustrating. No one should be like this. Martin returned to the villa to help old Bob maintain his gun. Before dinner, a Porsche drove up. Martin went to the garage, waited for Elizabeth to get out, and pressed the remote control for the garage liftgate. The shutters rose, revealing the brand new Porsche. Elizabeth covered her mouth with her hands, her face filled with surprise. It was her favorite Porsche, in her favorite red color, and the teardrop design was so stylish. It's beautiful, she lowered her hands, smiling a sweet smile that could dispel the storm and bring out the sun. Martin handed her the car keys. You can give it a try. Elizabeth pulled Martin into the car. Let's go for a drive in the park at the top of the hill. The two climbed in, drove out of the manor gate, and headed up the mountain. Elizabeth asked curiously, is it a special occasion today? You're giving me a gift like this, Martin said, like an ordinary worker, because I got my salary, so I bought a gift for my girlfriend. Elizabeth exclaimed, I love it. She was excited, but she drove slowly around the top of the hill and back home. After getting out of the car, Martin asked, where's Lily? Busy at the exhibition, Elizabeth said roughly. Lily stole the show and has become a prominent artist in the media. She also took credit for Martin. I got Maria to support Lily, and it worked out great. Martin smiled. You're the one with so many ideas, Elizabeth said. Lily thinks even more. After dinner, Martin, Bruce, and Elizabeth went to Kane's Angel Shooting Club. Chad Stahelski and Marcus were choreographing some gunfight scenes. A dozen minutes later, producers Akiva Goldsman and Louise Mayer arrived. They were discussing the adaptation of Marcus's memoir, Lone Survivor. Funding from South Korea had been secured, the script was already complete, but the key position currently vacant was the director. Akiva Goldsman had previously recommended his longtime collaborator, Peter Berg. Louise and Marcus had both spoken with the director and felt he was a suitable choice, so Martin voted in favor. The film was entirely funded by South Koreans, and even if it ultimately lost money, the Davis studio would still receive a substantial management fee. This was a normal Hollywood practice, legal and reasonable. Martin would not interfere with the casting, leaving it to the crew to select. Marcus had gained considerable weight and couldn't act, so he couldn't play himself. After discussing these matters, the group went to the shooting range for practice. Elizabeth, uninterested in shooting, stayed. Louise stayed, too, and the two of them ordered some drinks and sat down to chat. They have been neighbors for many years and are familiar with each other. I remember when I first moved to Sherman Oaks, you were just a tiny little thing. Louise, who had known the Olsen sisters for over a decade, looked at Elizabeth's chest. You've grown up so quickly. Elizabeth smiled and said, sometimes when I came home from school, there was no one at home, so I'd often go to your house for food and drinks. It was also at your house that I first met Martin. Louise suddenly laughed. I never thought fate would be so strange, that you would become Martin's girlfriend, Elizabeth said. Love is very magical. After Martin and I went through life and death at Burbank High School, I fell in love with him, she emphasized. My parents gave me my first life, and Martin gave me my second. Yes, things always develop in an amazing way. A little bartender and gigolo in Atlanta has become a big star in Hollywood. Louise's words were profound. When I brought him to Hollywood, I never imagined he would achieve this. Elizabeth's smile remained sweet. I was still young, just 20 years old, and I was able to witness Martin achieve even more. Louise smiled and shook her head. I always thought you were a sweet, lovely, and simple girl. Elizabeth knew time was on her side. She put away her sweet smile and said seriously, Louise, I've known you since we were very young. I've always looked up to you as a role model. You're a good girl, and Martin is a real jerk, Louise admitted. Don't worry, time is on your side. Elizabeth's sweet smile returned. Faint gunshots could be heard, accompanied by loud cheers. Elizabeth had seen many guns at home, and sometimes accompanied Martin for practice, so she was used to it. After Louise left, she gradually lost herself in thought, planning what kind of surprise she would pull tonight, emptying Martin's gun. Elizabeth had discussed this with her two sisters, and they suggested developing it step by step, maintaining a certain level of freshness. It wouldn't be a good idea to complete everything too soon. Nearly an hour and a half passed before Martin came out of the shooting range and asked Elizabeth to go home with him. On the way, he received a call from Nolan. Nolan asked him to report to the set early the next day to prepare for the exterior scenes in Los Angeles. Chapter 527. Don't miss any opportunity. In downtown Los Angeles, near City Hall Plaza, the crew had blocked off an entire road. Martin exited the makeup trailer and headed straight for the set. The road was cluttered with parked cars, and the summer sun blazed down on the asphalt, making it incredibly hot. Nolan was directing the crew, telling the stunt team to slowly bring the train over. Mean came over, stood beside Martin, and said, "Wow, they've built a train that doesn't use tracks." Martin looked down, saw the wheels, and said, "It must be a converted truck." Ellen Page entered the set and greeted Martin. Ken Watanabe, Cillian Murphy, and Tom Hardy soon followed. Nolan returned from the crane and shouted, "Be sure to be safe. If a key actor was injured, all subsequent scenes would have to be postponed." He added, "Just as planned, split into two parts, two vehicles." Everyone nodded. Nolan, concerned, added, "Many of our props are disposable. We can't film them a second time. We need to bring them to their best. This is the downside of live-action filming. If a costly model breaks, it breaks." Martin got into a red Cadillac. The filming of this scene had to follow the script sequence, so he parked his car on the side of the road, out of frame. Mean and Ken Watanabe got into a yellow Los Angeles taxi. As Nolan's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, 3 crane-mounted sprinklers unleashed a torrent of water, creating a small artificial rainfall. And yet, the sun was shining brightly. This scene was a dream sequence, and Nolan had mandated a sun shower. To create a scene with both light and partial darkness, the crew marked the sun's path and hung barriers between buildings for shielding. Mean picked up Cillian Murphy in a taxi, while Martin picked up Ellen Page in his car. Then came the climax of the Los Angeles scenes, where a dream train suddenly appeared, pushing aside the cars stuck in the street. The once orderly streets became a chaotic mess. Filming took place in this chaotic environment, accompanied by the constant roar of engines, the clatter of brakes, and the creaking of tires. Martin began filming numerous short shots, some lasting only a few seconds before Nolan called cut. However, his scenes were all set in the Cadillac, he never exited the vehicle, and his limited lines were only with Ellen Page. Outside, the heavy rain continued to fall. Emma Thomas sent her assistant, Amanda, to accompany Maria, who was wearing a raincoat, as she busied herself on the streets. Maria Guanahay, holding the DV camera Elizabeth had given her, would record footage of the crew's busy schedule during breaks in filming. These proved her presence, her participation in a crucial social practice. Amanda loudly warned, "We're going to be filming a gunfight and a car crash next. Let's stay away." Maria nodded and followed her to the absolute safety of the higher steps. Amanda pointed to the other side of the set and said, "Look over there. Martin's about to film the gunfight himself." Maria quickly picked up her DV and panned over. She saw Martin, holding a pistol, discussing something with director Nolan. A few actors followed and practiced their moves with Martin twice. Seeing that filming was about to begin, she quickly turned off the DV. The sound of gunfire soon rang out. After filming a few scenes, Maria noticed that Martin and Nolan were talking again. They seemed to be very talkative, and they would chat from time to time. The rain had become less frequent, and the artificial rainmaker needed to be refilled, so the crew took a break. Nolan approached Martin and said, "I just had an idea. Do you think it's feasible?" Martin was puzzled. Nolan always had the final say on filming, so why did they ask for his opinion? He nodded immediately. "Go ahead." Nolan gestured toward City Hall. "Does the first daughter have any connections to you? Can we invite her to a cameo, even just a fleeting background?" He was the kind of director who never missed a marketing opportunity. Nolan couldn't let her go without leaving something behind when she came to the set. "It'll be a great gimmick for promotion," Martin thought for a moment and said, "We can give it a try. Have someone talk to her. It's okay, just be direct." Nolan summoned Emma Thomas and had a brief conversation with her. Emma Thomas called her assistant, Amanda. Not long after, Amanda came over and said Maria had agreed to appear. Nolan improvised a scene, a simple one. Maria served as the background, with Martin driving by in his Cadillac. Maria wanted practical experience that could be leveraged to better prove her presence. Her tutor had called Michelle Guanahay, and the White House had no objections. Nolan made a slight adjustment to the afternoon's filming schedule. After lunch, word spread that the crew had begun filming in downtown Los Angeles, and a growing crowd gathered, from fans to paparazzi. Assistant Anderson, watching Maria Guanhe in makeup, scribbled in his behind-the-scenes notebook, "First daughter Maria idolizes director Nolan and repeatedly requested to join the crew, even if it was just as a background. Director Nolan decided to give her a chance and wrote a scene just for her." Nolan passed by, glanced at the behind-the-scenes notebook, and nodded with satisfaction. Anderson chuckled cheerfully. Encouraged by his immediate superior, inspiration suddenly struck. Just then, he saw Martin getting into the red Cadillac being used for filming, and he immediately wrote another behind-the-scenes scene. When Martin Davis first heard about Nolan's idea and creativity, he was determined to star in the film and insisted that director Nolan give him the lead role, no matter what. He didn't even know the specific subject matter or content at the time. Anderson knew his future depended on Nolan, so his behind-the-scenes notes were naturally full of praise for him. The sun gradually turned westward, and the crew and actors gradually left the set. A professional cleaning company entered the set, carefully photographing and mapping the locations of every prop, vehicle and decoration, preparing to clear the set. Martin and Min walked together toward the trailer. The latter said, "Paris is the last stop of the filming. I will stay in Paris temporarily after finishing this movie. Boss, if you have anything for me to do, just call me and I will rush back to Los Angeles immediately." Martin patted Manet and said, "Just focus on acting with your goddess. Try to win a Cannes Award next year. Cannes may be too late, so try to win a Venice Golden Lion Award for Best Actor." Manet smiled with 2 rows of white teeth. "Isabelle Huppert will definitely be given priority for the award." He mentioned something. "Yesterday when I was talking to Huppert on the phone, I suggested that she organize a social party for the actresses in the French acting circle and the crew. I think it would be a good idea." Bruce walked over from the other side and took over. "Don't invite all the goddesses in their 40s and 50s, Manet said seriously. "Huppert promised me that she would invite many of the new generation of French literary goddesses, such as Audrey Tautou, who will be endorsing Chanel No. 5 with Boss Martin, and the heroine in The Dreamers." Martin had seen the film more than once and was deeply impressed. The Venus de Milo was such a classic. He asked, "Eva Green," Min said, "that should be her. Huppert has a lot of appeal among French actresses, definitely number 1 right now." Ellen Page came running over and asked, "Martin, I heard you're going to be the face of Chanel No. 5, we're still in talks, nothing's decided yet," Martin replied firmly. "The news released now is just a test of market reaction. Other sponsors haven't had any objections, but it's hard to say what fans and the public will think. Overall, the reaction has been relatively normal, with no inexplicable attacks. The WMA is still collecting feedback, and if a deal is finalized, it won't be until the end of the year at the earliest." Ellen Page was likely interested in this for her own reasons. A man endorsing a women's fragrance is a remarkable initiative. "Karl Lagerfeld and Chanel are very brave," Martin smiled and said, "but it presents me with a problem." Ellen Page acted like a good brother, clenched her fist and bumped it with Martin, encouraging him. "I think among all the male stars in Hollywood, except for Leonardo, you are the only one who can surpass Chanel No. 5. Seeing her as a man was about to fist bump, Martin raised his hand and bumped her fist, saying, "Thank you for the encouragement." Ellen Page said, "Before you arrived at Astra Studios in Morocco, that Tom Hardy tried to bully me. Later, you took the initiative to accept me, and he never dared to do anything again." Min asked curiously, "What did he do?" Ellen Page had interacted with Min frequently and knew that he meant well. She shrugged and said, "At Astra Studios, Tom Hardy pointed at a local woman in her 40s who was applying for a job and said I should go over and have sex with her." She threw up her hands helplessly. "The crew around me were all British. They either laughed or remained silent," Min said. "Some Brits deserve the mortar fire." Martin now understood why Ellen Page had approached him. He extended his right hand and said, "Ellen, welcome to the temporary American crew of Inception." Ellen Page shook his hand firmly. "Thank you for having me." Martin was impressed and added, "You've chosen a difficult path. I know that once this is public, many roles will automatically turn away from me." Ellen Page was determined. "No matter how difficult it is, I will keep going." Martin nodded. "Good luck to you." The 3 actors returned to their respective trailers to remove their makeup. When Martin was leaving, Elizabeth drove up to pick him up in her brand new Porsche and invited Maria to dinner. Maria stayed on the set for only a few days. After the novelty wore off and she had gained the practical experience she needed, she left mid-shooting in Los Angeles. Chapter 528 Real and Fake Bullets. In Los Angeles, the crew filmed almost exclusively action scenes, from car chases to gunfights. The 3 blocks around City Hall were bustling with activity every day. On the crowded streets of the makeshift studio, Martin steered his Cadillac through traffic, dashed into the plaza, swerved, and braked, stopping with a beautiful drift. He shouted to Ellen Page in the passenger seat, "Get your head down." Ellen Page crouched down, clutching her head. Gunshots rang out, and the 2 actors across from him fell backward. Nolan, striving for authenticity in his filming, used blank cartridges to create muzzle flashes for the long-range shots. The shoot paused, and the cameraman in the back seat got out of the car, quickly grabbed a water bottle, and gulped down several times to suppress the urge to vomit. Martin got out and handed the gun to Bruce. This wasn't a prop gun, but a real one. Nolan and action director Tom arrived to discuss the next action scene with Martin. Both men valued Martin's opinions on the action scenes. In the distance, brothers Ben Affleck and Casey Affleck, both with thick beards, sat in their car, observing the city square. Because of the artificial rainfall, only the figures of Martin and Nolan could be vaguely seen. Cassie pulled out a pair of binoculars and peered over there. "There's a whole bunch of people surrounding him. He's like the center of the earth," Ben said. "Go investigate Lily Carter." "Did you find anything special?" "No," Cassie shook her head. "A young artist from the slums. Exposing her resume will only enhance her reputation." Ben still couldn't figure it out. "Martin Davis hasn't forced, intimidated, or bribed any woman." "It's incredible," Cassie shrugged. "He's not short of women," Ben automatically replied. "Neither am I or Pete." Cassie, slightly embarrassed, continued, "There are a lot of rumors in the modeling world. I've had people do some thorough research. It was Leonardo who first introduced Martin and Nicholson to the supermodel world. Later, the supermodels began to actively invite Martin." He smiled helplessly. "Do you know what's going on in the Victoria's Secret supermodel world? It's said that because Heidi Klum and Alessandra Ambrosio's 2 pre-wedding parties had a huge impact on their circle, there's a saying that if the angel supermodels don't invite Martin to their pre-wedding bachelorette parties, it's a failure." Ben was envious. "Even at the height of my fame, I didn't get this kind of treatment," Cassie said. "Perhaps you're not as wealthy or skilled as Martin." Ben glanced out the window and suddenly held out his hand. "Give me the binoculars." "Who are you trying to spy on?" Cassie thrust the binoculars towards him. Ben raised the binoculars and peered towards an intersection outside the makeshift studio. In the sparsely populated area, he spotted a familiar woman. Though she was wearing a hat and out of shape, her bulging belly made it easy to identify her, Tony, the pregnant woman who lived in the same apartment building. Since helping out at the hospital, they'd occasionally run into each other as they walked in and out of the same building, sometimes chatting. Ben had always remembered Tony's husband or boyfriend, who had attended the White House Independence Day celebration and wanted to get to know him through her. But after so much time, he still hadn't seen any sign of that man. Ben briefly suspected Tony was bragging. But after a closer look, he realized it wasn't the case. Tony was brimming with confidence, looking forward to the birth of her child. She beamed with pride when discussing the father of her child. Cassie noticed that Big Ben was not looking at Martin, and asked curiously, "What are you looking at, Tony?" "It's the pregnant woman who lives in the same building as me. You've met her twice." Big Ben gave him the telescope and pointed over there. "She cares very much about the baby in her belly. The city center is so chaotic. What is she doing here?" Cassie picked up the telescope and saw the pregnant woman, and said, "She seems to be watching the crew filming?" "Yes, she is watching the crew filming very seriously." "Could it be that her husband or boyfriend works in the crew?" Big Ben asked casually. "Who from this crew has participated in the Independence Day celebration at the White House?" Cassie put down the telescope and said, "It seems like there are only 2 people." He pondered for a moment and gave the answer, "Martin and his manager and bodyguard, Bruce." Big Ben was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Impossible," Cassie said. "Try it when you see her again." "If so," Big Ben suddenly laughed, "maybe this is the breakthrough we have been looking for." He pondered, "I have helped her and have a good relationship with her. I will look for an opportunity." Tony lives in the same apartment building as him, so the opportunity is easy to find. A few dozen meters away, a group of scantily clad girls suddenly appeared. They rushed into the artificial rain created by the crew, swaying their voluptuous bodies and breaking into passionate dance. Elsa, the leader, shouted, "Martin, I love you." The rest of the girls joined in, "Martin, I love you." Then, they all strip off their tops. On the highest point, on their fair skin, was written "Martin, I love you" in large, cola-colored letters. Los Angeles entertainment reporters and paparazzi were accustomed to this. They had seen these Martin-crazed female fans on numerous occasions since last year. But this kind of news had its value, and many of their cameras were trained on the girls' chests. They had no ulterior motives, they simply wanted to capture the words. Tony spotted Elsa and the others, silently cursed them as bitches, lowered the brim of her sun hat, and headed for the parking lot. As these bitches approached, Tony didn't dare linger for long, fearing they'd recognize her. The beauty of the future couldn't be ruined by these bitches. As Tony reached the other side, she glanced back at her former sisters. They were destined to be from two different worlds. The cruise security personnel arrived and persuaded Elsa and the other sisters to leave. To appease them, they presented them with concept posters for the film and Martin's character. A typical case of whoever can make the most noise can appease the other. Elsa and the others picked up their clothes and put them on. Although they didn't see Martin in person, they were quite satisfied with the gifts. At the cruise persuasion, they left the artificial rain area. Not far away, a car drove away. The quick-witted girl pulled Elsa aside and said, "Acting captain, I think I saw the captain. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one forum." Elsa was so angry that her nose was almost crooked. "How many times do you want me to say this? I am the leader, not the acting leader." Another girl next to her. "There was a woman just now, and her back does look a bit like Tony." She then denied it. "No, that woman is a fat woman, and Tony hates fat women the most." The quick-talking girl scratched her head and said, "Yeah, Tony can't make herself a fat person. She has only been away for a few months. She is not a rubber man who can get fat all the time." Elsa found that she hated Tony more and more. Although she was no longer in the sisterhood, her name was still affecting the sisterhood. "Now Tony has lost contact with us. She may have returned to her hometown, found a boyfriend and got married, and became a traitor to the sisterhood. Don't mention her in the future. Tony likes Martin so much, it is impossible for her to marry someone else." But someone replied without any tact. She said that if she can't marry Martin, she will marry Martin's posters and photos. Elsa felt depressed, tidied her clothes, and said, "Let's go, let's go." A dozen girls broke through the paparazzi's encirclement, got into several cars, and quickly left the neighborhood. Elsewhere, Ben Affleck noticed Tony had vanished and started the car. Cassie continued to observe through the telescope, her dejected mind churning with strange thoughts. "If I had a large group of beautiful female fans like this, I'd definitely reward them well." Big Ben asked, "How would you like to reward them?" Cassie, a highly artistic actor, still hadn't learned his lesson. "With my guns and bullets, of course." Big Ben, far more intelligent than his brother, said, "And then they'll sue you, Kyung-jian, and ask you to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. With a dozen people combined, that could be tens of millions." Cassie looked at her brother. That's how his brother was screwed, his reputation ruined, his assets severely reduced, and no one in Hollywood cared about him. Big Ben warned, "Be careful. Don't let yourself get screwed before we get to the bottom of things." Cassie nodded, "I understand." The two of them walked back and drove out of the downtown area. Cassie thought of someone. Where's Pitt? Did they say Pitt was coming, too? Pitt's going it alone. He has more connections in the industry than we do. Ben saw the red light ahead and slammed on the brakes. To be honest, he hates Martin even more than we do. He almost went to the Sacred Valley to make a living. When the car stopped, he continued, Pitt's family was taken away by Martin. His wife and girlfriend were taken away by Martin. Even his endorsements were taken away by Martin. The few times I have met him, he's very aggressive. Maybe without us having to do anything, Pitt will drag Martin down with him. I hope so. Cassie thought carefully. Brad Pitt's life has been ruined by Martin Davis. In Koreatown, in a very ordinary restaurant. Pitt, wearing a boonie hat, entered from the back. The restaurant owner, a former Hollywood veteran, nodded and led him up the staff food lane to the second floor and into a private room. Inside, sat an ordinary middle-aged man. Clayson, long time no see. Pitt greeted him, pulling out a chair and sitting across from him. The restaurant owner left the private room and closed the door. Clayson smiled at Pitt. I'm so glad to see you back in Los Angeles. He remembered the time when his child had an emergency illness and Pitt had helped him. Brad, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know, Pitt smiled. It's a small favor you can do. He opened his bag and pulled out a black bag. He placed it on the table and pushed it towards Clayson. I heard you're working on Christopher Nolan's film. Do me a favor. Clayson opened the bag. Inside were several neatly bundled US dollars in various denominations. There were also several bullets. These weren't blanks, as the crew used them, but bullets with metal tips. Clayson said, Brad, I've always been very grateful for what you did back then, but I have a wife and children. Pitt waved his hand. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. Nolan's crew is filming on the streets, and there is a huge flow of people. There is no surveillance in this area of the city center. If you have a suitable opportunity, just change it quietly. If not, just wait until later. Clayson guessed his intention, and after a long while, he said, Martin met with an accident, and the investigation will be very intense. You misunderstood me, Pitt said. You have been shooting all gun battles these days, and Martin may also cause other people to meet with accidents. He is in this situation now, and he is not afraid of losing anything again. Chapter 529. An accident happened. The chaotic gunfire subsided as the crew finished filming another shootout scene. Martin handed his pistol to Bruce. After a brief wait, they joined me for lunch. Nolan approached them and said, Let's go. Martin followed them to a nearby restaurant. As they walked, he asked, I just saw the latest filming schedule. My scenes are all wrapped up today. Nolan emphasized, it's for the Los Angeles scenes. He asked Martin, do you have other plans? Martin had received another invitation yesterday. Tom Cruise asked to discuss something. Nolan didn't ask again, turning the conversation back to the action scenes currently being filmed. The Canadian scenes are all shot in the snowy mountains. Can you ski? Martin nodded. Yes, I've practiced before, but I wouldn't say I'm proficient. He had previously been a stunt double in a film about a revolutionary movement, which included many skiing scenes. Bruce followed behind, and when Nolan was out of the way, he deliberately muttered to me, our boss is a classic example of a simple-minded, overly strong-armed person. The group went into the restaurant for dinner. The crew had booked the entire restaurant, where they would eat lunch and dinner during filming. Martin and Nolan's arrival attracted considerable attention. Clayson, an assistant set designer, quickly finished his lunch as usual and left the restaurant with two colleagues. The two, both heavily pregnant, sought a spot to rest in the shade. Clayson had been strolling around the street the crew had cordoned off after lunch these past few days. Many crew members did this, and he was completely inconspicuous. With his hands in his trouser pockets, Clayson strolled toward the alley where the props department was located. Because the crew used real guns, the props department kept someone on guard, even during lunch breaks. But the person on guard would always take a nap in a chair at this time of day. Clayson had seen this several times. This time was no exception. Between the two props vans, the guard sat on a recliner, his eyes covered by sunglasses. He appeared to be carrying out his duties, but in reality, he was already sound asleep. Many Hollywood productions lack strict departmental management, leading to numerous accidents caused by carelessness and negligence. Clayson passed by as he had the other day. Everyone nearby had gone to eat, so there was no one else around. His eyes fell on a cabinet and he coughed softly. The guard didn't react, likely going out to the club every night. Clayson pulled out a pair of gloves and put them on. He then slid behind the van, folded his workbench beside it, and partially opened the rear door, revealing a container. The prop crew still had basic professional ethics. The guns, magazines, and boxes of blanks were all stored inside the container, not on the workbench. But the safety lock on the container wasn't locked at all. Once locked, it required a combination to open again, which was a bit of a hassle. On the Hollywood sets Clayson had worked on, once they opened in the morning, they usually stayed open all day. A set designer, deft and quick, he gently opened the cabinet door and saw the guns used by the main characters. The guns and magazines were disassembled, each magazine loaded with blanks. The 5 pistols were all M9s, and Clayson couldn't tell which one was Martin's. He was only an assistant set designer, and it was difficult for him to get close to the main actors on set. Time didn't allow him to linger for long. He casually grabbed a magazine, removed the 6 hollow point rounds, loaded them with the 3 he brought, and then added 3 more hollow point rounds on top. He carefully replaced the magazine, returning the cabinet to its original state. Clayson quickly looked around, making sure no one was around. He crossed a long alley and turned onto the other side of the street, which was not blocked off by the crew. After walking a distance, he carefully removed his gloves. The city center was dilapidated, and some roadside sewer entrances had broken grate. He discarded the gloves and blanks into separate sewers. Clayson was certain no one had seen him do this. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled leisurely, as he had done the past few lunchtimes, back to the set area. The crew's lunch break was over, and filming was about to begin. On Martin's crew, Bruce always had a nominal position in the props department. Before the other actors arrived, Bruce turned into the alley where the props department was located to inspect the firearms for filming. "Don't you find it troublesome? Or do you just not trust us?" a famous prop master complained. "We've been guarding these guns, so nothing's wrong with them," Bruce said. "It's our job, understand," the prop master in sunglasses said. "We understand you, but who'll understand us?" He couldn't help but add, "Old Bruce, are you suffering from paranoia? Believe it or not, these two bastards really do." Bruce explained, "Don't you remember? The last time we took out a Russian spy, it was a Russian spy. Think about it, that's second only to the United States. And you're still working in Hollywood, and you've forgotten the KGB's renown." The two complaining prop masters immediately fell silent. "Polar bears are terrifying, you can never be too careful." Bruce first checked the rifle, ejecting all the blanks from the magazine and then loading them back in, making sure every bullet was loaded. The actors using these guns would be shooting at Martin later in the filming. Then he checked the pistol. Bruce had just picked up Martin's M9 when British actor Tom Hardy arrived to claim his weapon. The pistols were all identical, and he casually picked up an M9. Bruce warned, "Wait until I'm done checking." Hardy didn't dare confront Martin, but he didn't care about Martin's lackeys. He sneered and said, "Don't take yourself too seriously. No one's out to get you or your master's life." Bruce turned and looked at him. Tom Hardy, with a shrewd air, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Am I wrong?" "Huh?" Bruce, who had just defeated the British with a mortar, said, "Watch your mouth, haha." Tom Hardy, knowing he was not to be trifled with, calmed down a bit, grabbed a magazine from the cabinet, and unloaded bullets. "Look here, propellets, and more propellets." He unloaded 3 bullets in a row and placed them in front of Bruce. "Did you see it clearly?" The prop master wearing sunglasses quickly stepped between the two and said, "The crew will start shooting soon, don't waste time." Tom Hardy pressed the blank bullet back into the magazine and stuffed it into the pistol. Without even looking at Bruce, he turned around and walked away. Since the other man would not be filming the same scene with Martin today, Bruce said nothing more and carefully checked the other guns and magazines. No mistake. The other actors came to receive their guns one after another. Bruce gave Mean a pistol and took Martin's pistol, and they returned to the set. Mean asked, "Did you have a conflict with Tom Hardy?" Bruce was surprised. "Did it spread so quickly?" Mean replied, "That guy was telling people that you and I were slaves, and Martin was our slave owner." Bruce frowned slightly and said, "I remember Nicholson still had that homemade bazooka. It's really important to bring the crew in tomorrow." Mean's eyes lit up. "Then we'll light the fuse, and the rocket will follow the bazooka?" Bruce nodded. "That's the civilized way. When dealing with British gentlemen, we have to use civilized methods," Mean said. "Be sure to call me." Arriving on the set, Bruce handed the pistol to Martin. Action director Tom came over to discuss the scene with Martin, explaining the precautions for the upcoming action scenes. The dream sequence filmed in Los Angeles was split into 2 parts. Martin and Ellen Page were on one side, and Mean and the others were on the other. The first scene shot that afternoon was a gunfight with the Dream Guardians after Mean, Ken Watanabe, and Tom Hardy kidnapped Cillian Murphy. Martin, with nothing else to do, simply warmed up. Ellen Page, wearing a hood, came over and said, "That Tom Hardy is a troublemaker, spreading rumors everywhere." Martin nodded, "I heard him. Don't worry about him." The script supervisor went to the camera to clap, and the crew fell silent. Martin and Ellen Page also stopped talking. As filming began, the sound of semi-automatic rifle fire rang out. A camera assistant on the crew set up a Steadicam to shoot handheld. In the battered taxi, Tom Hardy opened the door, jumped out, and with both hands, he grabbed the gun and, using the taxi's cover, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and one of the gunmen fell as planned. Tom Hardy immediately turned the gun and fired again. Many gunfight sequences require editing in post-production, eliminating the need for actors to aim. Tom Hardy turned a bit too far and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Bang! The camera assistant, filming with a Steadicam, saw the camera in front of him explode, sending black fragments flying. He heard a third gunshot, and suddenly his right hand gave out, followed by a sharp pain in his shoulder. The camera collapsed, thudding to the ground. The camera assistant fell, a spray of blood emanating from his shoulder. Nolan sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop right now!" The set was in chaos. But Nolan's control and command were remarkable. He grabbed the megaphone and shouted, "Tom, don't move. Put the gun down. Don't move. Doc, where's the doc? Emma, call 911. Everybody, don't move." This is an accident. With Nolan's roar at the top of his lungs, the set remained afloat. In the waiting area, Bruce had already stood in front of Martin and asked, "How many shots did Tom Hardy fire?" Martin was an experienced gun user and heard clearly, 3 shots in front, 3 shots in the back, but the first 3 shots were correct, blanks, and the back. Bruce remembered clearly that the first 3 shots Tom Hardy unloaded were indeed blanks. Tom Hardy's pistol was placed in the back of the taxi, his head in his hands, confused about what had happened. The others were the same. Some of the crew's veterans suddenly remembered the crow. This kind of thing was not the first time in Hollywood. And it would not be the last. Tom Hardy knew very well that it was the bullet fired from his gun that injured the photography assistant. At this moment, he regretted deeply why he didn't let that bastard Bruce carefully check the gun and magazine. Chapter 530, The Aftermath. Although no one was killed, the LAPD still rushed to the scene at top speed. McClane, who had previously dealt with Martin during the Burbank High School incident and was involved in a major Hollywood production, also appeared on the set. McClane first approached Martin, a familiar figure, asking, "What exactly happened?" Martin was also confused. "I was in the lounge waiting to go on set. We were filming a gunfight scene, and on the 4th shot, one of the actor's pistols fired a blank, then a live round." He pointed to his ear and said, "You know, I'm a good gunman. I can tell the difference." McClane lowered his voice and asked, "Not a Russian spy?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "Probably not." He pointed to the props department. "You know my manager, Bruce. He knows something about the situation. He's taking a statement over there. Let's go over there and take a look," McClane said. Martin followed. At the entrance to the alley where the props department was located, they could see a detective from the detective bureau questioning Bruce. Facing the chief inspector's question, Bruce told the truth. "You know Martin's situation, so when Martin plays the leading role, his agent will list me as the deputy director of the props group as a necessary condition for negotiation." His words are facts, but they can also make people understand them in other ways. "Before the shooting started in the afternoon, I routinely checked the firearms. The gun used by Tom Hardy was also among those I checked, but he refused. He just unloaded the first 3 bullets in his magazine and asked me to confirm that they were blanks." A detective was taking notes. When Bruce finished speaking, the female police officer next to him whispered, "What he said is consistent with the prop master." The 2 detectives went to ask another prop master wearing sunglasses. The prop master swore, "I've been here since we finished work this morning, never leaving for a moment. No one has touched the bullets. I swear to God." And the other 2 and I loaded the bullets into the magazine together. "It's crew rule, we have to supervise each other." He expressed his responsibility with a serious expression. "My professional ethics and ethics won't allow me to act irresponsibly." The 2 detectives had already questioned the other 2 prop masters individually. Based on Bruce's reaction, they asked, "Don't you think the problem lies with you?" "What about Bruce?" the prop master with sunglasses said. "Bruce was checking the gun and the bullets. The other one and I were right there. He didn't do anything." But Tom Hardy refused to let Bruce check his gun and magazine. He would never tell anyone about the nap. If that happened, the responsibility would fall on him, and he would never be able to survive in this industry again. Even if he changed his profession, he would be ostracized. The detective asked, "British actor Tom Hardy." The mention of Tom Hardy sparked a light bulb in the prop master's head. Tom Hardy wouldn't let Bruce check his gun, and he left alone with it. The problem might have been the journey after he left. After the detectives finished their questioning, they held a brief meeting on the scene. The prop masters kept each other in check. Bruce performed his daily checks, and nothing seemed amiss, his explanations consistent. Tom Hardy's refusal to check his gun was rather odd. There are so many cases where someone stages their own performance. especially when the actor is a star and a skilled actor. They went to find Tom Hardy. In the set design department, Clayson and his colleagues were curious spectators. He didn't show any signs of abnormality, simply following his colleague's lead. He simply felt a pity that it wasn't Martin Davis who caused the accidental shooting, but that unfortunate Tom Hardy. Had it been Martin, given his frequent and violent use of the gun, it would have likely drawn public backlash. But he'd done everything he could to help, and Clayson wouldn't try again. He owed Brad Pitt a favor, and he'd paid it back. Martin waited outside for a while. Bruce went to check and returned. "Good news," Bruce whispered. "Tom Hardy's being taken to the police station," Martin said. "That's not good news. A major actor's in trouble, and the production will be shut down. Director Nolan will definitely be unhappy." Representatives from the Screen Actors Guild, the Directors Guild, the Cinematographers Guild, and even the third-party insurance company were all present. The production would definitely be suspended for a few days. Bruce said, "You might as well take a break. Aren't you supposed to have a meeting with the leader?" "We've got time." Martin walked to a more secluded area. When Bruce caught up, he whispered, "Are there any signs of targeting us?" That was what really concerned him. Bruce thought carefully. "It's hard to say now. I have checked all the guns, bullets and magazines, except the one in Tom Hardy's hand. The other party put the bullet in his pistol magazine, not yours." He thought about it back and forth. "I have learned about the situation from McLean. Combined with everyone's feedback so far, either someone is lying, or something went wrong after Tom Hardy got the gun." Martin asked, "Did the prop team find anything special?" "Not yet," Bruce also asked. "Even during lunch, the prop team will leave someone to guard it. The man said that he never left after work in the morning, and other people have also confirmed this." Martin was somewhat uneasy. "You and the bodyguard should pay more attention. I always feel that something is not right. It should not be an illusion." Bruce said something that couldn't be more true. "This is the sequelae of messing with too many people. We have messed with too many people, and we can't throw them into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish." That made so much sense that Martin didn't even want to argue. Not to mention arriving in Los Angeles and entering Hollywood, he'd always climbed the ladder by stepping on others' heads. Even in Atlanta, he'd made a name for himself by recruiting talent. Ever since arriving in America, he'd either been recruiting people or on the way to recruiting people. He barely remembered the names of the first few he'd recruited in Los Angeles, like the idiot bitten by a rattlesnake. And with this path, he couldn't possibly humanely destroy all the scum he'd taken. There were bound to be some who wouldn't give up and would come back to haunt him. Martin suddenly felt tired, but the thought of wealth, beauty, and status instantly filled him with fighting spirit. The joy of competing with others. Martin said, "Pay attention to the crew's private activities." When it came to investigations, 10 of him and Bruce combined couldn't match the LAPD, the most powerful force in Los Angeles. The only thing that could truly rival was the speed of emptying their magazines. Bruce replied, "I will." Life went on. Martin walked forward. "Let's go comfort Director Nolan." Before the two of them approached the director's crew, they found that Nolan was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. The great director did not seem to be affected much. Nolan had just sent away the representative of the Directors Guild, called his right-hand man Anderson, and said, "Record the real behind-the-scenes footage. A shooting occurred during the filming of The Crew. A photographer was accidentally injured by a bullet, but he still endured the pain and finished shooting the shot before asking for help," Anderson wrote quickly. "The real behind-the-scenes footage pursues truth." Nolan was still thinking. The shooting happened and the negative impact occurred. These are inevitable. But the same thing can still be used in publicity and hype to let more people know about this movie. After experiencing the baptism of countless events, the marketing master Nolan gradually took shape. He said, "Continue to record." Director Nolan remained calm and commanded calmly to avoid chaos in the crew and cause greater harm. Anderson finished writing and looked at his boss again. Nolan thought for a while and said, "Let's stop here for now. Let's wait for the police to give the results of the investigation." A new idea came up with him and he saw Martin. "Come over and talk." Martin came over. "Chris." Nolan attached great importance to Martin's opinion on marketing hype and asked, "Can we edit some of the footage we shot at the time and sell it to TMZ or other entertainment media to build momentum for the film?" Compared with Nolan, Martin is actually relatively cautious. "We must do a good job of guiding public opinion, I know." Nolan has wanted to make something big since The Crew was filming in Morocco. Finally, he encountered a kidnapping case, and those damn Jews kept complaining to him all day long, which made him almost explode. Those bastards were stingy and even refused to spend money to cover up the situation. They only knew how to use their power to force people to compromise. As for the promised conditions, Nolan didn't believe a single word of it. Now, a big event has finally happened again, and Nolan wants to turn a bad thing into a good thing. I believe the professionals at Warner Brothers can handle these. That's not a big problem. Martin had worked with Warner Brothers for several years, and Barry Meyer's Warner Brothers was relatively reliable. Nolan had some ideas, but he didn't dare share them. He suspected this incident might be related to the Moroccan kidnapping. Those bastards, what would they not dare do? But considering the influence of Jews in Hollywood, he had to keep his thoughts to himself. Turning around, he saw Bruce give him a look, following his gaze to a distant spot. Tom Hardy was temporarily summoned for coffee and questioning by the LAPD. Nolan was busy again. With this incident on the set, filming had to be suspended. The project was also temporarily halted. When the crew was dismissed that day, Emma Thomas came to inform Martin to wait for further information. Martin and Bruce went straight home. The information the LAPD had learned from various sources on the crew was very unfavorable to Tom Hardy. Bruce and the prop masters had seen him unload 3 blanks, but the 4th round had failed. During the shoot, he was supposed to shoot near the stuntman, but he turned a little further and pointed the gun at the camera assistant. There were even several detectives who believed that Tom Hardy was a suspect of premeditated murder. The British actor did not come out from the LAPD until late at night after much communication with the crew. In Burbank, in a car on the side of the road, Cassie saw Tony's car turning and called her brother Ben's cell phone. "She's back from the supermarket." Ben moved the car, as if he had just come back from outside and was parking. Tony drove over and parked in the parking space in front. Ben got out of the car, and Tony got out of the car at the same time. Seeing her taking the purchased items from the back seat, Ben walked over quickly and said, "I'll help you." Tony saw that it was him, stepped aside, held her stomach, and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Ben." Ben brought down 2 shopping bags. "We are all friends, we just happened to meet." The two of them went into the building together and took the elevator to the floor where Tony's apartment was. Ben delivered the things to Tony's door as expected. Tony opened the door and took the initiative to invite her, "Come in and sit for a while." Ben acted very gentlemanly. "Can I?" Tony smiled and said, "Ben, we are friends." Ben followed her into the apartment. As soon as he entered, he found that Martin Davis was everywhere. It was as if he was in a store dedicated to Martin Davis products. Chapter 531 The easiest way to dispel rumors. Standing in the apartment's entryway, Ben Affleck gazed out into the living room, his gaze fixed on Martin Davis. On the wall, a poster of Martin Davis as the leader of the Coke cult was plastered. On the counter, a photo of Tony in a pristine white wedding dress and Martin was placed, though the background was a bit strange, as if it were set in a DVD store. On the coffee table in front of the sofa, a handmade Joker statue sat. And there were countless other things. Tony was an outsider in Hollywood and had no idea about things like foot and face gangs that were rarely seen in the media. Seeing Ben in a trance, she said, "I'm a fan of Martin, a rather fanatical kind. I've been chasing him madly." Ben pointed to the photo frame and said, "You can see that she even wore a wedding dress." Tony took out a bottle of water and gave it to Ben, smiling. "I was very fanatical at that time. There was nothing else in my mind except Martin, maybe because she hadn't communicated with people for a long time, and now she finally had a good friend. She couldn't help but say a few more words. At that time, I wanted to marry Martin and thought he was everything to me." Ben continued, "I also had such a stage. When I was young, I liked Warren Beatty very much. He was my idol. Martin is more than my idol." When talking about the person she was thinking about, Tony talked endlessly. "He is also my hero, my spiritual harbor, and my future support." Ben looked surprised. "Future support?" Tony's hand subconsciously rested on her belly and stroked it gently. "No way." Ben then noticed another framed photo on the TV stand. Inside was a picture of Martin receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom on the south lawn of the White House. It was a poster showing Martin receiving the prestigious Presidential Medal of Freedom. The photo wasn't particularly clear, as if it were a poster, but he seemed oblivious. Instead, he pointed at the frame in shock. "Tony, last time at the hospital, you told me that your child's father was at the Independence Day celebration." He asked, "Are you talking about Martin Davis?" Tony hesitated for a moment, then smiled happily and nodded gently. It was him, Martin. Despite his suspicions, Ben was still overwhelmed by the answer. It wasn't shock, but excitement. Tony said again, Ben, please keep the secret for now, so that I can give birth to the baby in peace. We are friends, Tony. Big Ben sat on the sofa beside her and said, I swear to God that I will keep it a secret for you. He certainly couldn't let other people know such valuable and explosive news. You'd better not tell anyone else about this. Martin is now a national hero of the United States and a top star in Hollywood. Once the paparazzi and entertainment reporters know, they will chase you every day. Tony nodded. No one knows except you. These words suddenly made Big Ben think of something, and he asked tentatively, Martin doesn't know either. Tony did not answer, but was a little alert. Ben noticed it and said, Don't get me wrong, I'm also a father of 2 children and I love children very much. Although my current situation is not very good, I'm also a Hollywood star and I know a lot about Hollywood. Maybe I can help you. Tony had seen Ben bring the 2 children to the apartment building. She hesitated for a moment and said, I haven't told Martin about this yet. He doesn't know about it yet. I have a few words to say. Don't get me wrong. I'm just speaking from a Hollywood perspective to help you preview possible problems in the future. Ben had to be sure of something. Are you sure this child is Martin's? Because she had been vaccinated, Tony was not excited. She said, absolutely sure. Since The Dark Knight was released last year, I fell madly in love with the Joker and Martin. I haven't had sex with other men and have not accepted genetic material from others. She fell into memory. In the early morning of that day, his stuff was filled up, and then left quietly. After that, he was born. He belongs to Martin and me, and DNA can prove it all. Hearing Tony mention DNA, Ben felt that he was right and said, You are a good girl. Martin should be lucky to have a girl like you. Tony liked to hear this. Ben began to lead people in the direction of his own thinking, but there is one thing, as a friend, I must remind you, he said very seriously, many big stars in Hollywood have illegitimate children, such as Martin's best friend Jack Nicholson. Tony, you can check it out. Nicholson's illegitimate child incident caused a lot of uproar in the city, but he refused to admit it. Even now, his attitude has not changed at all. Tony's smile gradually faded. Big Ben continued, Have you ever thought about what you would do if Martin refuses to acknowledge the baby in your belly? No. For the first time since Tony became pregnant, she fell from fantasy to reality. The gap made her feel uncomfortable and she didn't want to face it. The Martin I know is sunny, handsome and responsible. He is a hero, not this kind of person. Big Ben reminded her, Don't forget, Jack Nicholson is his best friend. Tony was silent. After a while, she said, No matter what, I will give birth to the child. Big Ben encouraged her, This is your child. Of course you have to give birth to it. A father has responsibilities to his child, both morally and legally. Tony put her hands on her belly. I don't care what I look like, but my child should have a father and should grow up in an atmosphere full of fatherly and motherly love. You are right. Big Ben showed a nostalgic look. I am also a father. I also have a family and I also have children. He is a star with average acting skills in Hollywood, but he is more than enough to deal with. Tony, as a father, I will not watch my friend's child without a father. Tony, I will help you. Tony realized the problem might not be as simple as she'd imagined. It would be helpful to have someone knowledgeable about Hollywood to offer some advice. She said, Ben, I'll come to you for advice when I need it. Ben smiled and nodded. You can always call me. Tony was encouraged, feeling confident that even when faced with a problem, she could still solve it. Ben quickly excused himself and left. As he left Tony's house and reached the elevator, he clenched his fist and pumped it vigorously. After spending so much time, he had finally found Martin's weakness. Back at his apartment, Casey Affleck was waiting. He asked, Are you sure? Ben's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Yes, it's Martin Davis's illegitimate child. I thought he was truly an anomaly among Hollywood stars, Casey sneered. Turns out he's just like everyone else, Ben said. This is Hollywood. Who doesn't cheat, have affairs, force women, have illegitimate children, or be a fan? Casey laughed heartily. Ben added, Tony still has some time before giving birth. During this time, our mission is to protect her and ensure she has a smooth birth. Only with this child can we truly achieve justice. Cassie nodded. I'll protect her in secret, and you'll take care of her in public. These two were even more concerned than when Jennifer Garner was pregnant. Now all they had to do was make sure Tony gave birth to the baby. In Beverly Hills, Bruce drove his Escalade into the neighborhood. Not far away, Martin spotted a car parked up ahead. Two people were arguing next to the car, his neighbors, Charlize Theron and Stuart Townsend. Martin didn't want to intervene at first, but when he saw Stuart's face, he suddenly remembered what happened when he was taking out the trash a few days ago. "Bruce, stop the car," Martin said. The Escalade pulled up behind the sedan. Bruce, having heard Martin mention the trash can being kicked, asked, "You don't really want to make his accusations true, do you?" Martin clutched his chest and said, "It's hard to be slandered without a reason. Do you know how that feels? I hate rumors." He opened the car door and got out, then asked, "Bruce, do you know the easiest way to dispel a rumor?" Knowing this scoundrel best, Bruce murmured, "Make a rumor true, and it'll fall apart on its own." Martin got out and overheard the two arguing fiercely. He didn't care who was right or wrong. At this moment, good looks represented justice. Martin shouted, "Sally, do you want me to call the police?" Stuart, furious, turned and saw Martin, snapping, "Oh, you two have nothing to do with each other? I'm arguing with you, and you call him over to help." Charlize was so angry she didn't want to talk. Martin, standing on the other side of the car, asked again, "Are you okay?" Stuart shouted, "None of your business." Martin ignored him and asked Charlize, "There's a lot of people coming and going here. Can I take you home?" Charlize, not wanting to argue outside, said, "Thank you." She ignored Stuart and walked around to Martin's Escalade. Martin went over to help her open the door. Neither of them paid any attention to Stuart, and they both got into the Escalade. Bruce immediately drove away. Stuart, almost furious, kicked the car's wheel viciously. In the car, Charlize said, "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself." Martin comforted her, "Elizabeth and I also have our quarrels." Charlize shook her head, "He is simply unreasonable. I just came back from the location shooting and he quarreled with me on the road." She glanced at Martin. "He actually slandered me that I had an affair with you. It's my fault." Martin specifically mentioned what happened a few days ago. "I was out taking out the garbage that day and happened to meet Stu. He asked me face to face if I was having an affair with you. You know. I denied and refuted him, but he got even angrier and kicked my trash can until it was deformed." He was helpless. "If I hadn't argued with him that day, maybe he wouldn't have quarreled with you today." Charlize didn't expect all this. Nothing had happened between her and Martin, so she had a clear conscience and became even more dissatisfied with Stuart. "Sorry, Martin, I didn't expect that my private affairs would have implicated you." Martin smiled. "It doesn't matter. We are neighbors and friends. We help each other." The Escalade stopped in front of Charlize's house and Charlize got out of the car and went home. After Martin returned, he put the matter aside for the time being. Tom Cruise invited him to a party the next night. Chapter 532, Bewitching People and Purifying the Soul. In the second-floor master bedroom, Elizabeth Olsen entered the dressing room, pulled out more brand-new Brioni suit, and handed it to Martin, who followed behind. "Would you like me to come with you?" she asked. The dressing room was spacious enough, and Martin changed into a suit in front of the mirror by the entrance. "You're flying to Europe tomorrow to help your sisters prepare for Milan Fashion Week. Stay home tonight and get some rest." He put on his suit jacket, and Elizabeth came over to help with his bow tie, deliberately saying, "Are you worried I'll join Scientology?" Martin replied, "You're a saint of the Church of Coca-Cola. You can't let Scientology seduce you. How about I try to brainwash Katie Holmes, Tom Cruise's wife?" Elizabeth was joking, of course. She dragged out a large suitcase and began packing. Martin dressed, put on a Cartier men's watch, and since it was still early, offered Elizabeth's help. As she packed her clothes, Elizabeth said, "I'll be in Milan for a while. I forgot to tell you, I invested in my sister's fashion brand and am now the third largest individual shareholder in the row. I'll be busy working for it." Martin pointedly said, "You're a bit of a rich woman. You're casting me in the spotlight." Elizabeth turned back and smiled sweetly. "Because of you, my advertising endorsement fees are very high." Martin remembered the Olsen sisters' success and asked, "Will your sisters still accept investment? I can lend you some money." Elizabeth put away her smile and said seriously, "I'm worried they'll fail and not be able to repay me later." Martin was straightforward, "It's okay, I can repay you in other ways." Elizabeth laughed again and turned to pack her things. It was almost time. Martin went downstairs and met up with Bruce and Mean, who had come specially for the trip. They got into a Cadillac and drove to Tom Cruise's house in Beverly Hills. The two places were not far apart, and Tom Cruise's mansion occupied a small hill all to itself. In the night, the lights illuminated the entire hill. The Cadillac arrived at the entrance. Bruce presented his invitation, and security opened the iron gate. The car drove uphill for several minutes before reaching the parking lot. Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes came to greet them. Martin, accompanied by Bruce and Mean, exited the car. Cruise smiled and shook Martin's hand. "It's a little late, but congratulations on winning the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival." "Thank you," Martin smiled back. "Tommy, thank you for your help." Both spoke as Hollywood stars. Cruise formally introduced his wife, Katie. Martin also introduced Bruce and Mean. Together, they walked towards the mansion. There weren't many people at the party tonight, and Tom Cruise introduced Martin one by one. Some of them Martin knew, including John Travolta, whom he had met at the Cannes Film Festival, and soccer star David Beckham and Victoria Beckham. Those he didn't know were all well-known figures in the entertainment industry, such as Elvis Presley's daughter, singer Lisa Presley, and young actress Elizabeth Moss. They were all Scientologists, or those Scientologists wanted to recruit. Cruise led the way, heading for the staircase. A middle-aged man in a gray suit, sporting a prominent Jewish nose, slowly descended the main staircase leading to the second floor. He walked down a little and paused on the third step, towering over the others. He surveyed the living room with a condescending gaze. His gaze finally settled on Martin, seemingly waiting for him to approach. Martin, however, paused, slowly examining him from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Cruise, sensing a jarring atmosphere, looked at Martin. "Come on, let me introduce you to someone." Martin remained motionless. Having agreed to date with Cruise, Martin had naturally prepared himself, knowing who the middle-aged man waiting for him to approach was. At this moment, he wasn't a Hollywood star, but the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. Of course, Martin's thoughts weren't overly complicated. Wasn't it just a show of strength? A leader with millions of followers was no match for anyone. The Coca-Cola cult's universal faith was still faith. Cruise had no choice but to introduce Martin. "This is David Miscavige, chairman of the board of directors of the Scientology Technology Center." Martin nodded slightly. Mean stepped forward and said, "I am Mean, high priest of the Cola God cult, and this is Martin Davis, the cult leader." Cruise then remembered Martin's other identity. David Miscavige, the successor of Scientology founder Hubbard, gestured to Martin and walked down the steps. Martin also approached him. The two men shook hands at their respective centers, exchanged pleasantries, and then entered the living room together, sitting on 2 single sofas side by side. This was a conversation between 2 cult leaders, a kind of discussion. Others took seats around the perimeter. This was not what David Miscavige had expected. He had expected to simulate a large group. But the other party made it clear, in a practical manner, that they were equals, both leaders of the same cult. David seemed to have an excellent demeanor and temperament, like a natural leader. But he spoke like a charlatan. "For over a year now, my soul's power has been constantly telling me that a Scientologist, vital to the world, has appeared in Los Angeles. He has eradicated evil, but he has also been tainted by it and urgently needs purification." Martin didn't respond, seemingly confused. David continued, "When Tommy told me about you, I knew it was you. After seeing you today, I'm certain you've been tainted by evil while exorcising it. If you don't purify yourself promptly, your soul will become abnormal. In this theistic society, concepts like the soul can be very deceptive." The CEO said, "Purification will stimulate your soul's power, allowing you to achieve transcendence and expand your mind to the entire universe. Earth will one day be destroyed, but the transcendence of your soul will allow you to continue to travel the universe after Earth's destruction." Scientologists, including Tom Cruise, nodded. Martin thought, is that really that boastful? Then let's brag together. Scientology had developed over decades, establishing a comprehensive theory that Martin, a poor student, couldn't possibly compare to, so he simply borrowed it. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. Purification is unnecessary," he said calmly. "The Coca-Cola cult has its own protection." Martin sat upright, his handsome features radiating maturity, his demeanor calm yet proud. In terms of personal appearance alone, he was far superior to David. He said calmly, "The Cola cult believes that a vast palace exists at the pinnacle of the universe. Its master is a great deity, the celestial lord. Under him lie 12 righteous deities, each with their own special powers. My soul journeyed there, earning their recognition and assistance. David shook his head. The power of the world comes from the individual soul. Scientology uses science to purify and activate a person's dynamic energy, allowing them to realize their self-worth. Tommy is a prime example of this. This is Scientology's greatest publicity tool. Tom Cruise immediately chimed in. I suffered from severe dyslexia. After joining Scientology and undergoing purification, my dyslexia resolved without medical treatment, leading to who I am today. Martin smiled slightly, though he certainly couldn't boast halfway. Before I was 20, I was just an ordinary, or rather, a poor, good-looking kid from the Atlanta slums with nothing. He then lied. One day, I dreamed of the celestial Lord. He instructed two of his righteous deities to unlock my talents. One governs the arts, the other excels in combat. From then on, I excelled in both areas. David reviewed Martin's resume. From a penniless, poor boy to an A-list Hollywood star and a national hero in just a few years, it was the living American dream. How could a slum dweller with no education, no skills, and no background achieve such success? Just with his good looks? David subconsciously began to believe Martin's words. Martin continued, I faced several deadly threats. The first one looked like a student, but was actually a gangster. Then, when I arrived in Washington, I encountered Russian spies. Last year, I was attacked by over a dozen well-trained Russian spies. How did they end? What would happen to a normal person if they faced them? David blinked. Although he didn't quite believe it, he felt that Martin's words had a grain of truth. Martin said casually, I've never been in the military, I've had no military training. How do I have such skills? Because my natural talent for a physical combat has been enhanced. Tom Cruise and others also saw some truth in Martin's words. It would be nearly impossible for ordinary people to achieve what Martin had done. Of course, their faith would not waver. But the Beckhams, whom Scientology has been focusing on recruiting in recent years, were different. They felt Martin's claims were more reliable than Scientology's. The celestial deity might just be another incarnation of God. Martin, after boasting, then laid out the facts. Normally, how many years does it take for a sect to reach tens of millions of members? Scientology took decades to reach millions, while the Church of Coca-Cola was founded in less than 4 years. David suddenly realized that the party he'd been trying to attract Martin to his cause had devolved into a debate, and he'd been completely defeated. He tried to reverse the situation. The Church of Coca-Cola is a commercial sect, a pamphlet. Martin couldn't help but laugh. If I remember correctly, Tommy introduced you as the chairman of the board. Tom Cruise, a Scientology stalwart, stepped in to offer a response. I've prepared a wonderful dinner. Shall we go to the banquet hall? Martin stood up first. That's right, I'm a little hungry. Tom Cruise led the group into the banquet hall, and Katie Holmes had the food served. David Miscavige was much calmer this time, no longer constantly demanding soul cleansing. After dinner, Martin took the initiative to say goodbye. The Beckhams then said goodbye and caught up with Martin in the parking lot. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Not Pretty Enough, So Rejected. Watching Beckham and Victoria approaching at a brisk pace, Martin wondered if his nonsense had fooled these two. Victoria, in his mind, was as shrewd as a monkey. The two men were clearly leaning towards her. She approached Martin and said, Your statement was quite novel. Martin, never dreaming of becoming a leader like Scientology, said, I'm an actor, and I'm good at improvisation. Victoria was taken aback. Beckham replied, Martin, you're an honest and reliable person. You're known for that in Hollywood. Martin said, looking rather helpless. Tommy helped me by inviting me to the party. I couldn't refuse, but there were things I didn't like, so I had to find another way. The couple's presence was also due to Tom Cruise. Victoria replied, Actually, we don't like it either. A very intelligent woman, she spoke directly. Can we join your Coca-Cola church? Martin, slightly surprised, said, Of course. The Coca-Cola church is a universal faith. We don't require you to attend classes, nor do we purify our members' hearts and souls. We don't need donations. All you need to do is buy a commemorative Coke bottle and register on the official website, and you're a member. This organization sounded more reliable than Scientology. Beckham said, We'll join the Coca-Cola church right away when we get back. Victoria, not wanting to join, asked Martin, do we have regular meetings? Martin, who hadn't considered it yet, said, not yet. From what I hear, a lot of people are interested in the Coca-Cola church. Victoria wanted to network with a reliable organization, which was also the main reason she became close to Tom Cruise. She sincerely suggested, Master, wouldn't you consider establishing a regular meeting system? Martin thought for a moment and said, I'd seriously consider it. Victoria and Beckham shook hands with Martin and his group and watched them get into their car and leave. After sending Mina away, Martin and Bruce returned home. Before getting out of the car, he asked, Bruce, should we set up a get-together system? Bruce dismissed Martin's drunken rant as a joke. Don't you want to dissolve the United States? Perhaps that could be your first step. Martin pondered for a moment. It seems like a good platform for exchanging connections and resources. He made a note of the idea and asked Thomas to discuss it with Coca-Cola. Initially, they would definitely need to leverage Coca-Cola's resources. Back at the villa, Elizabeth was surprised. Back so early, Martin went over and hugged her. You're leaving tomorrow, so I need to spend more time with you. The housekeeper gave Bruce a look, and they left the villa. Martin carried Elizabeth horizontally and went upstairs. Bruce reached the fountain, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Hi, Chloe. He was interrupted. Bruce, are you coming over tonight? Kim's here too, Bruce said. I'll be right there. It was destined to be a night of intense fighting. The next morning, Martin saw Elizabeth off at the airport and first went to meet Nolan at Warner Brothers Studios. The investigation into the on-set shooting hasn't made much progress. Tom Hardy, the shooter, is a troubled figure and remains under suspicion. The LAPD has ordered him not to leave Los Angeles for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, the victim's injuries aren't serious, and the crew and their insurance company are currently negotiating compensation for his agency. If they drop the issue, there's much more room for maneuver. Nolan told Martin, filming won't resume until next week at the earliest. Thankfully, the news has garnered increased attention for the film, and the crew's losses haven't been in vain. Martin said, Chris, you have a knack for turning bad things into good things. You always manage to steer public opinion. Nolan replied bluntly, actually, I learned that from you. I've learned a lot from you, especially in publicity. Martin, concerned for his own safety, said, we need to strengthen our prop management on set. Nolan agreed, I'm going to send Anderson. We absolutely can't have another accident. The name sounded familiar, and Martin pondered for a moment before remembering the screenwriter known for his realistic behind-the-scenes footage. Nolan added, Anderson may not be good at other things, but he never compromises when it comes to executing my assignments. Martin fully believed this. No other screenwriter would be so ineffectual as to write such a fascinating behind-the-scenes account of the crew. After Martin left, Nolan went alone to the office window. The events in Morocco had had a profound impact on him, and he still felt the shooting was linked to the Jews. Near noon, Martin received a call from Thomas. Ari Emanuel invited him to play golf at the Los Angeles Country Club. When Martin arrived, besides Thomas and Ari, there was another woman. Natalie Portman, Ari's top female client. She wore a white sunhood and light-colored women's golf pants, and looked very thin. She resembled the pork ribs, a type of slender woman Martin often saw in Hangdian in his previous life. Martin approached, bumped fists with Ari, and said, you picked the sport I'm least good at. Ari laughed and said, because golf is the only sport I'm sure I can beat you in. He introduced them. This is Natalie, Nat, and this is Martin. I think this is your first meeting. Martin gently shook the hand that Natalie extended. Matilda in Leon was my childhood idol. Natalie smiled and said, I was ignorant when I was a child, so I took such a role. Martin's tone changed again. I like Padme Amirda just as much. Ali pointed to the electric car on the side. I'll be the driver. Guys, get in the car. The equipment of the four people was placed on the electric car driven by Bruce in the back. Ali drove the electric car towards the flat lawn in the distance, and said as he walked, some people on the CAA side put pressure on Nolan, and it is said that the situation is not very good. Martin asked, why? Ali hesitated for a moment and said, what happened in Morocco with your crew? The four female kidnappers he caught with his own hands. He shrugged, if Nolan was in WMA, I would put pressure on him as well. Martin remained calm on the surface, but he knew perfectly well that two of the four people on the electric scooter were Jewish. No mistake. Ali and Natalie. Considering Ali's brother, Ram, serves as White House Chief of Staff. The Jewish influence on this country is evident. A few years ago, when Mel Gibson railed against Jews, Ali was one of the biggest proponents of Hollywood's ban on him. Martin remained bewildered. Shouldn't CAA support Nolan? I almost forgot. You don't know the inside story, Ali said simply. They're Jewish, he added. That's all you need to know. Martin suddenly understood. I understand. Don't worry, Ali said. Sometime, introduce them. I'll talk to Nolan. Martin paused for a moment, then said, You've probably heard about the shooting on the set. Now isn't the right time. It's best to wait until the film is finished, Ali replied. There's no rush. The electric car stopped at this time, and the group entered the driving range. Martin's golf skills were very average, and Natalie was also a novice. Thomas was okay. The four of them were talking about business rather than playing golf. Natalie swung the club and hit the ball very far. She shouted with joy. Martin said, Good technique. Have you practiced before? Natalie put down another white ball. I played for a while when I was studying at Harvard University, and then I went to Jerusalem for further studies and rarely played. Martin, a super poor student, was not interested in her resume that she was vaguely showing off, and said, I haven't practiced golf much. I'm best at shooting. Ali came over with a club. Did you have a good chat? Are you interested in working together? Isn't it a great idea for the company's #1 male star and #1 female star to appear in the same movie? Martin put down the club and asked, Do you have a suitable project? I don't, but you do. Ali had asked Martin out today to discuss two important clients of his. Aren't you going to be adapting the best-selling book on Girl with David Fincher? David Fincher is openly looking for the female lead, Martin said. That's true. Ali walked up behind Natalie and said, Our Nat is also amazing. Would she be a perfect fit for Amazing Amy? Natalie replied, The character of Amy completely captivated me. Her high education and intelligence are somewhat similar to mine. Martin understood why Natalie had mentioned her experiences studying at Harvard and Jerusalem. Meanwhile, Thomas shook his head slightly at Martin, indicating he didn't know about this. Martin smiled and said, This project is a joint venture between multiple parties. It involves not only my studio, but also a director of David Fincher's caliber. It's not something I can influence. He dropped the white ball in his hand and caught it with a bounce. I'll let the crew and director Fincher know. Nat will go straight to the third round of auditions. The final decision will definitely be based on the opinions of all parties involved. This was exactly what Ali wanted. The leading lady role couldn't just be given to him. Unless Natalie could secure a substantial investment and bring it into the production, she offered her thanks. Thank you, Martin. You're welcome. I can't guarantee you'll win. In Martin's eyes, Gillian Flynn's exquisitely beautiful Amy was simply not something Natalie could pull off. This Hollywood-renowned vegan, with her thin frame and unassuming looks, simply wouldn't pass muster with David Fincher. Some time ago, David Fincher's old friend Reese Witherspoon offered her services, but Fincher rejected her outright, citing her lack of attractiveness. Ali then brought up Ridley Scott. Would you consider Robin Hood? Martin flatly refused. My schedule can't be adjusted. Ali had no choice but to accept. Martin wasn't particularly worried. Every time Ridley Scott botched an epic, he'd find a sci-fi film to restore his reputation and confidence. He could simply talk to Ridley Scott about it later. Chapter 534 Masked Party. After a week-long hiatus, filming officially resumed. Martin had few scenes remaining, and they were completed smoothly in just one morning. It seemed as if the crew had returned to normal. Bruce had done a lot of private research, even speaking with every prop master, but, like the LAPD, hadn't found anything substantial. Everyone reported nothing unusual that day. The LAPD had assigned a dedicated person to monitor the crew to prevent any further incidents. Martin finished removing his makeup and exited the trailer. Ellen Page, who had been waiting outside, eagerly shared her news upon seeing Martin. I just heard some news, Martin replied. Looks like it's good news. Ellen Page, unfazed by her joy, said, The production team said the firefighter's insurance company has decided not to provide coverage for Tom Hardy until the LAPD's investigation is complete. With actors of Tom Cruise or Leonardo DiCaprio's stature, even without insurance, productions would still take the risk of casting them as leading men. Given Martin's recent commercial success, perhaps a deal could be struck. But for a minor star like Tom Hardy, being temporarily blacklisted by his insurance company would undoubtedly be a serious career setback. Martin winked. Don't act so excited. We're not superficial. Ellen Page nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right, she covered her mouth, but I just can't help laughing. At lunch, Martin and Nolan sat at the same table and discussed filming in Canada. The crew had only planned 5 days for the Canadian shoot, all of which would be snow scenes. Nolan said, Canada was Tom Hardy's last stop for filming. Because of something that happened before, the LAPD temporarily restricted Tom Hardy from leaving Los Angeles. Emma and I sponsored him to go to Canada. Martin spoke frankly. This matter is rather bizarre. Nolan glanced around, but couldn't help but whisper, I have a feeling it's related to what happened in Morocco. Martin understood what Nolan meant and said appropriately, Ali, WMA's top partner and CEO, told me that the 4 female kidnappers might be connected to Jewish forces. Seeing that he understood something, Nolan said bluntly, not possibly, but definitely related. I've been under a lot of pressure from Jewish forces lately, and I had to agree to allow the 4 female kidnappers to return to their country to face trial. Martin spread his hands. Will they be tried when they return? No one would believe that. Nolan's dissatisfaction was evident in his words, but there was nothing he could do. He could only talk about the situation at hand. It is said that those people are extremely vengeful. I ruined their plans, so they would come back to cause trouble for me. It makes sense. He was quite helpless. Even CAA is putting pressure on me. The agency was originally founded by Jews, and all of its current senior partners are Jewish. Martin thought the timing was right and mentioned, Ari wants to talk to you anytime. It's your turn. Nolan laughed. You want me to change? Martin replied, I've got your message. I'm not responsible for anything else. Nolan asked for Ari Emanuel's contact information. Even if he didn't want to change, meeting Ari was essential. CAA today is reminiscent of the days when William Morris dominated, sometimes treating clients with less respect. Back then, Michael Ovis and Ron Meyer, the 5 men who started the agency, would even jump onto tables, wiggle their fat hips, and perform clown dances to impress clients. The filming of Inception has reached the final stage. Nolan is considering a new project and specifically talked about this with Martin. Jonathan has started writing the script for the last Batman trilogy. The title should be The Dark Knight Rises. I have been hesitating whether the Joker should return, Martin asked. If he is not the #1 villain, there is no need to return. Nolan and Martin have always had a pleasant cooperation. He specifically said, the #1 villain is Bane. Even if the Joker appears, he will not have many roles. There is really no need for this. He also has other considerations. Once Martin's Joker appears, he may steal all the limelight from the new villain. Nolan added, I was originally planning to cast Tom Hardy as Bane, but given the current situation, using him is too risky. Martin, thinking of the film from his previous life, asked, is it still a duel of 2 heroes? It's different, Nolan said, not repeating himself. It's roughly like in the comics. Bane will be someone who can defeat Batman head-on, both physically and physically. Seeing Nolan initiate the discussion, Martin suggested, if the production team and Warner Brothers continue using Bale, perhaps it would be better to use an actor who's more muscular than Bale for Bane. Nolan nodded slightly. That makes sense. Martin had no favorable impression of Tom Hardy, so taking advantage of someone's misfortune was a natural fit. After lunch, Martin temporarily left the crew. On the way back in the car, Bruce said, it's a good thing we didn't intervene, otherwise you would have been the one facing the Jewish pressure. Martin said, this world is rife with Jewish influence. He might have limited knowledge of other industries, but the media and entertainment industries had been profoundly affected. After tightening up crew management, no further incidents occurred, and filming wrapped in Los Angeles after 4 days. Nolan, along with a small crew, including Martin, traveled to Calgary, Canada, to shoot the dreamlike snowy mountain fortress scenes. The crew constructed a one wooden fortress on a ski slope there for practical filming. Unlike previous scenes, Nolan employed numerous stunt doubles for the mountain scenes, especially for the challenging skiing and fighting sequences, which were easily accessible thanks to the protective helmets. Lewis and Buck, Martin's frequent collaborators, also arrived in Calgary, completing all the dangerous scenes. Filming in Canada lasted a week. Martin maintained a relatively straight schedule between the set and the hotel. The color temperatures in the mountains made a busy day exhausting even him. Nolan hired a full security team to protect the crew, his suspicions of Jewish influence lingering within him. After filming wrapped in Canada, Tom Hardy returned to Los Angeles, still seeking to clear his name. If he remained on the insurance company's blacklist, not only would his acting career be extinguished, but any major Hollywood studio would certainly refuse to hire him. The rest of the crew headed to Paris to reunite with the main cast. The Paris scenes were relatively sparse, focusing primarily on the roles of Martin, Mean, and Ellen Page. Outside the outdoor cafe, many members of the crew were busy working. Next, they would use an air cannon to create a dream-shattering effect near Martin and Ellen Page. The force and direction of the air blast had to be carefully calculated to avoid the two actors. Bruce, hands in his pockets, kept a constant eye on the props and stunt crew. Although he didn't quite understand the exact mechanism, his presence served as a reminder and oversight. Martin exited the trailer and headed straight to the makeshift set, where he sat at a coffee table. Ellen Page came from the other side and sat next to him. A recent shooting on the set had made her nervous. She asked, "Will this scene explode all around us?" Martin replied, "Relax. The stunt team has been testing it repeatedly. Last night, Emma Thomas and the stunt team leader sat down with us and conducted an explosion experiment." Hearing this, Ellen relaxed. The set was set up, and Nolan came over to check in, and filming officially began. The script supervisor clapped the clapboard, while Martin and Ellen Page discussed the dream. Both were in tune, and filming proceeded smoothly. In the final scene, as the dream collapsed, air cannons set up on the street exploded, sending countless pieces of paper flying into the sky. The closest explosion was just half a meter behind Martin and the other two. Pieces of paper rained down. Nolan called a halt. "This one's a go." Martin grabbed the paper and, borrowing a line from the lead actor, Cobb, said, "I never know when dreams begin, but every good dream and nightmare is so real that it feels like it's already happened or will happen soon." Alan, who saw Martin as an optimist and a life of luxury, was surprised to hear him say that. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Martin smiled and said, "There's a rave party this weekend, and many actresses from the French film industry are going." Alan, hearing the name actress, immediately piqued his interest. "Are you going too?" Martin said, "Isabelle Huppert invited me, so of course I can't miss it." Manet had contacted Isabelle Huppert upon arriving in Paris, but she declined to join the crew for a social party because the director and producers were all unpleasantly British. However, Huppert invited Martin, Manet, and other non-British actors to a special party she was organizing. Alan and Martin had become acquainted, so he asked directly, "Can I go?" Martin looked slightly surprised. "You want to go?" Alan said, "I like French actresses, you can go." Martin emphasized, "But you can't compete with me for her." Alan smiled and said, "No problem." The two of them moved to another set in a nearby neighborhood to continue filming. During a break, Manet approached him. "Boss, the date is confirmed. It's this Saturday night." Manet had just contacted Huppert. "The venue is Huppert's villa in the 16th arrondissement. The theme is a masked party. Men and women choose each other. Not only us, but also some French and Italian male celebrities and models will be there." Martin, unconcerned about the men, asked, "Who's coming from France?" Manet said, "Huppert invited Eva Green, but she hasn't responded yet, so we can't confirm her attendance. Also, each participant needs to provide an updated report on their experience." Martin was used to this, it was a reassuring rule. Chapter 535 The True Face Under the Mask. The crew was based in the 16th arrondissement. Just after dark on the weekend, Martin, Mean, and Ellen Page left their hotel in the same car. Mean looked at Ellen in surprise. "We're going to pick up girls," Ellen, his long hair tied in a bun and wearing a well-fitting black suit, said. "I'm going to pick up girls too." "You?" Mean's eyes widened. Ellen nodded. "Who says women can't pick up girls? What a waste." "Shame on you." Having become familiar with the crew, Mean's words became more casual. He held up two fingers, angrily. "You're wasting two people at once," Ellen deliberately said. "Which one do you like?" "I'll snatch it away from you." Mean shook his head. "No, you can't snatch it away." He was confident in this aspect. "Not you, not even the boss can snatch it away from you." Ellen looked at Martin in surprise. Is he bragging? No, he's not. Martin was able to accept that he was inferior to Mean. "I really can't snatch the girl that Mean likes." Ellen was puzzled and full of confusion. Bruce drove to the villa district west of the Bois de Boulogne and approached a large villa with a courtyard. Isabelle Huppert, a longtime actress, had a substantial fortune. The four parked their car and approached the villa's entrance. Several men in suits, guarding the gate, examined the invitation, produced 4 golden masks with exposed mouths, and gestured for them to put them on. As the name suggests, A masked party evokes this kind of mystery. One of the men in suits warned, "Please don't remove your mask until you leave." Martin donned his mask, then took off his suit jacket and tossed it to Bruce. As he walked inside, he unbuttoned a button on his shirt. His fitted white shirt accentuated his muscular figure, adding a touch of wildness to his otherwise gentlemanly demeanor. In the courtyard, a dozen men and women stood, all wearing golden masks, their true features obscured. Ellen Page spotted a petite woman in a red dress and said, "I'm going solo." Martin waved his hand and followed me into the villa's lobby. Inside the spacious hall, there were about 20 or 30 people. Most of the women wore fitted dresses, their faces obscured by masks, but each had a good figure. The men ranged in size, some thin, and some looked older. A woman in a slip dress walked by nearby, and Mean's eyes automatically turned to her. "Boss, I'm leaving too," he said. "Go ahead," Martin said, still searching for his target. Bruce followed Mean's gaze and spotted the woman in the slip dress. "Do you know her?" Mean replied. "I took lots of photos of her showing on the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival, especially the areas where she was showing. I've studied them carefully, and there's no way I'm mistaken." He clapped his fist. "Sophie Marceau, that's her." Martin heard it too. "Good luck, old friend." Mean nodded and hurried over. Perhaps this guy really had a special aura that attracted older women. When Martin's eyes swept across the hall and returned to Mean, he saw he was already chatting animatedly with a woman in the slip dress. A woman in a black and white floral dress nearby took in the faint muscular outlines beneath Martin's shirt, then strode over quickly and invited him. "Let's have a drink." The woman spoke French, a simple phrase Martin could understand. Masked parties are like opening a blind box. Without knowing the other person's language, no one knows who's behind the mask. However, this blind box is a two-way street. Martin smelled the woman's scent, Chanel No. 5. Those two idiots, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, were experts in perfume, and women who liked Chanel No. 5 tended to be older and more mature. Martin politely declined. "Sorry, Mom, I don't feel like drinking right now." The mask concealed her face, minimizing any awkwardness. The woman didn't press further, moving on to her next target. Martin wandered around the hall, where 4 or 5 more women approached him to greet him, but he politely declined them all. Judging by the size of her breasts and the color of her skin, he could tell it wasn't Eva Green, his primary target for the evening. "Hi, men," a man suddenly said. "Alone?" Martin shook his head and walked away. There really was a mix of people at Hubert's party. Unable to find his target in the hall, Martin headed for the backyard. Upon entering, he saw many people looking toward the 3rd floor, and he turned his gaze in that direction. On the 3rd floor balcony, a man and a woman leaned against the railing, studying horse racing. Because they wore matching golden masks, it was unclear who they were. The masks concealed not only their faces but also their embarrassment and shame. While everyone was drawn to the two people on the balcony, Martin quickly scanned the scene, his gaze fixed on a woman who had just emerged from a side door. She was about 1.7 meters tall, her long brown hair cascading behind her golden mask, and her long blue dress was lifted considerably from front to back. Martin walked over to her. Judging by her fair, delicate skin, Martin estimated her age to be around 25. The woman's golden mask also swung toward him. The mask obscured her expression, but Martin could tell from her demeanor that she seemed interested. He recalled watching The Dreamers many times. Eva Green had brown hair, was about 1.7 meters tall, with a magnificent bust, and was about 26 or 27 years old. Martin took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter's tray, walked over quickly, and handed one to his daughter. "Can I buy you a drink?" The daughter reached out to take the wine, clinked her hands with Martin's, and took a sip. According to party rules, you can't ask for someone's name unless they agree to leave. Martin took a sip of his wine. He spoke very little French, so he asked, "Can you speak English?" "Of course," the woman said with a smile. "Although I'm French, I've practiced American English." Suddenly, a strange cry rang out. Martin and the woman turned simultaneously. On another balcony on the 3rd floor, a woman in a red dress was holding the railing with her hands, a golden mask looming behind her. Perhaps provoked, the 2 people on the balcony next to them also shouted and screamed. A 3rd couple appeared on the balcony between them. The mask gave them great courage. There were seats near the backyard pool. Martin gestured for them to sit down and enjoy. "Come sit down and enjoy." The woman came over and naturally took his arm. This party here is truly something special. They reached the poolside and sat down. Martin extended his hand tentatively, and when the woman didn't refuse, he put his arm around her shoulders. Together, they watched the show and built up the atmosphere. Unintelligible, the woman leaned against Martin, feeling his strong muscles. Suddenly, she reached out and touched his firm abdominal muscles. Martin also confirmed that he had no padding, whether artificial or natural. His experience told him instantly. On the third floor across from them, 3 large performances, 6 actors, performed brilliantly. People gradually left the backyard. Some entered the villa, perhaps going up to the 2nd or 3rd floor. Others simply left the party. After all, staying at the party meant not removing their masks or asking who the other party was. Perhaps beneath that fiery body was the face of Gothenburg. Most people tacitly followed the rules. Martin, enjoying the show, exclaimed, "Iris Huppert is truly France's premier muse. The party she designed is very creative and full of artistic flair." The woman leaning against him was quite confident. Perhaps in a dozen years, I'll surpass Iris Huppert and become the #1 French actress. Martin turned his head, only to see the woman's eyes, brimming with confidence, beneath her golden mask. In this artistic setting, the 2 men locked eyes, each leaning forward for a kiss. With a soft thud, the 2 masks' puffy noses collided. The masks were so meticulously designed that kissing wasn't easy. Martin stretched out his hand and invited, "Let's go to another place." The woman nodded slightly, pointed to the villa, and asked, "Go inside or to the balcony?" Even though he was wearing a mask, Martin didn't want to be watched by others, and said, "Why don't we go out and find a place?" The woman did not refuse. She stood up with him and said as she walked out, "You really want to know who I am?" Martin did not answer, but asked, "Don't you want to know who I am?" The woman said, "I have some guesses, but it is not appropriate to guess here. Everyone at this party tacitly abides by the rules." Martin had an idea. "Why don't we write down our answers when we go out, and see who guesses correctly when we take off the masks? This game is very interesting," the woman said. "The person who guesses correctly will take the initiative." Martin is good at everything, absolutely an all-round player, and said, "No problem." The 2 left the backyard, crossed the front yard, came to the door, and walked out the door together arm in arm. Martin saw Bruce getting into a car in the distance and preparing to drive over. He asked the security guard at the door for a pen and said, "Write your name on your palm." The woman took the pen, and with the back of her left hand facing Martin, she wrote a line on her palm and handed the pen back to him. Martin also wrote a name on his left palm. He returned the pen and waited a moment. Bruce drove up in a black sedan and pulled up to the curb. Martin opened the door and said, "Get in." They both got in, and Bruce raised the fender to separate the front and back seats. Martin smiled and said, "The game begins." The woman closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and prayed, "I hope I'm not wrong. I hope my dream comes true." She opened her eyes and said, "Ladies first. Gentlemen, please remove your mask." Martin untied the mask and took it off. The moment the woman saw Martin's face clearly, the part of her mouth and nose not covered by the mask, a bright smile spread. "It's you, after all." Huppert wasn't exaggerating. She really invited Martin Davis to the masked party. She opened her palm and saw Martin's name written on it. Martin feigned helplessness. "I'm so easily seen through. Now my answer is revealed." The woman removed her mask. The face she revealed looked familiar to Martin, though he couldn't place the name for a moment. It definitely wasn't Eva Green. "Don't you recognize me?" The woman, a well-proportioned woman, puffed out her chest and cinched her waist. "I'm Léa Seydoux, an actress." Chapter 536. A Strange Night. In the car, Martin carefully examined Léa Seydoux's face. Like many famous actresses, she was recognizable. Of the European film actors who impressed Martin deeply, most, like Eva Green, had made significant contributions to film. Seydoux's face and name reminded Martin of a character with short blue hair in a French film, said to be embodying a pragmatic spirit. It was artistic masterpieces like these that left such a lasting impression. Martin sighed. It's easy to make a mistake judging someone based solely on their figure and hair color without actually seeing them. But his expression didn't show it. Instead, a hint of surprise etched itself in his face. He lifted Léa's chin with his finger. "You're much prettier than Huppert." Martin still remembered the name on his hand. "More beautiful than the one I imagined." Léa took Martin's hand and opened it. Written inside was Eva Green. Martin, using actions instead of words, gently pinched her chin and pulled her toward him. Without the mask to hinder them, they kissed. We arrived at the hotel and went into Martin's room together. Martin was experienced and in no hurry, acting very gentlemanly. He asked, "Want a drink?" Lee replied, "Sure." Martin brought 2 wine glasses, opened a bottle of red wine, and casually asked, "Did you recognize me at the party?" I had a guess, but I was right. Lee raised her glass and clinked it with Martin's. "Here's a toast to me, because I'm so lucky." Martin smiled, "Because you ran into me." Lee took a sip of her wine and said, "I saw you several times at the Cannes Film Festival this year. I've always remembered your figure, but it's a pity you didn't notice me." Martin said, "It's my fault. If I had seen you then, maybe we would have had a beautiful encounter. Actually, I wanted to say hello." The woman's words at this time were similar to Martin's, mostly false. "It wasn't convenient at the time, and I was worried about getting myself into trouble." Martin was puzzled. "I'm not a difficult person, am I?" Lee found what he said interesting and deliberately teased, "I haven't tried it, so I don't know." She returned to the previous topic, "It's the people on my side who are difficult to deal with. I'm with the crew of Inglourious Bastards, and the producer and director don't seem to like you very much." Hearing the name of the movie, Martin immediately thought of Quentin and Harvey. His face didn't change at all, and said, "This is not a secret in Hollywood." Leah didn't seem to mean anything else. "Because of them, I can't say hello to you." Martin smiled and asked, "You starred in Inglourious Bastards?" "I've seen this movie. The important female characters in it should be Diane Kruger and another French actor." Leah shrugged playfully. "A background role, the farmer's daughter at the beginning of the film." Martin told the truth. "Sorry, I didn't notice it." Not many people would notice it. Leah Seydoux was angry when she mentioned this. "I originally talked about the role of Melanie Laurent, but after the interview with Harvey, there was only a very marginal role." Martin paid attention. "Something unpleasant happened," Leah said. "It seems that you know something about Harvey." Martin said half seriously, "Even you know that I don't have a good relationship with him. How can I survive in Hollywood if I don't know a little about him?" Leah was silent for a moment before she made up her mind and said, "It was a very unpleasant experience. I went to Los Angeles for an audition. I had never dealt with Harvey before and didn't understand his style of doing things. His female assistant said that the crew rented an entire floor of the hotel for office use and took me to his room in the hotel." Martin had heard too many things like this about Harvey and was not surprised at all. During the Cannes Film Festival, Leah heard Harvey scolding Martin more than once. She was not worried that these words would reach Harvey's ears. She was uncomfortable holding them in her heart for a long time, so she said, "That bastard Weinstein never concealed his intentions the whole time. He kept hinting to me that as long as I slept with him, he would give me a role, but I rejected him." She was not a chaste woman and was very direct in saying, "Martin, if I were like you, with a sunny and handsome appearance and an elegant and outstanding temperament, I would just take off my clothes. There's nothing to say." At this point, Leah made a vomiting expression. "I really can't face Weinstein. I will vomit it out. What's more, he discriminates against me." Martin could see that she had been holding these things in her heart for a long time. She would either not say it or would not stop once she said it. He immediately put on the attitude of a listener. Without Martin asking, Leah puffed out her chest, pointed at Goshen and said, "Can you imagine? He actually ridiculed me for being fat and laughed at my big thing, saying that I must lose weight to have a future in Hollywood." Martin nodded. "That fat guy is not normal in the brain. He always thinks of himself as God." Leah thought of those unpleasant experiences and felt a little angry. "Yes, he told me that he controlled that circle, and I couldn't escape his control if I wanted to enter Hollywood." Her smile was a little bitter. "He was too tall, too fat and too heavy. I couldn't push him away when he pounced on me. Fortunately, I was extremely nauseous about him, so I vomited, which saved me." Martin said, "You are a lucky girl." "I was lucky in this matter, but not in the role. Weinstein was going to kick me out." Leah continued, "My grandfather was the president of the French Pathé Film Company. He had a relationship with an investor who participated in Inglourious Bastards. Weinstein promised the other party to give me a role, and I became a background board." Martin thought for a moment and said, "We have some similar experiences. I don't know if you've heard that Harvey originally offered me the lead in Inglourious Bastards, but I turned him down. Of course, there was a lie mixed in with the truth. He threatened to ruin my acting career." Leah had heard some rumors on the set. "Aren't you worried?" Martin still mixed truth and lies. "Warner Brothers is behind me. Harvey does have a huge influence in the independent film industry, But compared to the big six, he's still a little behind. I don't work in the independent world, Leah said. The reason I was able to get rid of Weinstein that day wasn't just because I vomited. He was somewhat concerned about my family. Given my family background, he dared to do that. Imagine what would happen to ordinary actresses if he fell into his hands. From the moment she mentioned Harvey, Martin's mind changed. He temporarily put aside the masked party and the little things between men and women. Harvey's matter became serious business. He pointedly said, I've heard a lot of rumors about Harvey. And they're at least 80% true. Even the idiots in Hollywood are extremely disdainful of his actions. Leah's thoughts drifted to this. With so many victims, so many people he's targeted, won't anyone come forward? Martin continued, Harvey's no ordinary man. Without ironclad evidence, who can do anything? What evidence? Leah suddenly asked. Martin had secretly instigated the news of the world in hopes of finding concrete evidence, but there had been no concrete news. He looked at Leah and asked, do you have evidence? Leah nodded slowly and firmly. I secretly recorded it and kept it in a safe in an apartment my mother bought. Martin stared at Leah intently. Even in Nicholson's acting, he could discern some clues. There was no way the young Leah Seydoux could match Nicholson's. Can you elaborate? He asked. Leah said, after that, Weinstein didn't give up. Whenever he met me at work, he would come up to me to show his presence and threaten me. I was also very annoyed. Being stared at by a fat pig, I felt so sick that I couldn't eat at one point. Martin encouraged her, our experiences are too similar. Leah forced a smile and said, I'm not one of those little actors and poor girls who have never seen the world. I secretly prepared a recorder and recorded Harvey's threats. This year, he called many actors to Los Angeles in the name of post-production. I thought he might force me, so I specially asked a photographer friend to modify a handbag and install a hidden camera. She sighed. Sure enough, the night I arrived in Los Angeles, he broke into my room and tried to force himself on me despite my refusal. He didn't stop until I shouted that I would call the police. Martin said, if I had been there, I would have killed that bastard just like I did with those Russian spies. This is also what attracts me most about you. Leah is a French woman. She came out hunting tonight and got such an excellent prey. She did not hide her admiration. A real man. The halo of the American national hero surrounding Martin has a real influence. Leah said, there are very few people like you in the entertainment industry. Martin, do you know what my agent and a friend said when I told this? They said that these things are everywhere in the entertainment industry. Don't take it to heart. Haha. Leah laughed, and laughed helplessly. Martin shook her hand and said, it's precisely because of these things that Harvey Weinstein is so unscrupulous. Even someone like me wouldn't dare speak out without solid evidence. Leah's smile faded, her eyes fixed on Martin, and she asked earnestly, do you really want to deal with Harvey? Martin replied, there's a foot gang and a face gang in Hollywood. They've been at odds with each other numerous times. My conflict with Harvey is no secret in Hollywood. If you have any friends, you can ask them about it. Leah was extremely cautious. She actually took out her phone, walked out to the living room balcony, and called a few friends in Hollywood to inquire about Martin and Harvey. Coming from a French acting family, she had connections. Ever since Martin secured Wes Craven's new project, he had clashed repeatedly with Harvey's foot gang, a rumor that had long been circulating in the industry. Chapter 537 Billions of dollars in business. That morning, Bruce brought a newly purchased women's casual outfit to Martin's suite. Just as he was about to knock, the door across the street suddenly opened. Mean emerged, his face almost washed white and radiant with energy, like a handsome young man in his 20s. Bruce wondered, when did this guy get back? Mean simply chuckled but remained silent. A woman's pleasant voice emanated from the doorway. Wait for me. Let's have breakfast together. We'll be back after breakfast. How did you train your tongue? It's so flexible, you can even tangle hair. I've seen so much, and this is the first time I've seen it. Bruce stared at Mean in shock. Has she reached this level? That's outrageous, isn't it? A middle-aged woman in her 40s swung out from the doorway. Anyone familiar with European cinema would recognize her instantly, Sophie Marceau. Bruce secretly gave Mean a thumbs up. Are you Bruce, Martin Davis's bodyguard? Sophie Marceau, having seen the video of the Santa Monica Pier incident, recognized Bruce and invited him. Where's Martin? Let's hang out later. Bruce, knowing Martin wasn't interested, said, Martin's in a hurry and needs to go out. Sophie Marceau felt a little disappointed, but Mene was truly remarkable. She took Mene's arm and said, Let's go to the restaurant. Mene smiled and said, Bruce, let's go to breakfast. Sophie Marceau said as they walked, don't eat spicy food for breakfast. You're too skilled to need that, Mene said seriously. I'm a pure technician. Sophie Marceau praised her, saying, tie the knot for me later. I'll take a picture. This actress, who has had several red carpet flashes, is quite open, even for the French. After they reached the elevator, Bruce knocked on Martin's door and walked her in with her casual attire. 10 minutes later, Martin and Léa Seydoux emerged from their room and went to the restaurant for breakfast. Léa Seydoux also saw Sophie Marceau and said, she's here. Martin said, the person next to her is called Mene, my old friend. He has a special magic that always attracts the attention of older ladies. Léa nodded slightly. I know him, Hubert's little lover. I heard that he has a very good appearance and skills, and is especially popular with older ladies. It turns out to be true. Martin asked, is Mene so famous in France? It has been spread among actresses for a long time. Perhaps it was the romanticism of French women. Léa was thinking seriously, when you have time later, take me to meet Mene. I want to introduce him to my mother. The fork in Martin's hand deviated and fell on the disc with a crisp ding. He couldn't help asking, are you serious? Léa said, of course I am serious. My parents divorced a long time ago, and my mother has never been very satisfied with that aspect. Martin said vaguely, let's talk about it later. After breakfast, Bruce got into his car and drove Martin and Léa to the 7th arrondissement, where her mother had a vacant apartment. The video was hidden in a hidden safe in the apartment. Although Léa Seydoux didn't say it explicitly, Martin knew without a doubt that she must have made multiple copies. The security in Paris is not very good, especially in the notorious 93rd arrondissement, known as the land abandoned by the French. But the 7th arrondissement, a traditional wealthy area, is relatively safe, just like the 16th arrondissement. Although Léa's mother's apartment was uninhabited, it had not been visited by thieves. Léa took down a picture frame and opened the secret door on the wall, revealing the safe inside. Martin and Bruce had already gone to the balcony. The latter asked, will she do it herself? Martin glanced back and said, she hasn't lost her mind yet. I promise that when the situation is unclear, I will only find an opportunity to release a recording to TMZ or other media. Bruce said, where's the video? Martin said, she won't give it to us for now, but she told me that when post-production on Inglourious Basterds was completed this year, she paid special attention to Harvey. She knew that Harvey might harass another actress, a French-American actress who also hated Harvey, so she provided the actress with a hidden camera, and Harvey did go find that person later. Bruce had heard a lot of rumors about Harvey. With Harvey's style, I would be very shocked and surprised if he didn't force me. This may be a special habit developed by the boss. There's no point in being submissive. Martin also made a random guess and continued the previous topic. Léa can confirm that the actress filmed the video that night, but she left Los Angeles afterwards. The video is very likely in her hands. Bruce asked, who is she? Where does she live? I'll send someone to find her. Martin tilted his head back. We don't know yet. It might cost me a lot to get this information today. Keep trying. Bruce patted Martin on the shoulder, offering encouragement. I believe with your ability, even with a few billion, you'll definitely be able to get it, he suggested. Why don't I go downstairs and stay here? Martin said, let's go back to the hotel room. There's no chance of any accidents there, Bruce thought, thinking that Léa Seydoux could secretly film Harvey, so she might have installed something here to film Martin. He warned, it's difficult for us alone, Martin said. A while ago, Saoirse Ronan called me and mentioned a project that might involve Harvey and Warner Brothers. I asked Thomas to look into it. Leia's voice came over. We found it. Martin and Bruce returned to the living room. Léa handed Martin a USB drive. Bruce opened his laptop, had Martin plug it in, and clicked play. First, there was an audio clip of Harvey Weinstein threatening someone. While Léa Seydoux's name wasn't mentioned, his intention to coerce her was clearly expressed. There was also a video clip, clearly edited so that only Harvey appeared. His ferocious expression rivaled that of the black man the 93 provinces were preparing to execute. Léa said, I'm not being pretentious. Look, what normal woman wouldn't vomit when she's with him? Martin suddenly thought of Joanna Chapman. Work had been busy for over a year, and the bet he'd made with Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson was set to expire at the end of the year. If he just kept at it, he could win. Martin had heard the old fox Angela Lindwall mention Joanna several times on the phone. After he introduced them, the two of them, along with Carolina, had been hanging out together frequently. Leah added, "These are all I have for now. The rest isn't in Paris. I'll bring them back to you when I have time, no mistakes." Martin told Bruce to pack his things and said, "Come on, show me around Paris." Leah said, "No problem." They first visited some of Paris's most famous sites and then went shopping on the Champs-Élysées. Martin, ever the man with money, had never been one to skimp, spending hundreds of thousands of euros in a single afternoon. Back at the hotel that evening, Martin poured his heart and soul into negotiating a multi-billion-dollar deal with Léa Seydoux. After pocketing the billions, Léa Seydoux's hatred for Weinstein deepened, and without hesitation, she provided the young French-American actress name, address, and contact information. Martin immediately forwarded it to Bruce, urging him to act quickly. Bruce contacted Ivan, who was on vacation in Long Beach but rushed to San Diego upon receiving the news. Martin also spoke with Léa Seydoux, who agreed to speak out against Harvey if necessary. She was, of course, the one who was taking advantage of Harvey's misfortune, not the one who was blowing the trumpet. Everyone in the industry understood that the first few who came forward to accuse Harvey Weinstein had effectively cut off their own careers. Therefore, Martin never expected to open a gap with star-level actors. But if a gap were to open, those most closely associated with Harvey Weinstein, like Gwyneth Paltrow, Nicole Kidman, and Meryl Streep, would be the ones to attack him the hardest. The next morning, Léa Seydoux left the hotel early, and Martin returned to the set to continue filming the remaining scenes in Paris. After 2 days of continuous shooting, he faced his final scene. Nolan had deliberately planned to place the finale, the crucial finale, at the very end. On set, Martin accepted the box Nolan had personally delivered and opened it, revealing the metal spinning top. Nolan gestured to the table across the way, let it spin a little longer. "I figured out the ending you mentioned," Martin, gathering his emotions, said. "No problem." Nolan returned to the director's chair, thought for a moment, and decided that Martin's commercial appeal shouldn't be wasted. He turned away. Assistant Anderson immediately ran over. "Director," Nolan said, recording a behind-the-scenes clip. Before filming the final scene, Director Nolan accepted Martin's suggestion and decided to go with an open ending. Anderson quickly wrote it down and asked, "Did the hero, Cobb, return to reality?" This question gave Nolan another clue. He continued, "In any promotional version, don't give an answer. Leave the audience guessing, and let the publicity staff create buzz." The mysterious ending wasn't meant to serve some profound theme or purpose, but simply for publicity purposes. Nolan even thought further, if the film was a success, he could use this ending to generate buzz in future promotions for The Dark Knight Rises. The script supervisor then came to the camera and clapped the cue, officially beginning filming for Cobb's return. After several scenes were successfully completed, it was time for the spinning top. Martin had practiced this privately, and the top fell from his hand, spinning non-stop like a submissive woman. Before the top could stop, Director Nolan shouted, "Stop, this take is done," and announced the end of filming. After filming was complete for Inception, Martin received the spinning top as a souvenir. The crew threw a party that evening and then went their separate ways. Manet stayed in Paris to work with Hubbard. Martin first visited Elizabeth II in Milan, where she was attending Milan Fashion Week, before returning to Los Angeles. Chapter 538 The Opportunity Arises. In Chula Vista, San Diego, California, near the Mexican border, a commercial event at the mall had just concluded when Anna Frank emerged from backstage, heavy backpack on her back, and walked out exhausted. When she came out, her agent was waiting for her. He demanded, "Activities like this are meaningless. You're wasting your time." Anna stopped and said, "I need money. Without money, how can I pay my car loan? How can I pay my rent? What can your agency offer me?" The agent said, "We pushed you into the cast of Inglourious Bastards and let you meet the real boss in the industry, Harvey Weinstein." Anna thought of that nightmare and suddenly laughed. "You asked me to discuss the script and the role, and I went, and what happened? I encountered a shameful insult." The agent was very dissatisfied with the latter sentence. "I told you, this is the norm in the industry. Every female star has climbed up this way. Besides your bodies, do you have anything else to impress the bosses?" "Okay. I accept everything he did to me." Anna gritted her teeth in hatred. "He promised me opportunities and roles. I want to ask, where are the opportunities and roles?" The agent could only say, wait a little longer. You told me my hard work would pay off, and stopped me from going to the police. What happened? Anna sneered. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have gone bankrupt and sold myself. The agent was about to speak, but Anna spoke first. If there's a job like this that pays well, please help me get it. I understand now that being a star isn't something everyone can aspire to be. Making money is what matters most. She ignored her agent and walked into the parking lot alone. When she reached a Hyundai, she noticed someone waving from across the street. Anna was certain she didn't recognize him. The man walked over quickly. "Hello, Miss Anna Frank," he said, pulling out a card he'd gotten from Jody. "I'm a TMZ reporter." Anna knew the website. It had been incredibly popular in the past 2 years. "What can I do for you?" Ivan had come to San Diego the day before yesterday, but he hadn't rushed to contact Anna. He wanted to understand her situation so he could make a targeted response plan. He said, "I'm here to buy something." TMZ has always been generous in purchasing news, and it's well known in the media and entertainment circles. Anna had some suspicions, was short of money, and hadn't received any reward for her efforts, so she was quite annoyed. "Let's talk somewhere else." Ivan took her to the cafe in the mall, and after sitting down, he said directly, "We have a secret information." "I heard that you were entangled with Harvey Weinstein," Anna asked tentatively. "How dare you go after a big shot on the industry like him?" Ivan couldn't bring up Martin and Old Bull, so he could only pull up the TMZ banner. "Don't we have enough big shots exposed by TMZ? As long as you have news, money and follow-up matters are never a problem," Anna asked. "Really?" Ivan asked directly. "The premise is that you have video, photos and recordings as evidence." "I do." After returning from Los Angeles, Anna gave up the idea of becoming a star and only wanted to make money. "How much will you give me for the video of Harvey Weinstein raping me?" Ivan said. $100,000. Anna scoffed. "That's too little." "That's Harvey Weinstein." She weighed the cost carefully. $500,000, not a penny less. Ivan had already discussed this with Bruce before arriving, promising to secure the video first. Money wouldn't be a problem. He nodded. $500,000 is fine, but if necessary, you need to personally confront Harvey. Anna hesitated, as the man was a powerful figure she couldn't afford to offend. Personally, Ivan seized on her weakness and said, "Have you forgotten the victims of Brad Pitt and Ben Affleck? Besides the $500,000, you can also pursue legal action and demand reasonable compensation." Anna had read the reports. "I remember many direct victims receiving millions of dollars," Ivan said. "You have a chance only if you take action, and you must cooperate with us. Money has such magical power. Throw in enough money, and even the United Nations is illegal. There's no point testing people this way." Anna surrendered immediately. "Give me a $200,000 deposit, and I'll show you a video." Ivan pulled out a check, pushed it toward Anna, and said, "No problem, I've seen the video, and we'll continue the deal." Anna calculated the check and quickly put it away. "Come with me." The two left Chula Vista and rushed to Anna's apartment in San Diego. At Los Angeles International Airport, Martin and Bruce disembarked, wheeling their luggage hurriedly toward the departure gate, pulling out their phones and turning them on. Thomas was waiting at the terminal gate. He took Martin's luggage and got into the arriving minivan. Martin asked directly, "I want you to know the progress of the Hobbit movie project. How is it going?" "The copyright issue is very complicated, similar to the situation before the filming of the Lord of the Rings trilogy." Thomas has specially learned about the status of this project in detail in the past few days. Peter Jackson's original plan was to prepare for the Hobbit movie last year, but he had to postpone it because of copyright issues and film The Lovely Bones instead. He also added, "The heroine is your student Saoirse Ronan." Martin asked, "The copyright is not entirely in the hands of Warner." Thomas said, "The copyright of the entire Lord of the Rings series originally belonged to MGM, and later fell into the hands of Sony Columbia. It changed hands several times during this period, resulting in the dispersion of many adaptation rights. Part of the copyright of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy fell into the hands of Harvey Weinstein. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, one look." Martin nodded. He had learned something about the past few years. Harvey was the one who first planned The Lord of the Rings, but he only gave Peter Jackson one film, and the budget was pitifully small. Peter Jackson brought in New Line Cinema, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, which led to the subsequent trilogy. It was precisely because of the distribution of profits from this trilogy that Harvey and Warner Brothers completely fell out. Thomas said, The copyright situation with The Hobbit is equally complicated. Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema believe they have priority for adaptation, but Harvey presented a complete copyright authorization. Both sides then contacted Tolkien's copyright management agency, but Warner Brothers dealt with the latter, claiming that Harvey's authorization had expired and that Warner Brothers owned the adaptation rights. While he was drinking water, Bruce, who was driving, interrupted, "The interests involved in the series are too huge. No one is willing to give up," Martin said. "The commercial influence of the Lord of the Rings series is huge. If The Hobbit had also been made into a trilogy, the box office alone could have exceeded $2.5 billion, Bruce said. "That's a huge amount of money. It's enough to kill each other." Harvey and Warner have had extremely sharp conflicts over the years, and they've had more than one incident. The various conflicts of interest in the Lord of the Rings series have made Warner extremely annoyed with him, Thomas elaborated. "It is said that Peter Jackson has planned a new trilogy, and the profits from the trilogy are within reach. Warner can no longer cooperate with Harvey, and has teamed up with Tolkien's copyright agency to kick him out. He was certain of one thing: Warner is ready to resort to legal means, hoping to give Harvey a small amount of copyright compensation through the Tolkien Copyright Agency and then completely regain the adaptation rights, but Harvey has refused. Harvey wants half of the profits from the adapted film." Martin thought for a moment and said, "I remember that for top Hollywood commercial films, box office revenue often only accounts for a third of the total revenue." Thomas added, "For the Lord of the Rings trilogy, box office revenue only accounted for 26% of the total revenue." Bruce followed up, "Hundreds of billions of dollars. God, with that kind of money, you could go to Africa and hire an army and become the head of state." Thomas already understood what Martin was trying to do. Now that he was tied to Martin, he was still a little worried. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "It's not that I want to do this, but I have to," Martin said roughly. "Harvey's a domineering man. We started with him stealing Craven's The Hills Have Eyes, and we've had a grudge since then. Not to mention all the other times since. There was another at this year's Cannes Film Festival." As Bruce had said, with so much going on, Martin sometimes couldn't help but overthink things. Nolan believes the shooting on the crew in Los Angeles is connected to the kidnapping in Morocco. "I think it might be connected to Harvey's gang, though there's no evidence they're targeting me. I'm worried that if I can't get rid of him, the fire will spread to us." Thomas's concerns were not unfounded. Martin said, "So I've been waiting, looking for the right opportunity. Now I've found it. Warner has a huge conflict of interest with Harvey over The Hobbit. Harvey is holding on to the copyright, and Warner may want him gone now more than ever." Thomas thought carefully. Given the current situation, this is indeed an opportunity. "At least billions of dollars in tangible benefits." Martin nodded slightly, then asked Thomas for more details, giving it serious thought. Bruce returned to his Beverly Hills home and had just entered the villa when he received a call from Ivan. After chatting for a while, he came over to find Martin. "Ivan bought the full video for $500,000, Bruce explained simply. "He reviewed it briefly and found it to be exactly what we were looking for. Furthermore, the person involved, Anne Frank, has agreed to come forward and refute the allegations in exchange for financial compensation." Martin's billions were not in vain. "Leia Seydoux' information is quite reliable," he said. "You go meet Ivan in person and bring back a copy." "Ivan, proceed as planned." Bruce picked up his car keys. "I'll be right there." Martin paused, thinking on the way. "You mentioned earlier that a team of reporters from the News of the World has been tracking Harvey for a while. Let's see if they're still investigating. If we can get in touch, we can have Ivan try to contact them." Bruce, for a moment, was very concerned about the three-person team and said, "It won't be difficult to find them." Chapter 539, Bundling. At night, in a mansion on the south slopes of Sherman Oaks, Louise stood alone behind the bar, shaking the cocktail shaker rapidly. It slammed against the wooden counter with a loud bang, startling a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Martin turned his head and said, "Hey, honey, why are you so resentful?" Kelly Gray, who was squatting against a bar, supported Martin, steadied his body, and said, "I was just elected to the Georgia State Assembly. Can't you congratulate me properly?" Louise unscrewed the cocktail shaker, poured 3 cocktails, and said, "His girlfriend's twin sisters live next door, and I'm afraid they will come to my door." "That's perfect. Maybe she became more ruthless and bolder after joining the political circle." Kelly leaned on Martin. "We can let them join in." Martin was a serious man. He flicked her forehead lightly and said, "Don't be so mean. Kelly picked up the glass and fed it to Martin. I apologize, is that okay? She asked. How are you going to congratulate me? Martin had already thought about it and said, let's communicate well tonight. Kelly was stunned, thinking that there was no way to congratulate people by communicating. Louise understood and laughed cheerfully, saying, she doesn't need it. Just communicate with me, you guys. Kelly understood. Then don't waste your time. Without good communication, there's no emotional release. The villa became lively. After the celebration for Kelly was over, the three of them sat side by side on high chairs, drinking and chatting together. It's been a while since we've been together like this. Louise poured drinks for the other two. The first 2 years after you came to LA, the three of us used to get together all the time, Martin said. I come here often now, too, not much more often, Louise said faintly. I actually miss the old days. Kelly gave her a light squeeze. It just shows you're getting old. You're old. Louise pinched back with one hand and tried to tear Kelly's mouth with the other. You're the old woman. Kelly, not to be outdone, pressed harder, and they both fell to the carpet, shouting, Martin, help me. Martin pulled out his phone, brought up the camera interface, and pressed the shutter button. Use some force. How can you break it without force? Kelly, you're at a disadvantage. Grab the hair. Grab Louise's hair. Damn it, I told you to grab the hair. The two men released their hands in unison and simultaneously grabbed Martin, dragging him to the carpet. The noise gradually grew louder, seemingly shaking the ceiling. After a long moment, Kelly and Louise each took Martin's arm and rested their heads on it. Seeing that the two were enjoying themselves and that their emotions resonated perfectly with him, Martin got down to business. Has Senator Erica been elected to the Senate? The politician who once held the pink kettle aloft was a prominent figure in the Georgia Democratic Party. Kelly half-jokingly said, it's not easy. The kettle back then laid an excellent foundation for her. I want to deal with Harvey Weinstein, Martin said directly. I remember he also has roots in the donkey party. Kelly frowned. Why? Martin had been suspicious. I think the last shooting on Nolan's crew was related to Harvey's gang. The real target was me, but I always paid attention to the issue of firearms, so the unlucky British guy became the one, he said. How can you be so vigilant every day? If you are a little careless. I'm finished. When I'm finished, Davis Studio will be finished too. Louise propped herself up. You mean, all your projects are finished, and the two of us won't be able to make money from you, right? Martin would not overestimate the importance of communication. Just tell me, what do you think of my vision in selecting films and projects? Kelly and Louise stopped talking. The two have been investing in movies chosen by Martin. Not only have they made huge profits over the years, but as Martin climbs up step by step, his commercial appeal is getting stronger and stronger, and the profits in the future will only be more substantial. Finding a replacement for that thing wouldn't be difficult. At worst, we could just use a clown statue. But finding people and projects like this is incredibly difficult. Kelly chuckled. See, I told you he's scheming. He's using that thing and the benefits of it to tie us together. He has ulterior motives. Louise, however, remained lost in thought. I won't do it just the three of us. It's not just us. I've united many people and forces. Martin embellished the situation, describing his own ideas and plans. He said, remember, Councilwoman Erica is based on fighting for and protecting women's rights. This is an opportunity for her. Kelly thought of the kettle. Martin said, if it works, this will be 100, even 1,000 times more prestigious than the kettle. There are factions within the donkey party. Kelly considered for a moment and said, we can give it a try. We don't have to rush in first. If things don't go well, we can give up. The Coca-Cola cult's influence is growing, and no one will ignore you. Louise continued, to be honest, Harvey may not be as wealthy as you, not to mention his influence in the States. He has more than you because of years of accumulation. In another 5 or 6 years, you'll be able to take him down yourself. Martin hugged the two of them. There's also the possibility that he'll take me down before I last 5 years. Kelly stood up and said, we've paid a lot for you, and now it's your turn. The next morning, Martin left with a slightly unsteady gait. At her age, she's so full of energy, it's really a bit scary. A new episode of The Helen Show on Warner Brothers. TV Wrapped. Helen, one of the top 3 female talk show hosts in North America alongside Oprah and Ellen DeGeneres, emerged from the studio to remove her makeup. An assistant knocked on the door and said, Boss, Damien called and wants to have lunch with you. Helen didn't hesitate. Decline. I don't have time for him. Tell the driver to get ready and take me to Beverly Hills. Martin has an appointment. The assistant immediately went out to make the arrangements. An hour and a half later, Helen arrived at Martin's house as agreed. Martin had already asked the chef to prepare lunch. The two had experienced the Burbank High School incident together, and their relationship was closer than just ordinary friends. Martin invited Helen into the restaurant to chat over food. Helen asked, "You said you had important news, inside information to share with me, old friend. Just watch it." Martin picked up the remote and turned on the TV in the dining room. The LCD screen played the video Ivan had bought. Helen saw Harvey Weinstein's chubby face, and she instinctively put down her knife and fork, her attention completely focused on the screen. This was a game of coercion and deception. As the woman refused repeatedly, the tall, burly man, saying things like "it's no use shouting at the top of your lungs," pressed forward with his massive body and weight. Helen is a woman, technically a member of the entertainment industry. She's heard of hidden rules and regulations, and has even experienced them herself. Beautiful women in this industry are not immune. The virtuous goddesses her fans see are merely the ones actively courting the bigwigs. But Hollywood has evolved into a world of consensual transactions. There are so many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. If there's no such thing, there are countless others waiting in line. If you don't initiate, there are countless others waiting in line, ready to take you. There's no need to force anything. But the woman in the video seems to particularly favor a simple, blunt, and direct approach. The video ends with a fat man's temptation and warning. It's all just the same old trick. He'll offer her opportunities and roles. If she doesn't comply, her acting career will be ruined, she'll never make it big, or even face worse consequences. The video ends, followed by a recorded phone call. The person on the other end claims to be Matt Damon, offering a stern warning to the victim. Helen couldn't quite believe it. "It's really Matt Damon. He doesn't look like that kind of guy," Martin said. "Ben Affleck used to do this job, but he's no longer that intimidating." Helen nodded slightly. "I haven't heard from Ben in a while." "Me too." After the shooting, Martin had someone look for updates on Brad Pitt and Ben, but they couldn't find any. Los Angeles is so vast. He asked, "What do you think of the news value?" "It's so huge it's immeasurable. It's going to have an explosive impact." Helen wasn't the young reporter who rushed up there with her camera. Now a successful and famous woman, she couldn't take such huge risks. "But if I'm not careful, I could get myself killed." Before Burbank High School, no one could stop her from reporting this kind of news. She desperately tried to get it out. Martin lumped himself in with her. "So, we can't be the first to rush in." Helen's tone changed again. "If it's appropriate, I don't want to miss news like this." Martin pointed to the TV screen. "How about having her on your talk show?" Helen said, "As long as the timing is right, no problem." She thought for a moment, "It would be best if we could find a few more." Martin nodded slightly. "We're working on it. Until then, we'll remain silent." Helen said, "The silence now is for a future explosion." Shortly after lunch, Helen said goodbye and left. Martin received a call from the community committee, and a vice president immediately came to visit. "Mr. Davis, I'm sorry to bother to come to you this time. I have a question." The vice president knew that the community was full of wealthy people, so he spoke politely. Martin said, "Mr. Brandt, just tell me." Brandt smiled and said, "Your trash can was damaged again and we had to replace it." Martin understood. "You should ask Mr. Stuart Townsend next door about this. I saw him kicking my trash can with my own eyes when I went to throw away the garbage." Brandt nodded. "No wonder there are always problems with your two trash cans." Martin asked, "He even kicks his own trash can?" Brandt said, "We have repaired and replaced your two trash cans 5 times combined. The first one was the trash can of Ms. Theron next door that was damaged. We took it away to repair and replace it with a new one." He smiled embarrassedly. "I remember you had just won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor at that time." Martin said, "You can communicate with Mr. Townsend. Ms. Theron and I are good friends, so it's not easy to bring up this matter." "I will visit." Brandt said goodbye immediately. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Great Sacrifice. Over the weekend, Leveraging Coca-Cola's connections and resources, Martin held the first informal gathering of the cult of Coca-Cola at the Los Angeles Country Club. Many prominent figures who had registered on the official website received personal invitations. Besides Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, many industry heavyweights attended, including Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, two influential influencers on the Me Too platform, Robert Downey Jr. and his wife, and Martin and Louise's longtime collaborator, Daniel. Many outsiders also attended, many of whom traveled from other locations, their expenses fully covered by the proceeds from Martin's image on the commemorative Coke. Examples included Navis from the FBI and McClane from the LAPD. These individuals may have joined this apparently playful group out of curiosity or because of Martin's connections. However, upon arriving, they discovered the presence of fashion and film company owners, prominent critics, Hollywood stars, directors and producers, influential figures in official American violence organizations, liberal opinion leaders, and even state legislators. They immediately recognized this as a great networking platform. Some even approached Martin, the cult of Coca-Cola leader, and urged him, the cult of Coca-Cola leader, to organize more such gatherings across the country. During this time, Martin also received a call from White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel. Rahm expressed his interest in the gathering and invited Martin to Washington to host the next cult of Coca-Cola gathering. During the gathering, Martin specifically spoke with two old friends, Navis and McClane. Together, they had fabricated the famous Russian spy case and profited enormously from it. McClane was preparing to run for the next Los Angeles police chief. The cult of Coca-Cola, a loosely organized group, was beginning to become a platform. After the gathering, Martin stayed with Daniel from Warner Brothers to discuss the Inception crew and the Hobbit copyright. The blame for the former was readily placed on Harvey. The latter copyright involved huge profits, so Martin didn't need to say anything. If he had any sense, he would have voluntarily relinquished the rights, Daniel said bluntly. Instead of trying to seize Warner's rights, Martin responded, "Unfortunately, Harvey has never been a man of sense." Daniel smiled. Not only is he naive, he also wants to control everything. Martin knew it wasn't a matter of naivety, but rather the sheer magnitude of the stakes involved. If he were in another position, facing the huge copyright income of The Hobbit, could he give up so easily? Daniel then said to Martin, "Harvey has completely offended all the top executives at Warner Brothers. He scolded me, the distributor and producer for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like me. Not to mention Barry Meyer and Alan Horn. If murder weren't illegal, Harvey would have been killed 100 times over by them," Martin bluntly said. "Harvey's had a smooth ride these past few years, but he's too overbearing. He's bound to fall." Daniel understood Martin's meaning. He better fall quickly and never get up again. "Believe me, Martin, the speeding car of Warner Brothers will definitely run him over." Before leaving, he said to Martin, "I forgot to tell you, Warner Brothers plans to adapt The Hobbit into a trilogy, and I'll still be the distributor and producer." Martin had known this for a while. So he approached Daniel and said, "Congratulations." Daniel said, "If the copyright issue can't be resolved, it's possible all our preparations will be in vain." Martin said, "There's always a way to resolve it." Outside a hotel in New York, Lukaku sat in a car, pressing the monitor button and recording at the same time. Courtois asked, "Is there any big news?" Lukaku shook his head slowly. Sienna Miller invited a bunch of female models to a party. "What big news is there?" They mentioned Martin Davis. "It seems Angela Lindwall said there's a test you have to complete to join the fashion supermodels." The car door opened from the outside, and Hazard got in, carrying a burger. He asked, "What's the condition?" Lukaku said, "The only condition for joining the fashion supermodels is sleeping with Martin Davis." That's what Carolina said, and everyone else agrees. These sluts are betting on whether Georgina Chapman can meet that condition this year. Courtois was disappointed. "Why isn't there condition sleeping with me? I can easily sleep with her." Hazard stuffed a burger into his hand and said, "Isn't Georgina Chapman the wife of Harvey Weinstein we investigated a while ago?" "Yes, that's her," Lukaku continued. "She's also a fashion designer." From what Sienna Miller and Angela Lindwall said, it seems Martin introduced her to the American fashion world. Courtois said, "I remember Xavi and Martin were at odds, and Xavi's wife was close to Martin. The entertainment and fashion worlds are truly chaotic." Hazard tucked into his burger. "Think about all the information we've collected. Compared to what Xavi has done, it's nothing." There was a sudden knock on the car door. Courtois looked up and saw a stranger. He lowered the window and asked, "What's going on?" Ivan slipped him a business card. "I'm a TMZ reporter. I'd like to buy something from you." As the other man tried to close the window, Ivan half-inserted the check in his free hand. His money power activated, and the three men immediately invited him into the car. Ivan said bluntly, "I heard from your newspaper that you've investigated Harvey Weinstein and have explosive news on him." Appreciating his wealth, Hazard said, "You're even able to get such secret information. TMZ is truly amazing. We did find out a lot." The editor-in-chief originally wanted to publish it, but a Jewish guy at headquarters suppressed it, and all the explosive material was deleted. Ivan asked, "You didn't keep any backups?" Hazard shrugged and spread his hands. Ivan took out another check and placed it on his lap. Seeing the amount on the check, Courtois wanted to speak, but Hazard spoke first. "Really?" Ivan nodded and pulled out another check. "You're keeping it because you want to sell it for a good price, right?" The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes forming a tacit understanding. Hazard put down his burger and said, "Double the price. Not only will we have all sorts of explosive videos and recordings, but we'll also provide you with the phone numbers and contact information of several victims who are willing to come forward." Ivan extended his hand. "Sure." Hazard shook his hand. "Deal." The three reporters were highly professional. Even while Hazard was negotiating, Lukaku remained seated, continuing to eavesdrop and record Sienna Miller's party. He heard Georgina Chapman say, "I'm planning to return to Los Angeles and host a fashion party. I've invited Martin to attend." Lukaku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Martin was in danger. Just after Ivan bought their information and returned to Los Angeles, Bruce, having received the notification, called Jody. They met in Bruce's car, as they always did. Jody, with her delicate makeup on, looked strikingly beautiful. If you ignored her somewhat uneven figure, she could be considered a beauty. "It's been ages since you've come to see me, Bruce," she said with a strange resentment. "You've become rich, have you forgotten me, your old friend?" Bruce said, "Of course not. I've always remembered you. I came to see you right away because I had this big news." Jody took a lot of Bruce's news and business and said, "You're going to hype it up again." "Not this time." Bruce handed her a USB drive. "Old friend, I'm offering you a great opportunity to win a Pulitzer Prize," Jody said. "It could also be a big scam." Bruce pointed to the USB drive and said, "Take a look first." Jody opened her laptop and played a video from the USB drive. It was a self-narrative by an unknown actress, describing how Harvey Weinstein had molested her. Her face grew serious. "That's it? A Pulitzer Prize?" "Old Bruce, you're kidding," Bruce warned. "Watch it to the end." Jody opened the next video, less than 2 minutes long, showing Harvey Weinstein assaulting a girl. The scene was deeply uncomfortable for her, a woman. Then there was another recording, the voice sounding very much like Harvey. Jody listened and asked, "Is that all?" Bruce held up a pinky finger. "That's just a small part." Jody, driven by a desire for news, had a gutsy reaction. "That's Harvey Weinstein. My career could be ruined," Bruce said. "If your career is ruined, I'll give you a large sum of money so you can live a prosperous life without having to work hard." This allayed some of Jody's concerns. Many problems ultimately come down to money. Think about it, the Pulitzer Prize is the highest honor for a journalist. With your current career development, you will never be able to touch this award in your lifetime. Bruce knew Jody. This was a woman who dared to take huge risks. It is true that Harvey Weinstein is very powerful, but because of this, once his true face is revealed, the rewards will be extremely rich. The risks and rewards are proportional. He mentioned someone specifically. "I saw with my own eyes how Helen of Warner TV succeeded. Even with bullets flying, she always followed Martin and me." Jody still had doubts. TMZ may suppress it. Bruce had already seen that Jody didn't want to refuse at all. "Your boss Harvey Levin doesn't want to report it. I will sell it to someone else. And one more thing, I got these by bribing the paparazzi of the news of the world. The Sun is headquartered in the UK. If no one reports it for a long time, they will also expose it. Do you think they care about Weinstein?" Jody closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, give me everything. I am the deputy editor-in-chief now and have the power to independently publish news and pin it on the TMZ homepage, but I won't publish it immediately. This matter is too crazy. I want to watch the video and meet the person involved in person to ensure that I kill him with one blow." Bruce said, "No problem, I have one more condition." Jody stared at Bruce. "Old Bruce, you must stay with me for one night. For the sake of the future, Martin and old Bruce both made great physical sacrifices. Chapter 541 Hope is Born. Just as the sun was setting in the west, Ben Affleck emerged from his apartment and carefully helped Tony down the steps, even more attentive than he had been to Jennifer Garner, who was about to give birth. He held her hand, saying, slow down, don't rush." Tony held Ben's hand with one hand and touched her belly with the other. "Maybe I'm in labor. My stomach hurts a little. Hold on, we'll be at the hospital in 10 minutes at most." Ben helped her into the back seat of the car, got behind the wheel, and drove to a nearby maternity hospital. While waiting at a traffic light, he called Casey Affleck and asked her to rush the delivery kit to the hospital. Over half an hour later, they arrived. Ben had completed all the paperwork, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Casey ran in. Ben took the delivery kit from him and carried it into the ward, but was quickly ushered out by the nurse. Tony was about to give birth. Cassie sat on the bench at the door and asked, "What should we do next?" Ben knew that he was not enough on his own, so he said, "I contacted Pete and Harvey. Harvey is arguing with Tolkien's copyright agency in London and will be back in a few days." Cassie thought of how miserable she was and couldn't wait any longer. "We have to wait a while." Ben's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Harvey calling, he walked to the end of the empty corridor and answered the call. "Harvey, I sent the woman who is pregnant with Martin's child to the hospital. She may give birth today, in London." Harvey Weinstein, who had just returned to the hotel after a round of wrangling with Tolkien's copyright agency, finally heard some good news. "Ben, you did a great job. You must make sure that the child is born and that the child is discharged safely," Ben assured Harvey. "Don't worry, I will stay in the hospital." Harvey thought of Inglourious Basterds, which had already been released, and he became angry. This film, one of his rare major investments in recent years, lacked the patronage of prestigious Cannes Film Festival awards and the commercial impact of A-list stars. Its North American box office performance was mediocre, with just over $20 million opening weekend. Ultimately, it had to revert to its old ways, recouping costs through offline markets like DVD and television rights, and then relying on time to generate profitability. Harvey didn't necessarily choose this path. The increased investment in Inglourious Basterds, even setting a record for the Weinstein Company's single film budget, and the casting of a leading A-lister with a marketable appeal of Martin Davis as the male lead, were precisely driven by a desire to make a mark in the cinema. Wasn't he hoping to recoup his investment solely through box office returns? Harvey felt a pang of pain. The project's unplanned setbacks had cost him tens of millions of dollars. Ultimately, all of this was Martin Davis' fault. Harvey had a clear calculation. Martin's involvement with Brad Pitt might have caused the project's first setback, followed by Martin's refusal of his invitation, which led to the second setback. Finally, at the Cannes Film Festival, he snatched the Best Actor award, depriving the film of a major fan attraction. Needless to say, poaching Wes Craven has caused his Dimension films to lose its biggest support in the horror genre. Harvey made a decision quickly and said to the phone, "Ben, wait until the woman and the child are discharged from the hospital. And find a suitable opportunity, in a public place, with the more media the better. Let them meet Martin Davis and recognize their relationship on the spot." "Good idea," Big Ben laughed. "There will be a good show then. Whether Martin recognizes it or not, his reputation will be ruined." Harvey thought more. "No, an illegitimate child will only affect his reputation and will not cause a fatal blow to Martin. Based on my understanding of that bastard Martin and the example of Nicholson, the leader of the trio, Martin will not recognize this child?" he asked. "Does that woman have videos and recordings of the intercourse?" Big Ben said with regret. "I tried several times, but she was only enjoying herself at the time and didn't think about it at all." Harvey shook his head. "What a pity." He was just a little regretful, and said, "Martin will definitely refuse this kind of thing." "Don't you have a good relationship with that woman?" "Understand, this is what Big Ben thought. I know what to do." Harvey hung up the phone quickly. Just as he was about to go downstairs for dinner, his wife, Georgina Chapman, called him via video. The call connected, and his wife, removing her makeup, appeared on the screen. Harvey waved. "Hi, honey, are you still in New York?" Georgina, her hair tied up, said, "I'm going back to Los Angeles today. Some of my friends in the fashion world want to come with me. I'm planning another fashion party." Harvey understood. "Just sign the bill and I'll settle it in Los Angeles later." Georgina was delighted. "Thank you, honey, you're the best husband in the world." It was so exciting to spend her husband's money on an affair with another man. Georgina couldn't wait to get back to Los Angeles. Harvey said, "Okay, that's all. I'll be back in a few days." The video call ended, and someone approached. The assistant, holding the phone, said, "Boss, Warner Brothers just called. They want to discuss the rights to The Hobbit. They're offering $5 million to give them up." $5 million? The Warners are dreaming. Harvey knew the franchise's market value well. If it was successfully managed, it could generate billions of dollars in revenue. He adopted his usual tough attitude. "Call Warner Brothers back and tell them the rights are off the table." The assistant hurried to answer the call. Harvey felt annoyed again. He and his brother had been busy for 30 years, and their film company was bigger than even the half-dead DreamWorks, let alone the Big Six. Its revenue couldn't even match the Big Six subsidiaries. Fortunately, he always had a way with the Oscars, which was why he had such a huge influence today. Harvey sat on the sofa, thinking about more things, especially Martin. Going after Martin wasn't just about venting his anger, it was also about the actual profits. Harvey remembered clearly that Martin's Davis Films had acquired the rights to several literary works, some of which were already in the adaptation stage. Judging from Martin's vision over the past few years, the potential value of these adaptations was extremely high. If they could get rid of Martin and secure these projects. Even with Harvey's state of mind, a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum blossomed on his chubby face. Under the Los Angeles night sky, many people were busy. Jody obtained a series of explosive reports and checked the files of the relevant personnel one by one. After calling one of them, she boarded a red-eye flight to the other city. As a veteran entertainment reporter who had covered Brad Pitt's nanny scandal and Ben Affleck's teaching scandal, Jody knew exactly how to handle this matter. There were probably few reporters in America more experienced than her. Jody knew that if she couldn't get rid of Harvey Weinstein, she would be in great trouble. A car slammed into the Burbank hospital. Brad Pitt, wearing a boonie hat, got out and hurried towards the ward building. Before he reached the door, he saw Casey Affleck smoking outside. He quickened his pace and asked, "What's going on?" Cassie said, "She's in labor. Ben's waiting at the door. He told me to wait for you here." Pete licked his dry lips and said, "Hope is finally coming." Cassie led the way. This way. They went upstairs together and turned into a hallway, where they saw Ben pacing anxiously, even more anxious than when his wife was giving birth. Pete, childless and uninitiated, said, "Hold on." Ben nodded, looked around, and seeing no one else, said, "I just contacted Harvey. He's coming to Los Angeles soon. He told us to get ahead of the situation and find Martin in public, especially places where there's a lot of media." Hearing this, Pete said, "I have some connections in the industry. You should also keep an eye on the media." The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, starring Martin Davis, is coming out soon. Speaking of the film, Pete felt an inexplicable discomfort, a tightness that nearly choked him. He had originally been cast in the film as the lead. He paused briefly, then continued, "He'll definitely be at some promotional event. Then we'll get him together." Ben then discussed the procedure for disowning the child. Pete nodded. "He'll have to experience what happened to us, too," he reasoned with Martin, a fellow jerk. "If there's one like this, there'll be a second and a third. Once the first one comes along, there will be others too." Ben, having experienced it all, agreed, "That's right. I absolutely don't believe there won't be another Martin." Suddenly, a nearby door opened, and a nurse emerged, saying, "Who are Tony Fairman's family members?" Ben and the other two immediately went over. The nurse said, "Boy, mother and child are safe." Pete crossed himself. God bless. The Davis manor was unusually quiet at night. In the villa's living room, after Martin finished his video call with Elizabeth Olsen, Bruce walked over and said, "Jody left overnight." Martin said, "She's experienced in this area and our best choice." Bruce scratched his head. "She's just too skinny. There's not much flesh on her." Martin was surprised. "How do you know so much?" Bruce didn't want to continue the conversation. He handed Martin an invitation and couldn't help but say, "This is so fucking weird. We were planning to take down Harvey Weinstein, and then his wife teamed up with your many supermodel mistresses." Martin corrected him, "Not really. It's just mutual stamp collecting." Bruce didn't dwell on it and said, "Georgina Chapman invites you to a fashion party in Malibu." Martin took the invitation and noticed that in addition to Georgina, the signature line also included Angela Lindwall and KK. Bruce, and not only Bruce, but also himself, found this turn of events so bizarre. So, he contacted Angela, Georgina, and the others and asked him to handle the party's decorations and venue. Chapter 542 The Only Test. On Malibu's coastal highway, an ordinary Volkswagen sedan was parked by the roadside. Bruce, in the driver's seat, finished his call and headed north toward the resort villa area. He explained as he drove, "Jody has taken care of the first victim on the list, Angela Oy. After suffering misfortune, this actress, instead of receiving roles or opportunities, was threatened and returned to her hometown." She reported this to various media outlets, but she says that after Ben and Damon contacted those outlets, they all disappeared. Martin wasn't surprised at all. He'd seen reports in his previous life that these two had done similar things more than once. Bruce continued, "She's on her way to another victim, Emma O'Connor. She's already spoken to someone on the phone. Emma O'Connor has given an interesting account, a victim you'll definitely be surprised by. Even Meryl Streep had a lingering relationship with him," Martin said calmly. Would Harvey dare to go after Shirley Lansing or Kathleen Kennedy? The latter was Hollywood's leading female producer, while the former was the head of Paramount Pictures. Rumor has it that Tom Cruise had an affair with her. Bruce said, Emma O'Connor was assaulted in the early 2000s. She saw a woman running out of Harvey's room crying, with a handprint on her face. Her name was Jennifer Siebel Newsom. "I've heard that name," Martin confirmed, then remembered Louise had mentioned this woman when she was discussing the representatives of the California Donkey Party. His expression brightened. "The wife of the current San Francisco mayor, Gavin Newsom," Bruce nodded. "That's her. Before she married Gavin Newsom, she was an actress in Hollywood," Martin continued slowly. "Gavin Newsom is a prominent figure in the California Democratic Party. Many believe he'll run for governor in the next few years. This incident deeply touched him. Beauty is also a kind of asset. Maybe with a little luck, your life can be turned around. Harvey coerced and semi-coerced so many women, and some of them actually ended up on the wagon. Old Bruce, thankfully, we always do things consensually. Many times, we were the ones being coerced." Looking back, the three no's principle was so true. Bruce sympathized. "We two have it really tough." Martin had a feeling this night wouldn't be easy either. He might be exploited by a group of people. He'd heard rumors that the Angels, led by KK, and Angela Lindwall, had formed a fashion supermodel group. The requirements for joining were quite strict and not easy to meet. Bruce and Martin discussed Sybil again. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go looking for her, but after something happened, it was best for her to see it first. The Volkswagen drove straight to Vacation Villa. A few years ago, Martin had hosted a role-playing party there, convincing Wes Craven. Technically, this was the starting point of his entire conflict with Harvey. Georgina wanted to throw a party, and even though KK and Old Fox were co-signing, Martin insisted he would host it. The Inception shooting incident, seemingly unrelated to him, still made Martin extremely wary, perhaps even exacerbating his troublemaking. Martin took a good look around the villa. It was beautifully decorated. The person in charge of the party company came over, Mr. Davis. "Okay," Martin nodded, and said to Bruce, "Pay." Bruce took out a check and paid the upfront fee. The person in charge immediately left, and Bruce carefully inspected it. As the sun sank into the sea, a standard commercial vehicle drove into the villa's courtyard. As the tall, sturdy iron gates closed, the driver, Candace, a South African honey, got out first. KK, Old Fox, and Sienna got out of the car one after another. Angela turned and led the last person down from the car, Georgina Chapman, who had her heart set on joining the fashion supermodel group. The British model and fashion designer was dressed to the nines, her figure and appearance both striking. The four supermodels approached Martin one by one to hug him. Georgina was last to come forward. After hugging Martin, she opened her arms and said, "Welcome to Georgina Chapman's special fashion party." She opened her purse, pulled out a check, and placed it on the table. Martin didn't understand what she meant. Georgina said, "You planned the party, but I'll pay for it." She didn't give Martin a chance to refuse. "You must take it." This was money from Harvey, and if Martin didn't accept it, Georgina would lose a strange sense of pleasure. She wasn't stupid, she knew much of her husband's misdeeds. Georgina had no concerns about joining the fashion supermodel group. Angela Lindwall, the leader of the fashion supermodels, approached the long table where the food was served. She poured 6 glasses of red wine from an ice bucket and motioned for everyone to take their drinks. She raised her glass and said, "Today is a special moment. Georgina Chapman will undergo the fashion supermodels test. If she passes, she will join a group. If she fails, she can only apply again after 6 months." Everyone toasted. KK then announced, "4 members of the fashion supermodels have arrived." She suddenly took 2 steps forward and carefully examined Martin. "The only test for joining the group is in order, and everything is in order." Candace brought a chair over and placed it behind Martin, saying, "Please sit down." Martin, sticking to his principles, sat down. Sienna opened the trunk of the business car and pulled out 2 large suitcases filled with colorful clothes. Georgina brought Martin another glass of red wine and said, "These are the outfits I designed specifically for the party. The 5 of us will parade them in a bit. Enjoy." Martin nodded, sipping his wine and admiring the fashion show. Georgina's designs were unique, with lines and dots predominating the garments, highlighting the natural beauty of the people. The 5 of them paraded along the edge of the pool, and when they changed into their last outfit, they all came to Martin's side. 5 against 1, that one became the weaker party, the object of coercion. Just as Old Boo had said, Martin really had it tough. Georgina, however, shouted with excitement. Tonight, she had passed the test, fulfilling the only requirement for joining the fashion supermodel group, becoming a member of the same family as the supermodel group that tested her. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Angela Lindwall announced, "Georgina Chapman has passed the only test and has now officially joined the fashion supermodel group. We are a sister organization and a mutual assistance platform. We will work together to help each other and fight for the future within our respective capabilities." The only applause rang out, which seemed a bit monotonous. The applause came from Martin. When everyone looked over, this shameless man said, "You set me as the only test and requirement for joining the fashion supermodel team without my consent. This is bullying." Carolina came over to comfort Martin. "Here's our thinking, you have very high standards, strong fighting skills, and you're an American national hero. Ordinary people can't approach you, and you won't even look at anyone who isn't charming enough. Those who pass your test must be exceptional talents. By admitting them, we strengthen the fashion supermodel team." Candace continued, "Angela said that if it weren't for our fateful marriage and our previous experience together at the AA bachelorette party, joining the team wouldn't have been so easy." Martin was very encouraging. "Tang Tang, you're amazing. Among all African women, you're second only to Charlize Theron." Angela Lindwall shouted, "All right, enough of this. We have a long night ahead of us. Let's celebrate Georgina's official admission." Chaos ensued inside the villa. Around 11 p.m., Georgina's phone suddenly rang. The number displayed was from England. She quickly raised her finger, silencing everyone. Angela and KK were about to start a riot, but Martin, a kind man, stopped them and asked them to behave themselves. Harvey asked, "Honey, aren't you having a party tonight?" "Not at home." Georgina remained calm and smiled, saying, "I rented a beachfront villa in Malibu and I'm having it here. It's a small party, and I'm only inviting friends from the fashion world." Back in London, Harvey stood on the hotel balcony and said, "Oh, well, don't stay up too late. It's not good for your skin. We'll be off soon. I'll have someone clean up and go back tomorrow morning." Harvey said a few more words and hung up, feeling something was amiss. Over the past year, though Georgina didn't show it, a subtle sense of distance had become increasingly apparent. Especially with her fashion design career, Georgina's requests for help from him had become noticeably less frequent, truly establishing herself in the American fashion and modeling worlds. This also made Harvey a little uneasy. After thinking for a while, with no clues, Harvey's thoughts turned to Martin Davis. He opened his phone and called Ben Affleck. "It's me. Ben, it's been a few days since the baby was born. How's your planning going? Any new progress?" In Burbank, Ben walked towards the end of the corridor that lined the hospital ward building and said, "He can be discharged tomorrow morning. Pete and I have been following Martin's progress. Martin will attend a public event for Leonardo DiCaprio's environmental organization in a few days. There will be a lot of media reporters there, and I plan to take Tony and the baby with him." Harvey said, "Great. After you guys launch the campaign, I'll call some media friends to stir up public opinion." Ben said a few more words and hung up. When he returned, Pete had just brought over some midnight snacks. Ben said, "Let's do it at Leonardo's charity event. Okay, Pete still had a doubt. We have to prepare for the worst. What if Martin admits it on the spot? Ben had already considered it. As long as I go with Tony, Martin will definitely deny it. Pete figured out the key point easily and said, that makes sense. Chapter 543 Illegitimate Child. In Beverly Hills, hundreds of environmentalists and members of the Coca-Cola cult gathered in the small plaza in front of the Hilton Hotel, and the media booths were packed with reporters. A charity event held by Leonardo DiCaprio's environmental organization, Earth Alliance, had attracted significant media attention, attracting celebrities like Martin, Nicholson, and Kate Winslet. The fervor of environmental groups rivaled that of movie fans, if not more. In a nearby hotel lounge, the three scoundrels, having just changed their clothes, met up. Martin took the briefcase from Bruce, his expression grave. Nicholson, who had joined in the fun, asked curiously, "What happened? Did your girlfriend break up with you?" "Absolutely not," Leonardo said, approaching. "My girlfriend broke up with Martin," and Martin was smiling the most joyful of all. Martin's expression was heavy with sorrow. "I lost." Nicholson wasn't quite understanding. "Lost what?" Martin didn't explain. He opened his bag and pulled out 2 wads of cash, handing them to Leonardo and Nicholson respectively. "I'm a good man. I accept the bet." Leonardo took the money and tried to recall the bet with Martin. Nicholson remembered, and while counting the bills, he asked, "You really were having an affair with Harvey Weinstein's wife?" Martin was helpless. "I was forced into it. There were too many of them, 5 against 1. I resisted, but it was no use." He recalled the moment with a truly horrific look. "I didn't want to lose the bet, but what could I do?" Leonardo wanted to punch this jerk in the face. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words? He picked up the banknotes, threw them in his hands, and revealed Martin's true face. "You don't take the initiative, you don't promise, you don't refuse, and you specifically target other people's wives or fiancés. I think I see your true colors. You like to seduce other people's wives. If Jack and I had wives, we would never be friends with you." Nicholson put the money away and asked, "I know Harvey Weinstein specializes in hooking up with other people's women. How did you get his wife?" "I was completely passive." "Okay." Martin looked really innocent. KK and the Old Fox have set up a fashion supermodel group, a mutual aid organization similar to a sisterhood. The only test to join is to get me. "Only if you can get me can you join the fashion supermodel group." Leonardo was indignant. "Are you kidding me? Why did they choose a jerk like you? Why not me?" Martin immediately fought back. "They didn't choose you because they were kind and didn't want to embarrass you. Some things only need to be understood by the parties involved. It will be shameful if you tell them out." Nicholson immediately switched sides. "Martin means well." This fence-sitter, he swayed again. "You didn't even call me. Do you still consider me a brother?" Martin, always concerned for his brothers, patted Nicholson on the shoulder. "There are so many, I'm worried you'll die suddenly." Leonardo and Nicholson both distanced themselves from him, truly unwilling to be with this wretch. It was almost time, and the 3 of them left the hotel together. Someone was already waiting at the entrance with a bicycle. The 3 of them each chose one and rode to the Hilton Hotel. For an environmental campaign, at least they had to show their support. Martin was the first to exit the hotel hallway, and reporters immediately followed, snapping photos. At the intersection next to the Hilton Hotel, a black business car slowly drove up. In the car, Tony, holding the child, bit her lip, her eyes trembling slightly, and asked uneasily, "Ben, is this okay? Is it too much?" Ben Affleck pointed to a nearby poster with Nicholson on it. His illegitimate children were quietly sent away and still have no father. "Do you want little John to be like them, never having a father and being laughed at by everyone?" Tony fell silent, because she wanted her child to have a father and live a rich life. Big Ben continued, "I believe you and Martin had a wonderful experience, but this is Hollywood, a gathering place for assholes. I am now the godfather of John Jr., and I must prepare for the worst for my godson. What if Martin Davis doesn't recognize you and John Jr.?" He didn't need Tony to answer. There are enough media here, enough reporters, and enough fans. They will definitely let Martin Davis give you an explanation. Tony was not friendly either, and asked directly, "What is the worst outcome?" Big Ben thought of the usual way of dealing with it in the circle. "Martin will give you a compensation so that you will never talk about this matter again in your life." Tony thought this result was not bad. A few $1,000,000 is enough to live comfortably in the second half of her life. But Ben didn't want to. He gently stroked the sleeping child and emphasized, "Little John needs a father. So we're doing everything we can to ensure the best outcome and ensure he grows up in the best environment possible. Tony truly wanted her son to live the life of a wealthy second-generation child, and nodded. I'll do whatever you say. Ben patted the driver's seat and asked, change your clothes and get ready to go. Casey Affleck took off his jacket, donned a red Coca-Cola t-shirt, and donned a commemorative hat. Ben did the same, dressing like a typical Coca-Cola member on American streets. He too wore a hat, and with his full beard, at first glance, an unfamiliar figure might not recognize him as Ben Affleck. Tony also dressed like a Coca-Cola member, even the swaddling clothes adorned with Martin's full-length image were printed on them. Ben then placed a portable speaker on Tony's head and tested the sound, which was quite good. He'd spent a fortune on it. Ben opened the car door, exited, and walked Tony around to the front of the Hilton Hotel. There were many fans, many wearing red t-shirts. Cassie, a more unfamiliar figure than Ben, walked over. Can you make way? This mother is a die-hard Martin supporter. She brought her child to see him right after he left the hospital. Many people looked over, seeing Tony, wearing the same outfit, and the swaddling clothes adorned with Martin's image. A path gradually parted. Mothers and babies were always given special treatment. Some even stepped aside to clear a safe passage for Tony. Thank you, Tony said as she walked. Thank you. She reached the front of the red carpet and looked toward its end. No one had arrived yet. Tony glanced at the front of the hotel. The media area was packed with reporters. Ben and Cassie took the opportunity to squeeze through. They had been through many red carpets like this before. There were sparse, movable barriers in front of the barrier, and a small number of security personnel manning both sides. There were only 2 security personnel closest to them. Ben whispered to Cassie, who nodded, no problem. The fans and environmental supporters on both sides of the red carpet were now agitated, some shouting, Martin, I love you, the eternal Coke warrior. Tony craned her neck to see 3 men, one old, one middle-aged, and one young, riding 3 bicycles. They stopped at the end of the red carpet and walked over together. The one walking closer to her was Martin Davis. Tony was ready to make a move. They were still a little far away, so Ben quickly warned, hold your composure. Tony bent down to kiss the child and unwrap him, exposing him to the media cameras. Flashes and the like were not even a consideration at the moment. As they approached, Ben nodded to Cassie. Cassie raised her foot and stomped hard on the foot of someone next to her. An argument ensued, and they began to shove each other. 2 nearby security guards rushed over immediately to stop them from causing a further conflict and disrupting the event. Big Ben turned on a portable loudspeaker, stepped on the barrier, pulled aside the movable guardrail in front of them, and shouted, go. Tony rushed out, child in hand. Martin was just 5 or 6 meters away. Bruce saw someone suddenly run out and immediately stepped forward, blocking Martin's way, his hand tucked into his coat. But then he saw it was a woman, holding a child. Bruce shouted, stop her. Nearby security guards rushed over. It's me, Martin. I've brought our child to see you. Tony picked up the child, facing Martin, and shouted, look. It's your son. Your son, the baby, startled, burst into tears. Tony ignored all this and continued shouting, you said you loved me in New York. You gave me the most precious gift, and now I've brought my child to see you. These words, carried over the portable loudspeaker, erupted in an uproar. The reporters, especially those following Martin and the trio, turned their cameras to focus on Tony and began filming without hesitation. The hundreds of reporters in the media area were all too eager to stay put and rushed over like crazy. They knew all too well what Hollywood stars were like. Martin Davis's reputation as a playboy rivaled even that of DiCaprio, so it was no surprise that he had a child out of wedlock. Even Leonardo and Nicholson turned to stare at Martin, wondering, this bastard is usually so careful, how could he even have a child out of wedlock? They're not even ready to be godfathers. Ben was worried Martin would acknowledge the child on the spot. While having an illegitimate child was troublesome, it wasn't a life-threatening situation for a Hollywood A-lister. So, he took off his hat and red t-shirt, his white sweater standing out against the crowd of red. Reporters frantically snapped photos, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Tony continued to speak loudly, unapologetically exposing the child to the flashlight. Martin didn't panic. He spoke to Bruce and, escorted by security, Leonardo, and Nicholson tried to make their way around and leave the area first. Just as he turned to look at Tony again, he saw a sliver of white in the crowd behind her. Ben Affleck was smiling at him. Martin pretended not to notice, turning his head and continuing on his way. But in his heart, he was certain this was connected to Ben Affleck. As for the woman holding the child, Martin remembered her the moment she appeared, the leader of the group of female fans who often danced. Behind them, Bruce tried to calm her down. "Mom, can we talk somewhere else?" "This isn't the place to talk," but Tony shouted. "Martin wants to talk to me privately. He wants to recognize us as mother and son." Bruce glanced at the child in her eyes, a talismanic gesture in front of the media and public. He did nothing, continuing to invite her to leave and discuss privately. Chapter 544 Blackmail. The news of a Hollywood A-lister having an illegitimate child wasn't exactly news, as it had happened so often in the past. For example, Jack Nicholson, who didn't even bother taking a DNA test and simply settled the matter out of court, wasn't even considered a Hollywood star. But Martin Davis held another identity besides being a Hollywood star, an American hero. Reporters lined the red carpet, and the organizer's security personnel watched intently, ready to pounce. Bruce knew better than to ask for help. "You can talk to Martin in person." Tony, still harboring fantasies about Martin Davis, followed Bruce with a determined demeanor toward the hotel entrance, child in hand. Halfway through, she glanced back. Ben nodded at Tony. He had spent the past few days pondering various possible outcomes based on Tony's story, the prevailing atmosphere within the industry, and Martin Davis's own unwavering personality. Ben Davis, a former screenwriter and director, the former an Oscar winner, the latter a talented actor, had no problem deducing from Tony's facts, and he had prepared various scenarios for Tony's future. Tony told him that Martin had slept with her and had a child. Ben thought about this and suddenly laughed. Martin Davis would definitely refuse. That was when he refused, and it was exciting. In some ways, it was exactly as he expected. Faced with a so-called illegitimate child who suddenly appeared at his doorstep, Martin couldn't admit it. It was definitely not his. Once inside the hotel, the experienced Nicholson warned Martin, "If it's you who did it, or if you're unsure, just pay them off and get rid of them quickly. The longer you wait, the more trouble you'll have." Leonardo dismissed the situation as a big deal, gloating, "And by the way, think carefully about how to explain this to your girlfriend. It's none of my business," Martin said seriously, then patted Leonardo on the shoulder. "Sorry for messing up your plans." Leonardo shook his head. "Let's not talk nonsense between us. Just deal with it. Call Jack and me if you need anything." Nicholson asked, "Would you like me to go with you?" "I'm experienced in dealing with illegitimate children," Martin said. "You should stay with Leo. I'll call for help if I need it." Leonardo and Nicholson continued their activities while Martin requested a lounge at the hotel and waited patiently. Not long after, Bruce and Thomas, who had hurried over, entered the lounge with Tony. Martin glanced at the baby she was holding. The child had stopped crying and blinked curiously, observing the world around them. Tony came forward and said, "John, look, this is your father." Martin took a step back unconsciously, thinking that this woman was crazy. But he was not crazy. Seeing Bruce nod slightly, he said, "I remember you. At the book signing in Times Square in New York, you came to me in your wedding dress for an autograph session." "Yes, I'm Tony. I left you a card with my contact information." Tony said these words to Ben many times, and she might have believed them to be true. "You contacted me after a while, and not long after that, I had John." Her eyes widened, her eyes full of expectation. "John has your blood flowing in his body. Look, he looks very much like you." Thomas's face darkened and warned, "Madam, please be careful about what you say. You are slandering Martin's reputation and will be held legally responsible." Tony said, "Everything I said is true. If you think there's a problem, I can take John for a DNA test." This made Thomas' heart skip a beat. He turned to look at Martin, thinking, could it be true? After all, Martin's reputation as a playboy was known throughout America, so it wasn't surprising he'd accidentally committed a murder. Martin's calculations proved impossible, and he clearly remembered no sexual encounters with this woman. The only time they'd ever met face-to-face was at a book signing in Times Square. Martin smiled and, in a friendly tone, tentatively said, "Tony, you're a good girl. I don't know what your issues with Ben Affleck are, but I have some personal issues with Ben. Don't let her use you and your child as pawns." Tony hugged the child tightly. "Ben's right. You're just making excuses to deny it." Ben and Tony had gotten along incredibly well over the past few months, and under their subtle influence, Martin couldn't convince her with just a few words. Martin smiled and shook his head. You have nothing to do with me, and this child has nothing to do with me. Tony realized Ben was right. These Hollywood stars, with their outspokenness and double-dealing, would never admit to having an illegitimate child. She said, Martin, I've poured countless love and care into this child. If you don't acknowledge him, we'll have to face him in court. Martin deliberately asked, what if I don't want to face him in court? Tony patted the child gently and said, admit he's your son. Martin subtly guided her. I have nothing to do with your son. What if I want you to leave? Tony's first reaction was that Martin wanted to pay her, like many Hollywood stars do. Ben had told her more than once not to discuss money first. But Tony was driven by money. She was a woman with her own ideas, and money was the ultimate magic. For $10 million, I'll sign an agreement with you to take John out of Los Angeles and never come back, Martin sternly said. I won't accept your threats. Tony was also a little angry. A father with assets worth $70 or $80 million, or even hundreds of millions, giving $10 million to his son and his mother, isn't that too much? She said, Martin, I'm going to call the police and sue you. Martin asked, how much? I didn't hear clearly. $10 million, Tony emphasized again. Give me $10 million, and I'll take John and disappear. Someone who came for the money couldn't be dismissed with words alone. Martin knew full well that he was no match for the allure of dollars. Martin stood up, feeling no need to negotiate further, as he wouldn't give a cent. Please do as you please. Tony looked at the child in her arms, her disappointment at the father's callousness turning into despair. She said, I'll request a paternity test. Martin said nothing more and left the lounge. Thomas, worried, hurried after her and asked, are you sure? Martin replied bluntly, does my brother do it? Who knows better than me? The three of them entered another room. Martin said, I saw Ben Affleck next to this woman named Tony, and it seemed that Casey Affleck was also not far away. They are very likely involved in this. Thomas was confused. Them? This woman, Bruce said, was your former female fan. Bruce said, they first appeared in the Cody community in Sherman Oaks. At that time, media reporters blocked the door, and more than a dozen women came out to dance topless. Later, they wore wedding dresses to attend a book signing in New York, claiming to be Martin's wife. If I remember correctly, Tony was the leader. Martin couldn't figure it out. She took the initiative to apply for a DNA test. Is she bluffing? Or is she sure? Bruce asked. Some sluts secretly took your genetic material and ran away, and then shared it with her. No, there is absolutely no such possibility, Martin said. Every time, I watch them swallow it all, not to mention that I didn't use condoms last year. At this point, he and Bruce remembered, these women have rummaged through our trash cans. Martin looked at Bruce. It can't be yours. Don't talk nonsense. It's definitely not mine. Bruce was also very careful. I spent all my money on Kim and Chloe. Thomas knew who Kim and Chloe were and looked at Bruce in surprise. This guy was really playing tricks. Martin frowned. That's strange. He quickly made a decision. Find the best private detective to investigate Tony's whereabouts and occupation since last year and find out how she got involved with Ben. Bruce nodded. I have a comrade at Pinkerton Detective Agency. As long as the commission is high, these are no big problems. Martin asked, did you record it just now? Bruce took out a recorder and pressed the play button. When Tony mentioned $10 million, he paused. I don't know what the problem is, but I am sure that the child has nothing to do with me. Martin, a man with deep paranoia, did have this confidence. If he had sex in the past 2 years, there was no way his stuff would be leaked. If Kate, Jolie, Aniston, Daddario, Elizabeth, etc. were to hold the child and claim it was his, it might be true, but Tony couldn't be. Martin added, we've always done things honestly. Since Tony's threatening me with $10 million, call the police. I'm being blackmailed, Thomas reassured. It's not yours. Seeing Martin nod firmly, he said, okay, call the police. Martin pulled out his phone and said to Thomas, go find Leo. He's the organizer of this event. Tell him about it. I need to borrow his venue for an impromptu press conference. Thomas nodded and immediately went to find Leonardo. Martin dialed 911 and waited for the call to connect. He said, this is Martin Davis? Yes, Martin Davis, an honorary citizen of Los Angeles. I'm being blackmailed by a woman at the Beverly Hills Hilton. She's threatening me and demanding $10 million. Los Angeles 911 maintains a privileged list, and Martin is on it. The operator answered the call and quickly reported the situation. Martin dug up McLean's phone number and said, "I'm being blackmailed for $10 million. McLean didn't waste any time, saying he'd be there in person shortly. Almost immediately, Leonardo DiCaprio announced at the event that there would be a brief press conference. Chapter 545. You call the police, I call the police too. Upon exiting the Hilton Hotel's main entrance, Tony was immediately surrounded by reporters, bombarded with questions. The inexperienced woman froze, unsure what to say. After a moment, she finally realized what was happening, remembering Ben Affleck's instructions. She hugged her child and burst into tears. As Tony wept, the child followed suit. The tears of mother and child easily evoked sympathy. A reporter shouted, "Excuse me, what did Martin do to you?" I didn't expect him. He wouldn't even acknowledge his own child." Tony was a little nervous at first, her words stumbling. But after all, she was a woman who could undress in front of the cameras, and she quickly composed herself. She held her crying child in one hand and wiped away tears with the other, which only grew more numerous. When The Dark Knight was released on DVD, I went to the event in my wedding dress and left Martin a card with my contact information. Later, when I returned to Los Angeles, he called me, and we had a sweet, romantic night. Tony knew that she might not get anything out of saying she'd found a condom in a dumpster. Not long after that night, I got pregnant with Johnny, another reporter asked. When did that night happen? Tony replied, around the time Martin won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. As long as the DNA paternity test matched, everything she said was true. Tony was confident. The reporter asked a few more questions, and Tony's answers became increasingly fluent. The child in her arms cried loudly, so she took the opportunity to say goodbye, leaving the contact information of several reporters. Tony got into a taxi, finally shaking off the paparazzi who were following her, and reunited with Ben and Cassie in an underground parking garage. Cassie drove out. While feeding her child, Tony recounted the events in detail. Ben's face was heavy. The situation is pretty much as we expected. Martin won't acknowledge little John. That bastard refuses to take responsibility for you and the child. Yes, he's so heartless it's despairing. Tony no longer had any illusions about Martin. Ben said, "We only have one option left, Tony. Call the police. Martin Davis exploited your admiration for him, tricked and coerced you into pregnancy and childbirth. The law will punish him and give you and little John the compensation you deserve." Tony, unsure, hesitated. Will this really work? Ben did some research. You're a single, breastfeeding mother with a child less than a month old. Public opinion and the courts will favor you. As long as the DNA paternity test matches, all of Martin Davis's arguments are lies. I'll take your word for it. Tony pulled out her phone and dialed 911. Listening to Tony's claims of being tricked and coerced, Ben's thoughts turned to him and Brad Pitt. He knew all too well what Hollywood male stars were like. Only the first victim profited, and more would follow. Despite having no evidence, Ben Affleck still believed Martin must have been the one who had screwed him. Now, he was using the same method to get back at him. In the Hilton Hotel press room, hundreds of reporters and onlookers waited anxiously. Just now, Leonardo DiCaprio announced that Martin would need a few minutes to clarify what happened on the red carpet. While Hollywood stars are constantly fathering illegitimate children, Martin's case was also big news. Could it really be Martin's doing? I don't think so. If there really were to be illegitimate children, shouldn't Jolie and Aniston be prioritized? Nicholson has a lot of illegitimate children. Martin, following his example, might have a few more. That woman's identity has been verified. She's the leader of one of Martin's female fan clubs, HMPH. That's probably true. Our celebrities these days crazy? They love to stir-fry fans. The press room was abuzz with all sorts of discussions. Martin, always a gossip monger, was now the target of the gossip. Martin, questioned by the LAPD, changed into a Brioni blazer and prepared to go on stage. Leonardo grabbed him and asked again, "Are you sure you didn't make this? Don't mess it up." Nicholson chuckled, "What will you do if it becomes real?" "Don't worry." Martin, having carefully reviewed his thoughts and confirmed they were all right, said, "The Foot Gang has declared war on me. I will respond with the strongest and most righteous response. Perhaps bad people can't stand bad people." Thinking of the Foot Gang, Nicholson said, "I'm the boss of the Face Gang. If the Foot Gang dares to go to war with us, the Face Gang, these two people love to stir up trouble and are afraid of nothing going on." Leonardo automatically took over the conversation. "No doubt, let's get them. McLean and several LAPD officers then approached. McLean looked at Martin, who nodded confidently. One of the detectives said to Martin, "We've listened to the recordings and reviewed the surveillance footage. She's definitely suspected of extortion. We'll be summoning her shortly." Martin shook their hands. "Thank you. The integrity and credibility of the LAPD are the cornerstones of Los Angeles. The police have accepted the case, which involves $10 million and is being handled directly by the LAPD." Martin has maintained a close relationship with the LAPD over the years, not only maintaining a tacit understanding on certain matters but also making numerous donations to the Los Angeles Police Foundation. McLean, also a member of the Coca-Cola cult and having recently attended a gathering, came over after completing the routine procedures at the LAPD and said, "As long as we're certain the baby isn't yours, everything else will be easy." Martin said, "You can be assured of that." McLean nodded gently. "If that woman is found guilty of extortion, those who abetted her will also be held accountable." Thomas joined Martin and said, "Go up to the stage." Martin spoke to McLean, and as they made their way backstage and onto the podium, they heard a commotion. Thomas picked up the microphone, held his hands down, and waited for a quiet moment before saying, "There was a little incident on the red carpet just now. I'm sure everyone's concerned. Martin will explain." Martin picked up another microphone and said with a smile, "The woman on the red carpet is a supporter of mine. She often brings people to dance and do other things to show her support at my events. I've even taken photos and signed autographs with her. In New York, her team even left me a card with their contact information." A reporter at the front called out, "And did you ask her out?" "No, I'm so busy. I have so many dates in Hollywood that I can't even count them all." Martin said calmly, "I'm sure everyone knows that." The room erupted in laughter. Not only the entertainment reporters, but even those covering social and political news had heard of Martin's reputation. What man could make sworn enemies like Jolie and Aniston become friends, so that they often frequented the same hotel? Martin continued, "I remember her. Her name is Tony. I haven't seen her since the book signing for The Dark Knight in New York. Until today, she appeared on the red carpet holding a child and told me that the child was mine." He looked terrified. "God Jesus, how is this possible?" A person who had been arranged in advance shouted, "I saw the LAPD car. Did you call the police?" "Why, good question." Martin's smile faded, and his expression was extremely serious. "Tony used to be my supporter, so I asked Old Bush to invite her into the lounge and wanted to know the details. Out of a sense of responsibility and sympathy, I showed up in person. Do you know what happened?" He was angry. "She asked me for $10 million US. She threatened to call the police and sue me if I didn't give her $10 million US. If she has difficulties, I can help her solve it. After all, she has supported me. But she used a lovely child, and it was not my child, as a threat to ask me for $10 million US. Faced with such illegal behavior, I will never compromise, so I called the police." The reporters in the audience were stunned. When faced with an illegitimate child, Hollywood stars would eagerly pay to quietly remove the child. Martin, however, defied convention and actually called the police. Could it be that the child wasn't really his? Martin spoke in a resounding voice, "To prove my truth, I propose a paternity test and let the facts speak for themselves." He extended his hand to the audience in an inviting gesture, "To ensure fairness and justice, I hope you can witness the entire process. If possible, a live broadcast on television or the internet would also be acceptable." The reporters fell silent because Martin seemed so confident. Martin said, "Let the law and facts speak for themselves. If the other party wants a paternity test, please contact me." Thomas took over. "Reporter friends, please help pass this on to them." Martin put down the microphone, stepped down from the stage, and returned to the lounge at the back. McLean was on the phone. After saying a few words, he put away his phone and quickly came to Martin. "I received a notice that Tony Fairman has just called the police, accusing you of seduction and rape." Hearing this, Martin thought of Big Ben's face. He controlled his anger, kept a calm mind, and asked, "What evidence did she provide?" McLean whispered, "She finished the record and said that because it was too long ago, the evidence was thrown away, but her child is the best evidence. She applied for a paternity test." "Good, very good." Martin smiled. "Mike, thank you for the news," McLean said directly. "You are my friend and a friend of LAPD." Martin shook hands with him. "You know me. I won't say much to thank you. Let's keep in touch." The Martin that McLean knew was a generous, magnanimous and sensible person. Chapter 546, Working Together to Face the Shocking News. Hollywood star, American national hero, and Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient Martin Davis is suspected of rape. The victim, Tony Fairman, has officially reported the incident to the police. Our national hero is actually a rapist. In his Beverly Hills mansion, Stuart Townsend read the reports in the entertainment tabloids, happily picked up his milk glass, and drank the milk in one gulp. The jerk next door is finally going to be in trouble. When a Hollywood star reveals something like this, it's 99% true, almost without exception. Stuart pulled a bottle of champagne from the cupboard and prepared to celebrate with a glass. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Footsteps echoed as Charlize Theron entered the restaurant. Seeing Stuart drinking so early in the morning, she frowned. "Haven't you had enough last night? You want to be drunk all day?" I saw something happy and couldn't help but have a drink to celebrate. Because of their post-Cannes Film Festival argument, the two had been sleeping in separate rooms. Stuart's hatred for Martin had only deepened. He said, "Your good friend and neighbor is now a rapist. Stay away from him. Don't let people think we like being friends with rapists." Charlize, confused, picked up the newspaper on the dining table and read the news. But underneath it, she found another piece of news. Martin had already reported the incident to the LAPD, alleging extortion before the victim did. She was holding the U.S. News, a well-known tabloid. Charlize put it down and switched to the Los Angeles Times. The front page was split into two sections. The left half reported Martin's police report and the press conference announcing his willingness to undergo a paternity test. The right half featured Tony Fairman, who had reported the incident to the police, alleging she had been lured and coerced. Stuart opened his champagne before halftime, downed a glass, and slammed the bottle down on the table. He said, he forced someone to give birth, then refused to acknowledge the child. "We'll never have anything to do with a wimp like Martin Davis again." The matter was still unresolved, and Charlize put down her newspaper, not bothering to respond to Stuart's words, and leisurely ate a breakfast. Inside the manor next door, the atmosphere seemed tense. The servants became cautious, moving with aplomb. Martin, the person involved, seemed relaxed, listening to Bruce's latest findings from the private investigator. Shortly after this year's Oscars, Tony left the group and lived alone in Burbank. Although the time was short, he had still uncovered a considerable amount. One interesting fact, around the time of the Oscars, Tony served on our community board. Martin wasn't surprised. After all, he'd personally witnessed Tony leading a group through the trash in the Cody community. Bruce continued, she and a girl named Aisha were successfully hired by a supervisor of the community committee, but after Oscar night, they both resigned from the community. After Tony disappeared, Aisha is now the leader of the sister group. Martin reacted very quickly. "Send someone to find that Aisha," Bruce said. "I've sent Ivan. It shouldn't be difficult to find her." He speculated based on the current information. When they were in the Cody community, they rummaged through our trash cans more than once. "It was because of their crazy behavior that you paid special attention to this and reminded me about the condoms." McLean reported that Tony has agreed to a DNA paternity test. This is what Martin is most puzzled about. "She is either a complete idiot or very confident, but I don't think she is that stupid." "So why is she confident?" Bruce said. "Those things were found in our trash can?" "Impossible," Martin said. "There are only two men in this house, you and me. If it wasn't yours, whose else could it be?" Bruce asked. "It happened near Oscar night. Did you call Leonardo and Nicholson at that time?" "It's not them." Martin was sure of this, and said thoughtfully, "Around the Oscar night, I remember something seemed to have happened." He recalled for a moment and remembered, "Brent from the community committee came to visit a few days ago and said that during the days when I won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, the community took away Charlize Theron's trash can next door for repairs. Our trash can is right next to the one next door. Could the garbage from the neighboring family during those days be thrown into ours?" Bruce asked. "Aren't you on good terms with Charlize?" Martin took the phone and called Charlize. After the call was connected, he said, "Hi, Sally. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It will be resolved soon." He asked, "I have something to trouble you with. Around the Oscars this year, your trash can was taken away by the community for repairs. Was your trash thrown into my trash can at that time?" "It's okay. The community has reported this matter. I'll find out so I can reply," Charlize next door said. "I was filming outside those days and don't know much about it." "Wait a moment, I'll go ask." She hung up the phone temporarily, found Stuart, and asked about it. Stuart, who remembered the trash can incident clearly, said, "Yes, the trash can was damaged and taken away by the community. I temporarily threw the trash into the one next door. He was quite dismissive. That jerk next door is bothering us because of this? What's wrong with him? I just borrowed his trash can for a few days." Charlize didn't want to argue with Stuart, so she left the room and called Martin back. "Stuart did throw his trash into your trash can those days." "Martin, I'm sorry about that," Martin said. "It's just a small thing. Don't take it to heart." After a few more pleasantries, the two hung up. Bruce listened to the conversation. Could it be the gigolo next door? These were just speculations. Martin thought for a moment and said, "You can ask the community quietly if any women have visited Stuart during those days." Bruce said, "Let Lily go. She's very close to the women in the community, and women tend to gossip with women." Martin nodded. Bruce's phone rang. He answered and spoke for a moment, then hung up and told Martin, "Jody has taken care of the last victim and is rushing back to Los Angeles from out of town." Martin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Wait until the paternity test results come out and the media has extensive coverage before publishing it." "Is that feasible?" Bruce hesitated slightly, then made up his mind. "I'll convince her." Even if Martin was innocent, rumors would still circulate. Although he didn't care, once the Harvey Weinstein incident broke, no one would pay attention to him for a long time. The best way to cover up a hot topic is to create a hotter one. Outside, the sound of a car engine could be heard, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Elizabeth rushed into the villa, stopped at the entrance, and looked at Martin with a complicated expression. Martin stood up from the sofa and explained, "Someone's slandering me. Some bastards are out to get me." Elizabeth hurried over, threw her arms around Martin, and said, "No matter what happens, I'll face it with you." Martin hugged her tightly. "I agreed to a paternity test, and the whole process will be public. I saw it." Elizabeth felt a mix of emotions, but she knew that standing with Martin was the wisest choice at this moment. "I'll go with you then." Lily came in and looked at Elizabeth with interest. Some fools, faced with such a crisis, would first fight among their own family instead of working together to resolve it. Thomas soon arrived and told Martin that he had contacted some media outlets and would be filming the whole thing. Also in Beverly Hills, at a mansion not far away, Harvey Weinstein, who had just returned from England, gathered the members of the Foot Gang to discuss matters. Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez, more focused on film directors, did not attend. 4 people were present: Brad Pitt, Ben Affleck, Casey Affleck, and Matt Damon. Although Ben had dragged the latter along, he'd come along after hearing about the potential embarrassment Martin could face. The situation is, Martin has agreed to a paternity test. Ben was puzzled. "He seems pretty confident the child isn't his," Brad Pitt said. "From what I understand, Martin has close ties to the LAPD. Could he be trying to tamper with the results? I'll contact the media outlets I know and have them monitor the entire process." Harvey didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he pushed for this matter. If there were any problems, they were Pitt and the Affleck brothers, not his. If there were no problems, Martin would be in serious trouble. That was what Harvey wanted. Ben and his team had reached this point, with no retreat. He said, "We need to build momentum. Once the paternity test proves Martin's evil deeds, he won't stand a chance." Matt Damon said, "As long as the evidence is solid, I'll mobilize my network." Ben nodded and said, "Wait for our good news. This might be the most watched paternity test in the United States since the beginning of the new century." The internet was abuzz with criticism and support for Martin. Tabloids were frantically publishing headlines like "Martin suspected of coercion" because that was the most eye-catching. Major newspapers were not yet biased in their coverage, awaiting the test results. Martin's many brand partners were also monitoring the situation but had not yet commented. Companies like Warner Brothers remained silent. Many people called Martin, but he urged them not to rush into any comments and to wait a few days. Similarly, to prevent manipulation of the test, Martin had made extensive preparations, with multiple media outlets broadcasting the entire process live. While Martin appeared to be keeping a low profile and keeping quiet, he was actually getting ahead of the situation. Ivan found Elsa, and in the face of her financial power, Elsa surrendered. Thomas contacted some familiar media reporters and will hold a press conference immediately after the results of the appraisal are released. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Completely Mismatched. Everyone, this is TMZ's Jody reporting back from the paternity test. In the living room, Harvey sat on the sofa, watching the footage on the projection screen and lighting a cigar. The live stream showed Martin Davis entering the testing center, the camera fixed squarely on him. Jody's voiceover echoed again, "You can see now that Martin, one of the parties involved, has arrived. He refuses to be interviewed, saying the test results will prove everything." Georgina descended the stairs and stood on the last step, quietly watching the live stream. Harvey heard movement behind him and turned to wave. "Honey, come join us and watch this." Georgina had just undergone Martin's test a few days ago and had planned to do it again, but Harvey had returned early and Martin had encountered something like this. Harvey saw the mother and son on the screen. The woman was incredibly beautiful. As is customary in Hollywood, few people would refuse a woman who offered herself up to them, especially since Martin was known for his lust. Suddenly, he remembered his wife's past relationship with Martin. She asked, "Are you still seeing Martin?" Georgina thought to herself, "You're still seeing so many women." She remained calm, sitting on a single sofa and saying, "I just want to use him to open doors in the American fashion world." Harvey said, "Stay away from him from now on." Georgina nodded casually, secretly calculating that if Martin was ruined today, the fashion supermodels would completely abandon him in a matter of days. At least a dozen cameras were focused on Martin. Unperturbed, Martin went to the sample collection area and worked with a staff member to collect both oral and hair samples. Some photographers continued to follow Martin, while others followed him throughout the process, filming the samples. All of this was broadcast live to the viewers. A man in a white coat approached Martin and said, "Mr. Davis, please wait in the lounge." Martin smiled faintly. "Thank you." He walked back. Elizabeth came up from behind and asked, "Would you like some water?" Martin said, "No." "Well, wait a moment." The two of them entered the lounge. Bruce called back and nodded to Martin. Martin understood that everything was set. Through the large glass windows of the lounge, some reporters' cameras were still focused on Martin. Having chosen to trust and support Martin, Elizabeth unreservedly clasped his hand with her right hand. Then, she saw the woman who had slandered Martin. Tony arrived at the sampling site, carrying a child, accompanied by a lawyer. She received the same treatment Martin had, with a live camera following her throughout the entire process. Thomas leaned over and whispered, "That man is Ben Affleck's lawyer. I've met him before." Martin said, "The private investigator's findings are correct." Thomas added, "I've legally submitted the information to the LAPD." Elizabeth heard it all, and she had no sympathy for these bastards. "We must not let them go." Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson entered the room, their presence there to cheer Martin up. He had prepared many jokes, but seeing Elizabeth present, he kept them to himself. He couldn't say happy parting in front of them. Leonardo bumped fists with Martin. "I've heard Harvey contacted many of the media reporters following this woman." Martin asked, "Is he back from England?" Nicholson replied, "The Foot Gang's leader has come to Los Angeles to personally take charge." Martin said, "I'm ready to go to war with the Foot Gang." Nicholson laughed. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's stir things up." "Let's stir things up," Leonardo said. "I feel sick if I don't stir up trouble for a week following you two." Martin said, "This will be very difficult. Harvey is no ordinary man." Leonardo laughed. "You, me, and Jack are ordinary people." Outside, Tony finished taking the sample while holding her son. The lawyer and several photographers left with the sample. LAPD representatives would also be supervising the process. Tony glanced through the window at Martin, especially at Elizabeth, who was sitting next to him. She had once fantasized about sitting next to Martin like this. Now her fantasy was shattered. Tony wanted only $10 million and would leave Los Angeles. The results of the DNA paternity test would be announced at a press conference later. Now all she had to do was wait. Not only Martin and Tony were waiting, but also Ben, Cassie, and Pete, all in a nearby hotel room. Seeing Martin's unwavering composure, Pete had a bad feeling and asked, "Will there be any accidents?" "No, Tony isn't promiscuous," Ben was absolutely certain of. "She won't get her genetic material wrong," Pete whispered. "God bless her," Cassie interjected. "I don't believe someone as sexy and beautiful as Tony would strip naked and stand before Martin." And he wouldn't be thrilled. In Pete and Ben's minds, no Hollywood man could possibly do that, unless he was gay. Even the renowned love-crazed Johnny Depp would be confused. Ben added, "The lawyer I've brought with me this time has experience with similar cases and is extremely familiar with paternity testing. He'll oversee the entire process and won't give Martin Davis any opportunity to tamper with it." Pitt felt a little relieved. "Jolie and Aniston abandoned and betrayed me back then. When the test results come out, they'll abandon and betray Martin as well. The Me Too group they represent will deal Martin Davis a fatal blow." At the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills, Jolie and Aniston sat on a sofa in the same room. On the live TV broadcast across from them, the cameras shifted from Martin and Tony to the lab. The results would be in soon. Jolie asked, "If Martin did it, what would you do?" Aniston thought for a moment and said, "I don't know." "We'll see after the results," she countered. "Aren't you Martin's student? Shouldn't you always support your teacher?" Jolie fiddled with her lapel pin. It was a red-nailed, clenched fist, the Me Too logo she had designed. Unrelated text follows. Aniston also had one. Julie, who had known Martin longer than Aniston and understood him better, said, "Martin isn't that stupid." She put away her fist badge and said, "That won't work on him." Aniston laughed. "Actually, we weren't firm enough." Julie had a clear sense of self-awareness. "So, we're just running buddies who occasionally have a friendly three-way race with him. The girl sitting next to him is a naive person." "Naive person? Do you really think so?" Aniston shook her head. "A real naive person would have been in a big fuss by now," Julie added. "My description isn't accurate. It's a girl who looks like a naive person." Time slipped by. Elizabeth tried to remain calm, but her palms sweated uncontrollably. She believed in Martin, and told herself she had to, but she couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Thomas answered a phone call and said to Martin, "Come over." Martin stood up and walked out the door. Elizabeth followed, still interlocking her fingers with Martin. Lily, Bruce, and Thomas followed behind. Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson were already waiting in the hall. Several rows of benches had been temporarily arranged in the hall, where nearly 100 reporters sat, awaiting the results. The cameras used for the live broadcast alone belonged to 4 different media outlets. Thomas left the room and entered the adjacent lounge. Lily stood against the wall, one arm folded across her chest, her right hand tucked into the pocket of her trench coat, still clutching her favorite carving knife. Across from her, Jessica and Emily were accompanying 3 girls. One of them was Elsa. Thomas stood in the doorway and said, "Listen to my instructions later. You don't have to lie, just tell the truth." Elsa picked up her newspaper and said bitterly, "Tony actually betrayed us sisters and took all the spoils. This is unforgivable." The other 2 girls agreed. "We trusted her so much, supported her so much, and yet she betrayed us. She doesn't even consider us sisters." They had made this agreement, and what happened? Lily tilted her head to look out a window. A woman holding a child appeared in the hall, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the carving knife. Regardless of whether the child was Martin's or not, this woman deserved death. She actually accused Martin of forcing her. 2 notaries, along with a middle-aged man in a white coat, entered the hall, several cameras following them. Tony lowered her head and whispered in the child's ear, "John, you're about to have a father." Countless cameras panned to Martin, eager to see his reaction. Martin remained calm, his demeanor unwavering. The middle-aged man in the white coat took the stage, stood before the microphone, and accepted the sealed identification report from a notary. He tore open the seal and announced, after 3 comparisons, the DNA of specimen number 1, Martin Davis, and specimen number 2, John Feldman, is a complete no match. Before he finished speaking, Leonardo and Nicholson erupted in applause, clapping Martin's side. Elizabeth's heart instantly relaxed. She turned and kissed Martin passionately. Martin returned the kiss, saying, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. "I stand with you." The notary had finished his work. The reporters knew there was nothing wrong with Martin, so the problem must be with that woman. All eyes and cameras were fixed on Tony. This seemed to frighten the child, and little John burst into tears. The sound of his cries irritated Tony, who hadn't considered this outcome at all. She kept saying, "Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Suddenly, she opened her voice and screamed, heartbreakingly, "Your test results are invalid. Invalid. You must have tampered with it." "Yes, you did." The door to the adjacent lounge opened, and Elsa and 2 other members of the sisterhood walked out. Elsa shouted, Bitch, do you remember me? Chapter 548. The pod comes from the sky. When the DNA mismatch was announced, Jolie and Aniston relaxed in the hotel, hugging and laughing. Jolie pinched Aniston and said, "That bastard Martin always makes us swallow him up. How could he give him to some random woman?" Aniston said, "Let me think of a way to make that woman look good. Yes, I can't let her go. She almost made me make the wrong decision," Jolie said, but she quickly stopped herself and said, "With Martin's way of doing things, he won't let her off. Martin was not at fault in this matter." Aniston's mind was elsewhere. "Angie, I think I heard you say that you were bullied by Harvey Weinstein as a teenager." Jolie's memory was brought back. "Yes, I've always wanted justice. Here's my chance," Aniston whispered. In Beverly Hills, Stewart, who was enjoying the melodrama, was stunned. How could Martin not be involved? Because it involved friends and neighbors, Charlize was also watching the live broadcast and couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. These girls are crazy about money. The live broadcast ruined his good mood, and seeing Charlize's cheerful smile, Stewart raged. "There's something fishy about this inspection." Absolutely, he was a bit exasperated. Martin Davis must have bribed these people, Charlize sighed inwardly, wondering why she'd ever been attracted to him in the first place. Why had she persisted for so many years? She got up and left the room, stepping out into the quiet courtyard to ponder. After Martin's call, Charlize checked with the community committee, and the damage to the trash can was entirely intentional. Sure enough, it must have been Stewart's doing. Not only did he damage his own trash, but he also damaged Martin's next door. What a shame for the neighbors. In another hotel, Ben Affleck, Casey Affleck, and Brad Pitt looked at each other in bewilderment. How could this happen? Pitt couldn't believe it. Cassie yelled, "Martin must have done something." Ben shook his head. Something must have gone wrong. Martin's always had a good relationship with the LAPD. He's got at least tens of millions of dollars in assets. "Bribing people's easy," Pete said, "we'll figure it out later." He paused before he could finish his words, as a major incident occurred during the live stream. In the hall, Elsa rushed across from Tony and shouted, "We agreed that sisters would never betray each other." "What did you do?" The quick-witted girl wanted to tear Tony's mouth apart. "You left and didn't even answer your calls. We were so worried about you, we even sent sisters to your hometown to look for you. And now, what did you do?" "What did you do?" Security personnel rushed to the scene to maintain order. A reporter shouted, "What happened between you two? Excuse me, do you know who the father of the child is? What's your relationship with Tony?" The scene descended into chaos, but Martin was prepared. More precisely, it was Bruce who was prepared. With his fearless dedication, he successfully persuaded Jody. Jody grabbed the microphone from a staff member and shouted, "Quiet, quiet." The room quickly quieted. Jody continued, "It's too chaotic, no one can ask. Mom, can you tell me about your relationship with Tony, and why you're saying she betrayed me?" Someone ran over and handed a microphone to Aisha. Tony's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shouted, "Aisha, we're sisters. The closest sisters." The first time Aisha saw Tony carrying her child to Martin on the news, she hadn't recognized her as a sister. "Last year, because we loved Martin and the Joker, we formed a sister group. We often frequented Martin's events. Martin was so charming, we dreamed of marrying him, even having children for him." Aisha recounted the sister group's outrageous activities in Los Angeles and New York, then got to the point, "We joined the community board on Sunset Boulevard North and kept looking in Martin's trash can, but we couldn't find what we were looking for." The reporters were stunned. Even their knowledgeable peers were stunned by the women's outrageous actions. Is this still the way to go? Elizabeth was incredibly grateful. She'd completely digested every single one of Martin's comments. Tossing them in the trash would have been incredibly troublesome. "Enough. Enough," Tony screamed. "Stop it. I told you to stop." From her frantic attitude, it wasn't hard for the reporter to tell that what Elsa said was true, and it had hit a nerve. As deep as their sisterly love once was, so deep was their hatred for betrayal now. Elsa ignored Tony and continued, "It was Tony. She said Martin would be celebrating after winning the Best Supporting Actor Oscar, so she swapped shifts. The morning after Oscar night, she took me to Martin's trash can, and sure enough, we found the condom inside, along with the genetic material." She spoke too quickly, coughing twice before continuing, "We took it back to a rented apartment and injected it, but I failed. Tony said she was going back home, and I believed her, but she succeeded and hid it. The other two girls shouted, "Bitch! You said you'd share it with us." Then, they scolded Elsa, "You're a bitch too. How dare you do this behind our backs?" It came from Martin's trash can. One reporter reacted quickly, "If it's not Martin's, it must have come from someone in Martin's family." This alerted the crowd, and their eyes shifted to Bruce. Tony's eyes lit up again. It didn't matter if it wasn't Martin's, it would be just as well if it was Bruce's. Bruce, the bastard, had come prepared. He pulled out a forensic test and shouted, "I just did a comparison, and there's no match." A notary replied, "Indeed." The situation was so bizarre that Leonardo and Nicholson, who had been happily enjoying themselves, now quickly ducked behind the crowd to avoid becoming targets. Although they were certain it wasn't them, being involved at this point would be troublesome. The scene was in complete chaos, and even Tony was confused. Who was the father of her son? Did a homeless person throw it in there? North Sunset Boulevard is a gated community. Homeless people can't get in. I suspect someone was having sex there. Whatever the father is, it's now confirmed it's not Martin. Tony, what do you have to say about all this? The reporters pressed on, and Tony retreated, unable to answer. But then, remembering her amulet, she held up the child in her arms. "I need to feed the baby. I need to feed the baby." Seeing the woman holding the child, the reporters automatically made way. Tony quickly ran into the lounge. Before she could catch her breath, the door on the other side opened, and a girl in a short windbreaker walked in. She was beautiful, but her eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf's. Two LAPD officers were guarding the door leading to the lobby, preventing anyone from entering. Tony was now utterly guilty. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lily said. "Let me tell you something. Go out and publicly admit that you slandered Martin, apologize to him, and then tell the Los Angeles police who instigated you. Then I can tell you who the father of the child is." Tony herself couldn't be sure, completely skeptical. "How do you know?" "Not only do I know, I'm also sure he's a celebrity," Lily whispered. "Don't you want money? Don't you want a high-class life? He can give you all that," she sneered. "Of course, you have other options. You're extorting $10 million, a felony. And you're extorting an honorary citizen of Los Angeles, a national hero of the United States. Do you realize the severity of the consequences? You're directly slapping the Los Angeles city government and the Washington authorities in the face." Tony hadn't considered this and was stunned for a moment. But she quickly realized $10 million extortion? Had I done it? Oh my God. Lily continued, "You'll go to jail, and your child will be sent to foster care. Do you know how miserable children in foster homes are?" Tony glanced down at her son and asked, "What if I do what you say?" Lily said, "You're a fan of Martin's, and Martin is always tolerant of his fans. He knows you were instigated by others. You did this because of them, right?" Her words were so obvious, Tony understood them. Thinking of Ben and Cassie, she felt a pang of pity. Little John started crying again. A mother choosing between her son and her friends wasn't a difficult choice. Tony gritted her teeth. "How can I trust you? I can tell you about the child's father first." Lily's voice was as sinister as a fallen angel from hell. Yesterday, she'd heard a lot about Stuart from the community committee. She knew women often visited Charlize Theron's house. Combined with what she'd learned from Martin, it wasn't hard to guess that this was the truth. Tony had no choice. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Okay, I promise." Lily said, "His name is Stuart Townsend. He's Martin's neighbor, Charlize Theron's fiancé, and a Hollywood star." Tony, who had worked on a community council, asked, "Is it him?" "He threw the garbage bag you were looking through," Lily finally said. "Think about it. None of this means anything if you're in jail." Tony briefed Little John and left the lounge without stopping. The media reporters hadn't dispersed yet, crowding the area. Tony's hands were shaking, but she turned to face Martin, bowed deeply, and said with all her might, "I'm so sorry. Martin, you're a good person. I shouldn't have falsely accused you." She glanced at the child in her arms, straightened up, and said, "Little John has nothing to do with you. I was instigated and pressured by others to do this. It wasn't my intention." The person involved admitted to framing Martin, and the matter was settled. A nearby reporter shouted, "Do you know who the father is?" "I figured it was Martin's neighbor." Tony didn't want to go to jail, didn't want to lose her son, and yet she also wanted a prosperous life. Like Ben, she was easily pushed forward by Lily. She gave the answer, "His name is Stuart Townsend." Stuart Townsend, watching the live stream at home, was stunned. "You're sitting at home, and the pot's coming from the sky?" 3 more updates to come. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 549: The Real Murderer Behind the Scenes. The press conference ended, and Martin and his group boarded the same business car and left first. In the car, Leonardo shook his head lamentingly. "We came to see you act like a fool, to see you get screwed, and this is the end." With the matter largely resolved, Nicholson once again became a fence-sitter, siding with Martin. "Next time, can we switch sides, so Leo and I can go first?" He had had a blast the last time he'd messed with Ben, feeling completely in control. This time, he felt less involved, more like a spectator. People like Elizabeth and Lily had become immune to the face gang's silliness. Martin, "No kidding," said, "the people behind Tony are Ben Affleck, Casey Affleck, and Brad Pitt." Nicholson pushed up his sunglasses. "So it's a loser's league," Leonardo continued. "They're the core members of the Foot Gang." Martin nodded slightly. "You said so too. Many of the media here today were invited by Harvey Weinstein," he bluntly declared. "Next, I'm going to go to war with the Foot Gang." Targeting Harvey, Nicholson, terrified of having nothing to do, replied, "Others worry about ruining their careers by messing with him, but I'm never afraid. At worst, I'll just retire." He was already practically retiring. Leonardo repeated his words, "Harvey's no ordinary guy, and the 3 of us are no ordinary guys either. There's more than just the 3 of us," Martin said briefly. "Perfect opportunity. We can use this extortion case as a starting point to start with Ben, Pitt, and Casey." The press conference unfolded strangely, its value so high that reporters rushed back to finish their reports. Some also rushed to Beverly Hills, hoping to interview the renowned adulteress Stuart Townsend. Some reporters with connections to Charlize Theron or her agent immediately began contacting them. Tony, holding her child, was relatively ignored. Aisha and the others had become celebrities in the media's eyes. Tony, holding her child, waited patiently in the lobby. Several detectives from the Detective Bureau approached, presented her with relevant documents, and said, "Ms. Tony Fairman, you are suspected of extorting Martin Davis. Please come with us." After hearing the routine words, Tony said, "I'll go with you." 2 female officers, 1 on each side, escorted her out of the lobby. The remaining reporters took photos. They quickly arrived at the Detective Bureau. The paternity test results showed no match for Martin. Even Tony, no matter how dumb, could have realized that her demand for $10 million had become a major problem. As Lily had said, a crime had been involved. This woman is obsessed with herself. At this moment, she wouldn't care about anyone else's life or death. Tony didn't hesitate at all and put all the blame on the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt. She even provided several phone and video recordings. Tony secretly recorded what Ben and the others said to her. Originally, it was for teaching purposes, to remind herself at all times what to do when facing Martin. All of this came in handy now. In the past, the Detective Bureau might have been hesitant when facing the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt, but now they were facing an alliance of losers. The person in charge of this case immediately applied for an emergency arrest warrant from the local prosecutor. A $10 million extortion case, and the victim was an honorary citizen of Los Angeles and a national hero of the United States. This was a credit that came right to her lips. In the hotel room, Ben, Cassie, and Brad were packing their things. The latter complained, "Is this what you call the fatal blow? Damn it, Ben, you don't even know the biological father of the child." Big Ben grabbed his hair hard. "How could I have thought that a pregnant woman would make up such a lie? Jennifer Garner was a fool when she was pregnant. Her IQ dropped at least 50 points. I asked Tony many times, and she always said the same thing, about her and Martin in the room." Pete cursed, "You are a waste and an idiot. You wasted so much of my time and money in vain. Did I want this? Do you think I wanted this?" Seeing that he threw the pot on himself, Big Ben became impolite. "You also heard what she said and helped her with advice. Did you notice it?" Pete retorted, "Because I fucking believe you." Cassie quickly stood between the two and said, "Stop arguing. I think crazy fans like Tony may have fallen into some crazy fantasies and regarded the fantasies as reality. They think it is real, so we didn't notice it." Ben Affleck, not one for good humor, shouted, "Where's that idiot? I'm going to kill her. Make her regret this." Pitt suddenly remembered Martin Davis had called the police on Tony's extortion charge. The DNA test was a positive match, so the so-called police report was a joke. The problem was that John Jr.'s DNA wasn't a match at all, and Tony's former sisters had exposed the truth on the spot. Pitt, already feeling uneasy, sensed impending trouble. He didn't bother arguing with the Affleck brothers anymore, grabbing his phone and bag. "I have something to do. I'm leaving now. I'll call you later." He opened the door and turned into the hallway. As he entered the elevator, he was confronted by a large group of men in plain clothes and police uniforms. Pitt turned and ran back, dropping his bag to reach for his phone, hoping to call for help. "LAPD. Let me see your hands," someone shouted from behind. "Hold on. Let me see your hands." Pete glanced back and saw several men with their hands on their holsters. He stopped, raised his hands, and said, "Hold on. I'll cooperate." Two sturdy detectives approached and twisted Pete's hands behind his back, handcuffing them. Meanwhile, the attendant knocked on the door of the room where Ben and Cassie were staying. Seeing strangers and more than one person, Cassie instinctively reached for the baseball bat behind the door. "Hold on. LAPD. Let me see your hands." A burly man rushed forward and tackled Cassie. Another, a black man weighing over 200 pounds, rushed over to Ben like a professional football running back and tackled him to the ground, his knees and calves, as strong as iron bars, pressing down on Ben's back and neck. Ben tried to speak, but breathing was difficult and he began coughing repeatedly. Before he could even utter a word, his hands were forcibly twisted behind his back and a pair of gleaming silver bracelets were placed on them. Immediately, other LAPD officers arrived to search the room, seizing all of Ben, Cassie, and Pete's belongings. The three were also escorted to the elevator. Ivan had been waiting at the hotel entrance, even kindly calling and alerting numerous colleagues in the industry to come. "What other news could rival the illegitimate child incident?" someone said. "A lot of people are going to Beverly Hills to interview Stuart Townsend," another said. "We can't get into Sunset Boulevard North." Ivan pointed to the hotel entrance. "Look, someone's coming out." Several people, cameras and video cameras raised, gathered around. 3 police cars then drove up. 2 burly men in LAPD uniforms led the way out of the hotel. Immediately, 3 handcuffed individuals were escorted out. Flashbulbs flashed, and the reporter snapping the shutter was surprised, exclaiming, "Ben Affleck, Casey Affleck, and Brad Pitt?" "Yes, that's them," another asked. "Ivan, why are the LAPD arresting them?" Ivan, filming, said, "How should I know?" The 3 men passed in front of the camera. Pitt was slightly better, with only his hand twisted behind his back. Ben and Casey had bruises on their faces, looking utterly miserable. The reporter holding the camera shouted, "Officer, why are they arresting them?" The lead officer paused and replied, 3 suspects in a $10 million extortion racket." The reporter blinked. The figure of $10 million seemed peculiarly familiar. The lead officer waved the suspects into the police car and quickly left the scene. The reporter reacted, "Didn't Tony Fairman extort Martin for $10 million? Another reporter also remembered, "Yes, $10 million. The rumors about Martin and Pitt had been heard by many in the industry and among those covering entertainment news. This reporter asked, "Could it be that the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt were behind Tony's situation?" The other reporter ran towards his motorcycle. This was big news, with a potential to fetch a lot of money. The others also realized what was happening and got in their cars to leave. Ivan got into his car and drove a short distance before finding a place to park. He called Bruce and said, "Those 3 bastards were just arrested by the LAPD. I've got the video. When you have time, I'll come and get it to you." "Wait a minute, there's no rush," Bruce said to Martin after hanging up the phone. Martin stood on the 3rd-floor terrace, looking out at the neighboring house to one side. He said, "Why hasn't there been any movement?" Elizabeth was quite frustrated. "You have such a wicked mind. You always indulge in these wicked things." Martin defended himself. "I saw Stuart kick our trash can with my own eyes. It was even deformed." "You watch from here." Elizabeth went downstairs. "I'll have the kitchen prepare dinner. Leo and Jack will probably stay for dinner." Thomas came upstairs and said, "Brioni, Cadillac, Nokia, and Cartier men's watches have all called to express their support for you." Bruce laughed. "Wait until the results are confirmed before supporting us. That's normal," Martin said with a detached look. "After all, it's just a business partnership. It's not as deeply tied to us as Coca-Cola." Coca-Cola expressed its support from the beginning. Thomas added, "Ali called too. The agency will fully support you." He had remained silent until now, but now that the dust had settled, Martin was surrounded by kind people again. After a while, Martin's phone rang. It was Charlize Theron. Chapter 550. The choice between long and short. In the moving car, Charlize Theron hung up the phone with Martin and called a female administrator she knew well from the community council. Her already cold demeanor became even more icy, like an iceberg across the sea from South Africa. The car arrived at the community entrance, where at least dozens of paparazzi and entertainment reporters had gathered. Many recognized Charlize's car, and some had spotted her through the windshield, swarming both sides of the road. Regardless of Charlize's lack of windows, they peppered the area with questions. "Ms. Theron, did you know about your fiancé's illegitimate child? We've looked into it. You weren't in Los Angeles at the time, but your fiancé's used condoms turned up in the trash can at her neighbor Martin's house. Was he cheating? Will you break up with Stuart Townsend? Or will you just keep quiet about it like before?" This question seemed to hit Charlize so hard that she instinctively eased off the accelerator and slammed on the brakes. The car stopped, and the reporters surrounded it even more frantically. Charlize honked her car horn, alerting the neighborhood security guards who rushed out to disperse the reporters and allow the homeowner's car to drive through. The reporters, watching these lackeys of the rich, were filled with hatred. What a great story, but they couldn't get a shot. When Charlize returned home, she found Stuart sitting in the doorway, lost in thought. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible." Charlize forced herself to remain calm and said, "Let's break up." "You'll give me 2 days to move out." Stuart looked up and said, "You're breaking up with me because of that woman's nonsense." Charlize said, "You know better than me if there were any other women here around Oscar night." Stuart panicked. It had been a long time since Peter Jackson had kicked him off the set of The Lord of the Rings and replaced him with Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn. Since then, his luck had been on the decline, and no matter what film or role he took on, he had struggled. Fortunately, he still had an Oscar-winning girlfriend. Charlize Theron's film salary alone doesn't quite put her at the top of the list, but she's a darling of advertisers, earning a fortune in sponsorships. After years of living a luxurious life, wouldn't it be a death sentence for Stuart to go back to the life of an ordinary actor? Charlize whispered, "Let's part ways amicably. We're all responsible for getting to this point." Stuart stood up and said, "Okay, even if what that woman said is true, and she found my used condoms in Martin's trash can, I didn't use them with women. Can't I fucking masturbate with them?" Charlize just looked at him coldly. Stuart felt a little guilty, but didn't dare show it. He straightened his neck and said, "I've been with you for so many years, spent so much of my youth, and you're breaking up just like that." Charlize suppressed her anger and said, "I'll give you compensation, provided you didn't cheat. It's easy to verify. Just take a paternity test with that woman's child." Stuart didn't dare go. The woman named Elsa had just said in the live broadcast that the incident happened on Oscar night. On Oscar night, he had indeed thrown a freshly used condom into the neighboring trash can. Thinking of the neighboring trash can, Stuart thought of Martin and yelled, "You were the one who cheated first. You were hooking up with Martin Davis next door and you've been sleeping in the same bed for a while, right? You cheated first, you have to make amends." Charlize was furious and turned to look at the neighbor next door. She and Martin were just friends, nothing more, yet she was repeatedly slandered. In this moment, the hysterical Stuart and the calm Martin during the previous live broadcast formed a stark contrast in Charlize's eyes. The former revealed a man's ugly side to the fullest, while the latter showed her the depths of a man's excellence. Listening to Stuart's constant slander, Charlize felt an urge to immediately go to Martin to clear her name and accusation. As for how to clear her name, it was easy. Charlize resisted the urge to argue further. "I'll give you 2 days to move out, or wait for my lawyer's letter. If you want compensation, go get a paternity test with that woman. If it's not, I'll naturally give you some." Stuart wanted to say more, but Charlize ignored him and drove away. In another mansion not far away, Matt Damon hurried into the living room. Harvey had just turned off the long overdue live stream and asked, "What's going on?" Matt Damon glanced at Georgina, but didn't say anything. Georgina said, "I'm going to go out for a walk. You guys can chat." On her way out, she took her phone with her, planning to call Martin once she was farther away to offer her support and comfort, hoping he'd have time to test her again. In the living room, Matt Damon said, "Something happened, I saw it." Harvey pointed to the projection screen that was being rolled up and said, "The whole country saw this farce. Ben and Pete are such disappointments. This is helping Martin Davis become famous." Matt Damon moved closer and said, "There's more than that. The lawyer who accompanied Tony to the paternity test later received a call from the LAPD. The LAPD officially arrested Ben, Cassie, and Pete. Harvey was quite surprised. What? He pressed. What exactly happened? Tony was arrested by the LAPD for extortion. She accused Ben, Cassie, and Pete of instigating her. Matt Damon quickly recounted what he knew. She said she was just an accomplice and the main culprits were Ben and Pete. Later, the Detective Bureau applied for an emergency arrest warrant and arrested Ben and Pete in a hotel. After he understood, he rushed over. The Detective Bureau has solid evidence, and with Tony as a witness, Ben and Pete are in big trouble. They can't be released on bail for the time being. Harvey, who had never dealt with Tony directly and wasn't involved in the matter, frowned and said, I asked them if they were sure, and they told me they were 100% sure. What happened, huh? Matt Damon hadn't expected such a drastic turn of events. He'd wanted to bring down Martin, but those three had gotten themselves into trouble. Harvey asked, what did you want to do by coming to me? Matt Damon said bluntly, we need to find a way to get them out first. This is a case involving a massive $10 million. If proven, they'll definitely go to jail. Harvey wanted to refuse, but as the true leader of the Foot Gang, and facing Matt Damon, he couldn't refuse. A direct refusal would have demoralized the Foot Gang. He asked, what did the lawyer say? Matt Damon said, it's not easy. The lawyer suggested we talk to the client and start with him, Martin Davis. Harvey considered. Given his relationship with Martin, getting him to talk wouldn't be easy. Harvey suddenly thought of someone. Georgina, through her connections to the fashion world and Kate Winslet, had always been in touch with Martin. Perhaps he could ask her to invite Martin out for a chat? Outside, Georgina was still on the phone with Martin. Between ugly and short, handsome and tall, this woman decisively chose the latter. Matt Damon just came over. They didn't want me to hear about it, but I can guess there must be trouble with Damon's brothers. Georgina reported Harvey's situation to Martin without a penny. After listening to Martin's story, she added, based on what you've said, and knowing Harvey, he won't give up on those three idiots so quickly. He'll definitely want to talk to you. Do you want to know Harvey's latest? Haha. That last test was interesting. I want you to test me alone. Don't you think the real test is when Harvey is in Los Angeles? Georgina glanced towards the main house and thought of Martin on the other end of the line. She felt a surge of excitement. Then she saw Harvey come out the door and wave. Not only did Georgina not hang up, she even walked over, chatting and laughing with Martin. Until Harvey's voice rang out, what are you doing? I can't get through to you. Bye, darling. Georgina hung up, put away her phone, and casually replied, I'm talking to a friend in the fashion world. The only requirement for joining the supermodel group is, naturally, being a member of the fashion world. Harvey came over and said, I need your help with something. Georgina smiled and said, just tell me what it is. I'll do whatever I can to help. Harvey said, I remember you've been in touch with Martin. Georgina licked her lips and said, not often, actually. Kate introduced us to him, and we had some deep conversations on the few occasions we met. Harvey thought the words were a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. After all, in Hollywood, only Harvey could play with other women. Who would dare to mess with his woman? Harvey said again, please ask Martin out. I want to talk to him in person. Georgina seemed clueless. What happened? Harvey hadn't wanted to answer. There were too many things going on in the gang that couldn't be made public, and he didn't want his wife to know. But this time was different. He could only say, Ben, Cassie, and Pete were arrested by the LAPD. They're involved in a so-called extortion case. It's just a small matter, but Martin is taking it so seriously. I need to talk to him. I can call him, Georgina said, pulling out her phone. But I'm just a casual friend. Compared to KK and the old fox, it's far less than that. After all, she only had one chance. I'm not sure I can get him. Matt Damon also emerged from the main room. Harvey glanced back and said, call Martin and tell him I want to meet him as soon as possible. Georgina pretended to search the phone book for a while before finding the number. She dialed and started talking. Not long after, she hung up. Martin agreed to meet at the Los Angeles Angels Club. Harvey turned to Damon. You'll come with me. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.